morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. That's April.
Good morning.
And, the pretty one's here today.
What?
And April made it.
Yep.
It is the beginning of year 2 of Steel Toe on YouTube.
Ooh, what will happen?
This is day 1 of year 2. Well, if it's anything like year 1 was, we started at 300 live viewers at our peak in the mornings. Now between Rumble and YouTube, we're between 700 and 800. So if we go by numbers, by the end of this year, we'll be at 1,100 or 1,200 people at a time, YouTube and Rumble, both of them growing. By the way, Rumble crossed over 1,400 followers yesterday. Very cool.
There we go.
Also, 2 months on that platform, by the way. Then if you go by ratio, we'll technically be at like 1,600 or 1,700 at a time.
We'll get there.
At the end of this year. I don't know. Who knows what the next year holds in store? Who knows indeed? Welcome to the show. Yes, Hulkamasha Baby says Season 2, Episode 1. There you go. Yeah, day 366 on
crazy.
YouTube. 366 days since Twitch told us to get fucked. I believe this was day 1 of my Twitch appeals being denied. Then
headaches.
Then there was day 1 of the Twitch appeals being denied. Then there was like 2 or 3 more months of that. And then they finally just stopped letting me appeal. I wonder what happens if I go on Twitch right now and I try to log into my old account.
Wouldn't that be something if you were just back?
Yeah, if it's just back and I can start putting it in Restream and just, let's see. Your account is currently suspended. What? Still? Appeals portal. All right. Let's see. Let's go to the appeals portal. Let's see if I can appeal. Enter the code found in your authenticator app. Oh, are they going to let us appeal today?
This would be fun.
This is interesting.
What if Season 2, Episode 1, you get back on Twitch?
I have nothing in my authenticator app.
Oh.
There's no.
Oh, they're teasing now.
I have my Google Authenticator app, and nothing is in there.
I used to try, like, every single day when I'm not on the morning show, I used to try logging into
I don't have
Steel Toe just to see.
Yeah, I don't have the Twitch app on my phone anymore. Some would say I got bitter and deleted it. So if they're saying, like, the token found in my Twitch app, yeah, I don't have that.
Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
I thought they meant Google Authenticator. Oh, well.
I don't know.
Maybe we'll appeal some other day. But as of right now, fuck it. All right. Ross Dog's Broken Spirit says, R.I.P. Johnny. No, maybe like R.I.P. Corey. I texted Corey yesterday. I didn't get a response. Asked him if he wanted to do the show today, and he dodged me. I think he wants to sleep.
You had a couple people dodge you yesterday then. Yeah, Wednesdays have never been Johnny's day, guys.
No, it's never been that way.
This is my fill-in day, I guess.
Stevie Lou says, I saw this yesterday. Jim Stansel from Ski Mask Collective just got off a 6-month Twitter suspension. That's right.
Holy
yeah,
shit.
Jim Stansel got brought back to Twitter.
Well, watch out,
6
guys.
months. Oh, you know what? What a piece of shit I am. Stevie Lou's available. Stevie, let's make the deal right now. Next Wednesday? I love that. Because that's going to make some people's heads pop off.
Oh, I would have said, would you like me to step aside for the day? I have things to do.
No, that fucks up my whole shit too much.
Okay.
I'm too weird and neurotic about like the show being. I'll be. You know what? Look, I will cop to one thing that me and Red Bar are very similar in.
Yeah.
And that is we're both very like our show is balancing on a quarter's edge, and we don't want anyone to move the fucking table because our quarter might fall over.
I understand.
Don't. People are like, oh, sometimes the show just seems so spontaneous. That's because I'm watching that quarter and go, don't let that fucking quarter go down. That's why.
Whoa.
It's simply because I'm so worried about that goddamn quarter. Nothing else matters. Stevie Lou says, I'm in. Woohoo. Talk to you after. Yes. Gonna piss so many people off. And again, for the life of me, I don't know why it would piss anybody off.
Well, yeah. Why are you saying that?
I don't know why anyone would be bothered by Stevie Lou doing Steel Toe.
Can we all just stop being angry with each other? That'd be cool.
The premier,
2 seconds.
The premier online morning show, YouTube and Rumble, bigger than anybody else who's on in the morning. Why wouldn't a guy want to come on? Now, look, I understand 6 a.m. not the most popular time for YouTube streaming, so I'm not going to sit here and stroke my dick too much. But still, we'll have a good time. It's a fun show to do.
Well, that sounds better than pissing people off.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin Brennan thinks I'm the devil, even though he takes all of my ideas on how to program a show and draws a lot of inspiration from me. But, like, he had Corey on while Corey was still on this show, and you know what I said?
What?
Fucking good for Corey. I said, Corey, go get that third mic position on MLC.
Go
get
the
that
bag.
fuck off of my show. No, it's not what I said.
No.
It's not what I said.
A bit testy today.
Maybe. I don't know. By fucking quarter.
He's on crack, too.
I
Watch
am on crack cocaine. But I got it under control. You know, that's the thing. The deal about crack cocaine, everyone talks about how you're out of control, you're addicted to it, you can't quit.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure that I've got it all under control and I can quit exactly whenever I wanted to.
Well, yeah, the other way sounds like a loser's mentality.
Yeah, I've got a winner's mentality with my use of crack cocaine.
I've got this.
Yeah. By the way, I think my period ended yesterday. I lost 3 pounds between yesterday morning and this morning.
Oh, yeah?
So I think my period bloat is gone. Yeah. I think my menses is over, if you guys don't know.
You guys, I don't know why I'm here.
3 pounds.
What happened?
In a 24-hour period. And
you just pissed it out?
I guess
what?
I pissed it out. It couldn't be what I ate because you know what I had for dinner last night? Because April and I had one of those, the fridge is stocked with fucking leftovers. It's fend for yourself day.
Yeah.
Because April cooks so much delicious goddamn food in this house. I had Doritos and Top the Tater for dinner. So it couldn't have been the diet.
Wow. And by the way, neither of those really leftovers.
Yeah, no, I actually went out and bought the Doritos so I could dip them in.
And he bought the shittiest kind of Doritos there are.
Wait, hold on. Let's discuss this for a second.
We have before.
Let's discuss this on the program because I like going to the audience when I get verbally abused by my significant other, by my spouse. Mm-hmm. By the way, sentences I can say, but Crowder can't. Why did I get that fucking idiot's back? I've got to trust my instincts from now on. We're going to talk about it today. Yesterday was the day when everyone was writing in, Aaron, did you see Crowder's getting divorced? Holy shit, are we going to talk about Crowder getting divorced? I'm like, no, not our story to tell, guys. That is a private matter. We do not discuss that private shit on the show. And then what does that douchebag do the minute we get off air?
Well, he talks about it.
6 minutes ranting about not only his divorce, but fucking suing people for discussing it and extortion and all this. Well, then
sounds like what better time to not talk about it? Do you want that?
And I thought to myself, I'm like, I'm being a good guy. I'm sticking to my guns. The guy doesn't want it talked about. Let's not talk about it. It's a very private, personal thing. And then he just blows it up to millions of people.
Doritos, everyone.
Okay, so anyway, Doritos. It's not important. Doritos are important. April looked in the cupboard after I ate, and can we be honest with them? You know, usually if you sit down with a nice dip and some Doritos, you go way too far. I did not put too much of a hole in that bag.
Well, that's impressive, I guess, but I've never used Doritos for dipping.
So, Doritos. Well, then I had a really fat day, but still lost 3 pounds because my menses ended. Doritos. April goes in the cupboard. She sees the Doritos, and it looked like somebody molested her dog. She gets a look on her face like she caught a cable guy butt fucking a golden retriever. And she goes, oh, you got nacho cheese Doritos? Yeah, the most common kind of Doritos.
Wrong.
There's nothing wrong with nacho cheese Doritos.
I don't like that flavor.
That's what Doritos are.
That's just it? Nacho cheese?
That's like saying, why didn't you get Coke? Why didn't you get vanilla Coke?
No, it's not.
Because Coke is Coke.
Look,
nacho cheese are the default Doritos.
Maybe I prefer the niche Dorito.
That's fine.
But
don't
I've had it with nacho cheese.
Don't look at the rest of us like we're some kind of, by the by, if I may, crack cocaine talking. I had a dream last night. Here's what I woke up to this morning.
Look at you, you squirrel.
I'm bouncing all over the place. Don't touch my quarter. I had a dream last night that I was at like one of those old 70s supper clubs.
Okay.
And I went outside to talk to a friend, and these two guys were smoking these giant joints, but they were rolled with toilet paper rolls. And they were lighting them from a fire on the floorboard of like an old 70s car. And the guy goes, Aaron, let me introduce you to this guy. He goes, is Charlie. And it's fucking Charles Manson.
Oh.
The guy introduces me to Charles Manson.
Whoa.
And then you come out looking for me.
What a great dream.
Yeah, you're like, I couldn't find you. And these two guys are smoking these big toilet paper roll joints.
As you do.
Lighting them off of fires on the floor of this car. So I'm pretty sure I'm in hell with Charles Manson. The floorboard of the car having a sustainable fire.
Well, now you're just looking into it.
So anyway, and then I'm holding one of the toilet paper roll joints and I'm disgusted by it because it looks like shit. So I hand it back to the other guy, who I think was Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite. I'm not positive. But anyway.
Vote for him.
I'm talking to Charles Manson. You come out looking for me, and I introduce you to Charles Manson, and you're like fucking charmed by the guy. You're sitting there like, oh, hi, how are you? And he like kisses your hand. I'm like, fucking Charles Manson is a dick.
Did I know? Yeah, so I knew who he was because you knew it was.
You knew it was Charles Manson.
Well,
but you treated him like he was just somebody you met, and not like he was Charles fucking Manson. So it must have been before he murdered people. But I knew he had murdered people because I think I ended my dream.
You were in hell together.
I think I ended my dream screaming about Sharon Tate to you.
Jeez.
And Charles Manson had horrible teeth, and he looked like shit.
Haven't you ever been romanced by an evil
serial
man?
killer? No, never in my life.
Okay.
But yeah, you were completely. I'm not saying you wanted to fuck him, but you were certainly like, "Oh, that's very nice to meet you." And I was like, "Ugh," I was disgusted by you.
Oh God.
For being okay with Charles
Manson. Did you do one of those things where you wake up and you look at me and you're just like, "Oh."
No, I don't do that.
Piece of poop.
I don't do that. April holds me accountable for the shit I do in my dreams. What? Yeah, you did that once.
Only when you're racist.
I thought that's when you loved me most. No, you held me accountable for something I did in my dream one time. For a little while,
what
you were
did you do?
You piece of shit. I don't remember what I did, but you got mad.
I don't remember.
David Allen Toe says a whole bag and container of dip is a well-balanced meal. See?
Fiber, maybe.
Stevie J says Crowder got divorced because his wife caught him sexting Don Lemon. Believable.
That would be quite a story.
Believable. Derek Chauvinist says nacho is the best flavor, as in nacho fucking Doritos. I'm not sharing. Get it? Don Lemonade says, April, you're correct on this. Nacho cheese is trash.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Richie C.
Righteous trash.
They're the default flavor and the best one.
The default flavor, though, I don't want to be default. I prefer sweet chili.
I like dependability. Orange Boy says Cool Ranch or bust. I agree with Trucker 18 Wheeler. Cooler Ranch is nasty.
I would eat Cool Ranch over nacho cheese.
Don't like it. Guess what, April? They nacho Doritos.
You guys all got me.
Skeezy says, thank God, I thought you were going to say Cool Ranch like a basic white girl. No, I find that to be a stoner flavor. Cooler Ranch.
Anything stoner related, as you can tell, he's against.
Derek Chauvinist says April does look like Sharon Tate.
No. Oh. Maybe a little bit.
See, you're looking like Sharon Tate. Maybe that's it. Maybe Charles Manson was about to murder you.
Why would you dream about Charles Manson, though?
I don't know.
What a weird thing.
Too much Law and Order SVU, more than likely.
Yes.
Scarface says Manson technically didn't murder anyone. His cult members did the murdering. That's true. You know what?
Oh, so I can fuck him.
No. I agree with Scarface, though. The guy was railroaded.
Oh.
Derek Chauvinist says, next dream, Aaron got Quaaludes and R-word from Roman Polanski. Stevie Lou with a good question. Did you watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood recently? No, but I watch it often. I just haven't watched it recently. Oh, man. Yeah, somebody points out the Cheech and Chong joints. The joints did look like the big, hysterical Cheech and Chong joints. So maybe there's something to that.
Interesting.
Snowy gifting 5 memberships. You have to say it like that. Last statue says Ranch is white menthol. Just saying. Snowy with 5 gifted memberships. Von Kaiser, Ghislaine Ayers, Jan Craddock, Dave Sarah, and somebody said.
Nice.
All getting a membership. So that's going to start us off today. $325 is today's goal. You guys dipped into it a little bit, about $20 or so, $15-20 during our celebration show last night. We didn't have a goal last night, but you guys were very generous for our anniversary show. We put about 10-15 of that into today. So with that membership gifting, we start today at $325. If you'd like to contribute to our listener-supported program, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, all of it counts. Okay, hanging out with you guys for a little bit. We'll get into the stories here in a minute or two.
Yeah.
Charles Manson and Cheech and Chong, interesting mix. I think it was Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite.
I don't know where you come up with this stuff. I had like another competition dream last night where I have to compete for my life.
By the way, won't you fight for your life?
Oh, why can't I get Alex Jones in my dreams?
Turn the frickin' frogs gay. Do you want to know something disgusting? You're gonna hate me for this, and I can't hide it from you because I'm an honest man.
I love this start.
You know how you hate it when I remember obscure actors' names?
You know what? I'm getting less and less bothered as time goes on.
I got slightly autistic and upset about calling him Pedro from Napoleon Dynamite because his name is Ephraim Ramirez.
It's not. It doesn't bother me. You're fine.
That's okay.
You're okay. I'm okay.
Okay. We're all okay.
And he's okay.
Mike McFadden likes this drop. You know what? Drop day for donations.
I love drop days.
If people want to request a drop for their super chats and PayPals and all that shit, we're giving them drops. Oh, shit. And then I don't even turn it up. What an asshole.
Ain't nothing left but fire and brimstone.
I really do love that one. The Tigger Next Door with 5 gifted memberships. I like this. We can rat on people who claim they don't like the show and then get memberships because it goes by who listens the most.
Sure.
Mike McFadden, Dan Shelley, Mr. Tony Soprano, Tin Man Taylor, and RP. RP does not like us.
I don't know RP.
But RP apparently watches quite a bit.
Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you very much, RP. And thank you, Tigger Next Door, for gifting 5 memberships. That's going to put us 310 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants, all of you can request a drop if you'd like.
They're fun.
Jack Floyd says, Aaron, you don't always need to know actors' names. Yeah, but I don't always not need to know.
But is there... That's too many negatives in one sentence. Is there ever a time where you need to, though?
Sure. You ever played bar trivia?
Yeah, but nobody asked who that guy was.
Trivial Pursuit?
Who played Pedro? I don't know.
One day.
My ass.
Someday. That's just, first of all, apologize to Ephraim Ramirez.
What's his name? What?
Ephraim Ramirez.
Ephraim
Ramirez.
Nah, it's not worth it.
What's that? They told me it says Monday evening. Oh, that's not the right day of the week. Sorry about that, guys.
What day is it?
Wednesday morning. Sorry about my malfeasance there. There you go, guys.
You've screwed up my week.
SC Motorsports says it's Efren. I thought it was Ephraim. Pedro from...
It's actually Zac Efron.
Napoleon Dynamite actor. It is Ephraim Ramirez. I said it was Ephraim. I am a stupid fuck. How do you like that?
I like that he's having a crisis over this non-existent person.
First of all, Ephraim Ramirez is a real person. How dare you? Anthony Galley says, good morning, April, and sorry to that other dude from yesterday. How about a drop of your choice, kids? Oh, yeah, he said that April's his favorite right in front of Johnny. Not the nicest thing to do, but what do you do?
Good morning.
What would you like? What would you like, April? What would you like? Make it quick. We got a show to do.
Yummy dicks.
Oh, you want the drop or just?
Well,
I mean, you got to be a little more.
A girl can try, right?
You got to be a little more specific. Yummy dicks, I think, is one of the first ones. Yummy dicks, yummy dicks. There you go.
That's him, by the way.
Thanks for ratting me out. I appreciate it. 305 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for the great start. All right. 150 likes by 7 o'clock. The likes have been going crazy lately. Under 300 by 7 o'clock. You guys are on a great run today. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Okay. First stories today. Do you remember Monday? It was kind of a buried story because everything happened this week.
Oh.
Don Lemon, Tucker Carlson, Bam Margera, Steven Crowder.
All of it.
The news has been insane. And this story at NBC kind of got swept under the rug. The president of NBC News, or one of the executives from NBC News, had to step down over the weekend because he was fucking a CNBC host. Yeah.
Another one?
Yeah, no. Her name was Hadley Gamble. She was fucking an NBC News executive, and he had to resign. I believe she keeps her job. Now, interesting, they started digging into this Hadley Gamble. Mm-hmm. Who fucking minx she is.
I was going to say, like, why doesn't she have to leave?
Because she's one hell of a ladder climber. I'll tell you that.
She really gambles.
You ready for this
her
news?
Position.
I get it. CNBC's Hadley Gamble also romantically linked to TPG's David Bonderman, according to sources. Now, why haven't you heard of David Bonderman?
Yes, that is the question I'm asking.
Because he's an old fuck CEO guy. She fucks wrinkled dudes.
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh.
The TV anchor who brought down NBC Universal CEO. Oh, he was the CEO, Jeff Shell. He was the main guy. Also had a romantic entanglement with a married Texas buyout tycoon who treated her to a luxurious jet-setting lifestyle. So this woman is a complete slag.
And clearly slept her way to the top.
Slept her way to the top of the business. Hadley Gamble, a CNBC correspondent who was revealed to be the woman who had an inappropriate relationship with Shell for more than a decade until 2019. Oh, she probably thought she was in the clear then. It's been 4 years.
Well, yeah, nobody assumes now it's going to come back to bite you.
She was also tied during the same period to David Bonderman, the billionaire chairman of private equity firm TPG. But, you know, at least secret billionaires behind closed doors don't actually run the world in the media.
Oh, right.
She just fucked the CEO of some private equity firm nobody's heard of until today and happened to get a hosting job at CNBC.
Yeah, don't ever let somebody tell you sleeping to the top doesn't work.
And by the way, if you don't think that this Jeff Shell and David Bonderman didn't know they were passing a girl back and forth.
Oh, they talk about it.
I bet you Bonderman owns some kind of stock in NBC. He's one of the guys.
They've probably golfed together.
Yeah, and I bet you he told this Jeff Shell about her and said, you don't think you could do me a solid and, you know, because, you know, I'm fucking her behind my wife's back and she's bugging me and she's nagging me about her dreams and shit. Do you think you could hook her up with some kind of, like, how about just like CNBC? Nobody watches it anyway.
Sure.
Just give her a job there.
Hand her something.
Jeff Shell had her in for an interview. Harvey Weinstein, you know, a little casting couch kind of a thing. And then off you go for the next, 10 years?
Well,
she's on his
If you're
dick.
going to stick with it for 10 years, though, it can't be that bad.
She is a trooper.
Yeah, that's putting your time in.
Yeah, Hadley Gamble's a trooper. You can't accuse her of just fucking a guy, getting the job, and then leaving him high and dry. I mean,
Yeah, I could give her some credit.
Yeah. So Bonderman is 80 years old. So even at her best, she was fucking a 70-year-old man.
Yeah, that means he's probably got the blue chew, thow.
Oh, he's
which
definitely...
can go for
No.
hours.
He's got shit you've never heard of before.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a billionaire. He's got
okay.
all the bootleg snacks. There's a new Viagra coming out in 2000. It's got cream filling in it. It's a bad motherfucker. Bonderman, the 80-year-old co-owner of the NHL's Seattle Kraken, with an estimated net worth of $6.6 billion, according to Forbes, has been renowned for his extravagant lifestyle, hiring bands like the Rolling Stones to play at his lavish party.
Oh my God, do you know how much it costs to book the Rolling Stones? Just to
for
book
a private
them?
party?
I think 2.5.
Is it 2.5?
Yeah.
At least, right?
Like, that's just to book them.
Yeah. TPG's founder, David Bonderman, is known within the company to have regular female companions on which he lavishes gifts or to whom he otherwise provides benefits, making them feel slutted even if they don't want it. It is, though. I mean,
we're going to get copyright struck.
Oh, yeah, because that sounds just like Ja Rule, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Bounce and leave 100. Making them feel slutted even if they don't want it. It's been so long. Sorry. Do you think he plays Can I Get Her when he fucks Hadley Gamble? Or do you think he plays Lawrence Welk?
I have to see her. I have to know what she looks like.
That's Hadley.
You know what?
That's her getting dressed up in the red bottoms from her 75-year-old wrinkled dick boyfriend.
Those shoes are like $2,000.
But that's the thing. To her, that gets her pussy wet. But to a guy worth $6.6 billion, that's buying a candy bar.
Yeah, that's pacifying her.
So, like,
right?
he gets to fuck the shit out of her at 75 years old, bring her on his yacht parties with the Rolling Stones, show her off to Mick Jagger. And, like,
oh my God.
I don't mean to call her a cheap skank.
Jesus.
But she gets a pair of shoes out of the deal.
I'm sure she gets no. You get that whole experience. You get to meet the Rolling Stones.
Okay, yeah. But, like, again, he's worth $6.6 billion. So he's like, here you go, slag. Here's a pittance, and here's Mick Jagger. Now suck my old wrinkled cock. I'm sorry, he gets the better end of that deal.
He probably does. Plus, like, she's really young and pretty attractive. Not my type, but attractive. She can probably get anything out of him as soon as she asks for it.
Quit trying to see if you can see her pussy.
I was, yeah. Don't leave cracks in your skirt.
I'm just sitting there going, like, it's a still picture on the internet. You can't get a better vantage point or angle, but you're still going. Is that a pussy
no, it's
separation,
not,
or is that just...
That hole stops, like, halfway down her
Oh, my
thigh.
God, it's a muskrat! But yeah, he's getting the better deal of it because it costs nothing to make her look like that to him. And it costs nothing. Like, it's a yacht he already has. It's a band he was already booking.
Yeah.
And he just buys her about $5-6 grand worth of clothes.
Why her? Why did that happen?
Because she's willing.
You know what I mean, though? Like, I always wonder how women, like, specifically ended up in that position where you're being passed around by these old, rich men.
Your dad doesn't love you and you have no dignity and all you want to do. It's called being a climber.
Oh, so I have no chance. My dad loved me.
Right.
Loves me.
Yeah. Thank you for calling me the guy you're with as the no chance part. I appreciate that.
Oh, God.
That's very kind of you.
We're doing a show.
Ah, my fucking quarter. But yeah, she...
Look, you are everything I ever wanted and needed.
Okay, but could you say it like you mean it? All right, to give you an idea of how much this was about her climbing and her doing better in her career. Sorry to everyone with a foot fetish. I'm driving you nuts right now.
I bet she has a wiki feet.
To show you how much of a climber this chick is, these are the guys she was fucking. That's Jeff Shell, the CEO of NBC Universal. He looks like a monkey in a zoo.
He looks like he beats people.
That's a monkey in a zoo face. That's Harambe before he drags a kid.
Ew, and look at the glasses he wears, the Where's Waldo glasses.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You're saying you don't think she was fucking him because he was
Not
so
for
hot and
love.
attractive? And look at that furry gray chest hair.
Oh, and I bet it falls out easily.
I bet you her tits are covered in gray old man chest hair when they're done fucking.
Looks like you're done, like, cuddling with a dog.
Yeah.
Who's in its shedding period.
So allow me to theorize that this woman did not give a shit how attractive or good in bed any of these men were. I kind of envy her, or not envy her. I kind of, not envy her. That means I wanted to fuck him. I admire her in a way because she had such a one-track mind. She was so dedicated to getting to a certain place that she fucked this.
I guess if the juice is worth the squeeze, you know?
No. The Jew would have been the mutual fund guy.
Juice.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The juice. But I would like to see the other guy.
I'm going to guess Schnozola. Sorry.
Wow. You are testy.
Was I wrong?
Oh, my goodness. We downgraded.
There's Bonderman. So that, no, did she downgrade? Because remember, this was about her career. This was not about love. This was not about
men.
$6.6 billion, probably 15 to 20 million. 15 to 20 million, 6.6 billion.
Okay, which one are you choosing? Would you rather? Pick one.
If I'm a woman?
Just go for the billionaire?
Yeah.
I guess.
What, this guy's so much more attractive than this guy that you ignore the $6.6 billion and the yachts and the Rolling Stones and the Louboutins?
Louboutins?
There's Louis Vuitton and there's Louboutins. Ludens. I believe they're shoes and cough drops. I believe it's owned by the same company. They're both red.
Just call them red bottoms.
They're Ludens shoes.
Ludens
yeah, they're
shoes.
both red.
Actually, the red bottoms are just melted down Luden's cherry throat drops.
Oh, I thought everybody knew that. I thought everybody knew.
Just dip the whole shoe in.
Yeah, you dip the shoe in there. Louboutin.
Louboutin.
I found you, Miss Louboutin.
I'm new Louboutin.
Yes. She fucked. Yeah, Pickle Man says she fucked Curious George, bro. Zeke Kyle just simply saying, she needed the money. Oh!
Dude.
You met the Rolling Stones, you who?
Does Mick Jagger get a turn, too?
Might as well, right? Well, he's married, though. Like, he's got to behave himself.
Does that matter to anybody in that world?
At 80, it's got to, right?
I don't think so.
Fucking relax, Mick.
I would like to think it mattered, but realistically, no.
Lip Ripper says, April, I don't think she was sleeping with the juice. That didn't work out well for the last pretty white girl.
I'll give him a shot. I'll fix him.
I don't think, that's...
I'll fix him.
You know what? I will give women this. They never tried that with OJ.
No.
God bless them.
Nobody went back after.
Yeah, God bless
hey,
women.
but the glove didn't fit.
But God bless
couldn't
women
have
for
been
not
him.
going, I can fix OJ. It's probably that bitch he was with.
Oh,
That was
she was
causing
the
all
worst,
the problems.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, he fucked Kris Jenner and didn't kill her.
Can you imagine?
That's the rumor. That's the rumor.
I wasn't ever sure if that was legit or not, but can you imagine if you're Kris Jenner just walking around like, oh, yeah, I've had sex with OJ?
Why? Hey, can I ask you a question? Why is Khloe Kardashian built like a Bills running back?
Oh, we actually think that's...
Yeah.
See, I don't know enough about the Kardashians.
Is she a little darker than her sisters?
No.
Oh, I was trying to go with
I
something
don't think
there.
so.
No, I think the rumor is it's Bruce's kid. Well, I'm sorry, I dead named
Now we're
Caitlyn's
canceled.
kid.
How dare you?
I think that's the rumor. But I'm pretty sure it's Robert Kardashian's. But the son.
Oh, God, you are a terrible human.
It's not good. The Gravy Show says, I don't like this story. She kind of looks like my ex. Well, attaboy. Attaboy.
No, he's saying he doesn't like that.
Well, I mean, she's pretty good looking. And you almost saw her snatch. Carlos Cameo says there's a rumor one of her kids is OJ's. Okay, then it is the Courtney one. Okay, here, let's do the side to side. No, Courtney.
Courtney's not darker. Out of all of them, I'd say Kim is the
no,
darkest.
not Courtney, Chloe. I'm sorry, Chloe, the fat one. Or she used to be.
Chloe's like the whitest one.
Khloe Kardashian OJ. Back in 2017, Khloe slammed the rumor that Simpson could be her biological dad, branding trolls who spread the whispers assholes, easy language, and haters. People are a-holes, or assholes, she said, but I don't care. I focus on. So she has the same attitude the rest of us have about Jimmy cracking corn.
And we don't care?
She doesn't care.
Okay.
I focus on the good. She said in response to one fan defending her, they are all fucked. LOL, such assholes. Hee hee, oh well. Yeah, see?
The side-by-side's a little bit.
See?
But she's so white. Like, there's not even a chance.
OJ fucked my mom and I don't care. OJ fucked my mom and I don't care. OJ fucked my mom and I don't care. He came inside her snatch. That's the song. You don't know that one?
No. I like to think of Kris getting down on like her knees at the end of the day to pray now and just like thanking God that she wasn't the one with her head lopped off.
God, thank
every
you.
single day.
Thank you for not making me upset the athlete so much that he cut my fucking head off. I really appreciate that. And Bruce too. Bruce is probably like, yeah, thanks, because that didn't end well for Ron Goldman either.
But that's true. That could have been
Yeah.
Caitlyn. You called him Bruce again.
Son of a bitch. Oh.
Caitlyn, if anything,
Hi,
is like,
God, it's me, Caitlyn. Thank you very much for not letting OJ cut my head off. Oh.
Caitlyn's one of the better ones. Like, she at least has a solid head on her shoulders.
Well,
like,
yeah,
if we're grading on a curve here.
Big Easter Island head, you're right. No, but it's like Caitlyn Jenner, like it's gotten like the trans shit has gotten so bad that it's now Decepticons and Autobots. Like Caitlyn Jenner is the good transformer.
Right.
Where you're like, oh, at least that one's a little based and understand. Like
that one says, leave them kids alone.
There's a level to Caitlyn Jenner that you can tell is like a little ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
Like
they don't like what's happened.
They understand that they're fucked up and they don't push their fucked upness on everyone else to try to feel normal. Whereas other trans people are like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? I just cut my dick off yesterday. Why can't you call me by the right name and pronouns? It's like, oh yeah, you're right. No. We're the ones who are fucked up. Like at least Caitlyn Jenner's like, look, this got me out of prison time for killing somebody in a car accident because they think women can't drive anyway. Okay. So, this worked out. Marriage of convenience,
sure.
if you will.
Okay, can you imagine being his ex-wife, though, too? That bothers me sometimes.
I don't think anything bothers her because she's kind of a sociopath.
Do you think?
She's a climber.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Kris Jenner has been through an interesting life, if you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, pimped out her kids.
And probably had sex with OJ.
Probably fucked OJ.
Used to be married to now Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Do you just think anybody who has sex with a black man has led an interesting life? Is that what it is?
I've never said that.
Okay, just checking.
Whatever do you mean?
Because the first thing you went to was she had sex with OJ.
I was more so talking about the killer aspect of it, not the fact that he's black. But,
you know what? I apologize. I only see color.
See, now that's the last part I saw.
I want to be like that. People always say, I don't see color. I just want to go the other way and be like, I'm sorry, I only see color.
It was dark in the room. I couldn't tell.
Oh, man, I met Ernie Hudson today. Oh, the black guy? No, the guy who played Winston in Ghostbusters. Oh, I'm sorry. I only see color. Like, wait.
I want you to be that kind of autistic. Like, that's what you walk around doing now.
Yeah.
And I have to make excuses for you and apologize.
Oh, man, you guys, you remember Harriet Tubman? Oh, the black chick?
Harriet Tubman.
No, Harriet. Oh, that was her. That was a really mean nickname her bullies called her.
She was Harriet Tubman.
Yeah. She never shaved her armpits either, so they called her Harry and Tubman. Wasn't nice. Wasn't nice. I wouldn't have called her that. Other people did. Chris talked Bruce into being Caitlyn, says Yosemite Sambo. I don't think it was talked. It was more like acted. She,
Really?
kind of pushed him.
See, I will say again, I don't know enough about this family. I didn't know that. I actually thought that he just kind of did that and then was kind of ostracized from the family.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I know the daughters all had a really hard time calling him.
And he and his sons had issues when he was a dude. So, like, imagine afterwards. Like, you and your dad don't quite see eye to eye, and then he goes, by the way, son, I need to get out of prison, so I'm a chick now. Here's my tits.
Yeah, now they don't see tit to tit.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, Dad, what the fuck? I told you to not go so hard on the testosterone cycles.
Oh, God.
Now, don't go so hard on the steroids, Dad. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Sorry, son. Now I've got titties.
Poor little Rob's, like, going through, like, the Woman of the Year magazine and getting after it, and he comes on his dad, Mom.
Oh,
no.
No.
That'll ruin anyone's phone.
No, that ruined my day. Oh. Spy Pigeon. Yeah, people ask me, they go, oh, you remember Rosa Parks? I'm like, oh, the black lady? And I'm like, no, the civil rights icon who sat at the back of the bus. Oh, sorry.
She had to hush that fuss.
I only saw,
in the back
saw
of the
color. Yes, famously, people don't know this. Rosa Parks, when people ask what she's famous for, they always say not moving to the back of the bus. But people forget that before that, she did not hush that fuss.
And she was supposed to, right?
She did neither of those things. She was instructed to hush that fuss and move to the back of the bus.
But she said, nah.
She said, nah. Somebody just bought another shot of Patron.
Oh.
I just might have to stay, yay. Nah. Sorry.
You know what hurts me about that?
I just did the first Outcast Rosa Parks Chris Young combo ever. You're welcome. I can't listen to another show.
I bet you nobody got the Chris Young part.
If you did, you're a white person.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you are white. And to celebrate.
If you care to join me in the parlor, we will be serving white cake.
Exactly. Thank you to The Mood for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, buddy. That's going to put us, that's 25. That's going to put us 180. Oh, no, 280. I'm sorry. 180 would have been fucking crazy. Thanks, guys. 280 away from today's goal. So we are under 300 well before 7 o'clock. Guys, keep jumping on that. Thank you very much. PayPal, Streamlabs, best ways to do it. Gifted memberships are effective. Super chats are effective. Thank you very much. Dead Jester, Derek Chauvinist, Misdemeanor, Joe the Toe, Mark W., the Fed Up Canadian, Mike G., even more, all getting memberships, as well as Nicholas Jasso, Foulmouth Yoda, also getting them.
Very cool.
Perfect. All right. Lip Ripper goes, them jeans you painted on. Oh, no. See?
Isn't that just a banger? When you're going out to drink, I don't know if there's like a more banger song unless you're playing Neon, which is also Chris Young.
I enjoy myself a lot of Chris Young. And,
I'm in love with Chris Young.
Anna's definitely in my secondary list of hits, but still good.
You didn't even know that one until I came around.
Fuck you. Yes, I did.
I started playing it in the truck, and you're like, oh, this is pretty good.
Suck my ass. I've known that song for years.
I would rather pass.
There's a different Chris Young song that you're thinking of, but it ain't that one. How fucking dare you? The Eyes song.
Lonely Eyes?
Lonely Eyes is the one you're thinking of, not Oh No.
Boy, I had like no horse in that race. I didn't really care.
Don't you fucking question me on
Somebody
my Chris
is
Young.
just testy today.
Don't you fucking dare.
Oh, boy.
Phillips here says, remember women bang the dude who bought the pool, not the guy that cleans it.
That's
Fuck that.
not true.
No, they bang the
That's
guy
not
who
true at
cleans it.
all.
They marry the guy who bought it.
They marry the guy who bought it. They stop having sex with that guy and have sex with the guy that cleans it.
There you go. Derek Chauvinist says, does this Steel Toe membership count as an N-word pass? I mean,
It's up to Marquise, I guess.
Yeah, I guess Marquise gets to
Has he been around? Where'd he
declare
go?
that. No, he said last week he was doing something. I can't remember. He called into the show to tell us. I can't remember.
Oh.
At any rate. Let's continue on here,
He went
guys.
out for smokes.
He went out for smokes, that son of a bitch. Thank you guys very much. 280 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out and do overtime. So we have a goal today, goal tomorrow, goal Friday. No goal tonight because it's a prize show. And the prize show usually knocks some off of Thursday. So it's going to be, I would say, pretty smooth sailing for the rest of the week.
Should be a banger.
Continue to knock that shit out, and we will do great shows for you, I promise. Well, the New York Times decided to do some propaganda yesterday, which shouldn't surprise anyone. Dr. Fauci, I think he's trying to keep himself out of a House Judiciary hearing or out of like a House investigative hearing.
He should probably quit talking then.
No, because what he's
No.
watch what he's doing, and we're going to talk about it here in a second. He's slowly de-escalating. So instead of coming out and going, I was completely full of shit and I lied to pursue an agenda, he's just like chiseling away around the corners of white lies, and he's doing it very, very slowly. I feel like he's putting this whole COVID picture together the way an 85-year-old puts together a 1,000-piece puzzle.
Oh, right. Around the edges first.
A little bit at a time. Yeah, get
Yeah.
that border started and then work on separate chunks.
And it gets hard sometimes.
So Dr. Fauci did an interview with the New York Times, because he wanted to be held accountable.
I think so.
Yeah, and when you want your balls busted as a big-time leftist, you go to the New York Times because they're going to hold your feet to the fire.
He just wants to be transparent with us.
Well, the title of the article from the New York Times looked like this. Dr. Fauci looks back. Something clearly went wrong. Now,
Whatever could that be?
does that not, like, if you're the parent of a child who now has to go to remedial classes
Yeah.
because their kid fell behind,
Okay.
or you lost your gym, or you lost your bar and restaurant, or you lost whatever other, your boutique, whatever the hell had to close up because of COVID, that he's now saying, maybe a little aggressive. Maybe the juice wasn't worth the squeeze on those decisions. Like, if anything, you want this guy to stick by his decision. You don't want him to express regret all these years later after the fact when nothing can be done about it.
Right, because now you're broke and businessless
Yeah.
and in despair because the person who wrecked it all for you doesn't even stand by what they did.
Right. Now the guy who did the whole thing, the guy who's responsible for this happening to you, is the guy going, look, maybe we got a little crazy there in the beginning, and a lot of the shit I said didn't come to pass, but whoopsie daisy. See, like, that's what he's doing. He's slowly doing a whoopsie daisy now so that the Republicans can't drag him in there and going, because, in order to prove he committed a crime and put him in jail, you have to prove he was malicious.
Yep.
But if he
had
comes
that
out and does
intent.
these interviews and go, oh, guys, I'm so sorry. I fucked up. I got it wrong. Here in science, we experiment, and this was a live action experiment, and I did it wrong. And if I could do it over again, I'd do it differently. Like, if he claims it's an accident.
Sounds like a breakup gone wrong.
Right? If he claims it's an accident and he didn't know and he would do it differently next time around, you can't throw a guy in jail for that.
I guess not.
It was a fuck up. I had a job. I'm in the government. I fucked up, which, by the way, not exactly a new story.
I wish more people were like me. Like, I have such a guilty conscience.
I do too.
Like,
I wish more people were like me.
when I've screwed something up, I don't have it in me to like sit and spin about like
What?
how it was such an accident. I'm so sorry when I knew I did something on purpose and it was bad. You know what I mean? I can't do that.
In his most extensive interview yet, Anthony Fauci wrestles with the hard lessons of the pandemic and the decisions that will define his legacy. Here's how they start off the article. Then we'll get to some of Fauci's comments on it. It was perhaps an impossible job. Make one man the face of public health amid an unprecedented pandemic in a country as fractious as the United States. You act like the COVID thing didn't help create the divide.
It certainly blew it wide open, right?
This country is so divided. Yeah, you know what didn't help? Not letting them live their lives. And by the way, this is the most heartbreaking part. In an economy that was treating them insanely well.
It's booming. Yeah.
The cost of shit was nothing compared to now. Shit was free in 2019.
If somebody today were to like drop all the prices back to how they were in 2019,
we'd all be rich.
We'd all be rich. Probably shit my pants a little.
You'd shit a little.
We'd all just shit a little.
If gas dropped
Oh my
$2.20,
God.
okay, let's do this alone. If gas drops $2.20 a gallon alone, what does that do to your bottom line?
Oh, God.
Okay, if groceries go down 50%, what does that do to your bottom line?
Everything. I can do everything now.
Those two things alone, people are pocketing $500 a month?
At least 500.
$700 a month. I mean, people are pocketing brand new car payments a month.
Yeah, especially like depending on how, like if you're a commuter to work, can you imagine?
Right.
Oh my goodness.
It was perhaps an impossible job. And there were bound to be disappointments and frustrations, and they were bound to get personal. Okay, wait. This retconning COVID bullshit, I'm sorry. I'm in my 30s now. I was in my 30s when COVID happened. That is not what happened. They did not tell us there were bound to be disappointments and frustrations. I'm quoting, I am the science. He wasn't saying, look, I could fuck this up, guys. I could be wrong. No, I am the science. Oh, and by the way, question it. Bye-bye Twitter. Bye-bye YouTube. Bye-bye Facebook. Goodbye everything. No going against Mr. Science.
Because that's what mattered, by the way.
Right.
Oh, people got something wrong, so let's take away their platforms.
Yeah, so don't tell me that it was built into the cake that there were bound to be disappointments and frustrations, because that ain't the way that ain't the way that Fauci pitched it, and that ain't the way you see suckers in the New York Times gobbled his balls to it either. There was no expressing disappointment or expressing frustration or expressing skepticism. If you did that, you were a Nazi. Still, in December, when Elon Musk joked on Twitter that his pronouns were prosecute Fauci, it felt like the cresting of a turning tide against the man who had played essentially that role for the first 3 years of the pandemic. By the way, when Elon Musk joked prosecute Fauci, this is how out of touch people like the New York Times are, and people in New York in general with the rest of the country. It was not the cresting of the turning tide.
No.
The rest of America had turned on this guy long before Elon. You got to remember, Elon Musk is kind of a normie in that sense. Not like in the terms of what he's accomplished, but in like his social commentary. He's like late to the party guy. Prosecute Fauci had been a thing long before that.
Right, he kind of jumped on.
So the New York Times says this January, the month after Fauci retired as the 4-decade head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, right as the Republicans were gaining subpoena power in the House of Representatives, barely half of Americans said they trusted the country's public health institutions to manage a future pandemic. Maybe because you fucked their kids over, took their jobs, and crushed their businesses.
Right.
Only to find out when they got COVID 2 or 3 times that, yeah, it knocked me on the ass for a couple of days, but ultimately I was fine.
What did you say you said over half or nearly half?
They barely half.
Oh, barely.
So probably
half.
like 49, 50%.
I don't know who that other half of the people are.
I'll tell you who it was. It was
Liars.
People who worked from home and really liked working from home, really liked the COVID bonus checks, and don't have to go outside for anything.
Oh, well, how are you liking those bonus checks now that everything costs $1 million?
I mean, that is kind of what those bonus checks did.
That is what
we
it
spent
did.
trillions of dollars on. Think about that. We shut down the economy and then printed a fuckload of money when if you would have kept the economy open, we would have created the resources. We would have created the revenue. We would have generated it through the production of goods. Oh, my God. I mean.
Can you imagine if the people were just left alone to decide if they wanted to stay home when there's a disease running around?
Yeah.
Like normal, like
Right.
the flu?
the strong would have went out and the weak would have stayed home, and it probably would have helped that business find out who its dedicated employees were.
And you would have got your body bags. The people that are going to die, they're going to die.
Yeah, it would have killed some people.
You know, you'll all be pleased.
Over several hours and multiple Zoom and phone calls in April, that's cavernous, I spoke with Fauci about that, how he saw the full story of this historic public health emergency and the role he played in it. I'm a physician, he told me in response to criticism that he had pushed the country too far. That's my identity. I've taken care of thousands of patients in one period of my life during the early days of HIV. Oh, to which you fucking crushed it. I mean,
that AZT was just killing it.
Those early days of HIV and AIDS, when you got right on top of that, I mean, you certainly did Jerry Falwell's bidding because you killed a lot of homosexuals. Oh yeah, you know what? You didn't kill them. You were simply the Flying Dutchman escorting them to the afterlife.
Right, you held their hand.
Yeah. You escorted souls lost at sea, or AZT, to the afterlife. Oh, you have AIDS? Come here, my child. You're going to help fix me?
I'll just end your suffering.
I'm just going to end your suffering. Yes, Angel of Death, Anthony Fauci. That's who we want.
That's a great name for him.
Yeah, the Angel of Death. The man who took a disease that really wasn't all that deadly. Not AIDS, I'm talking about COVID now. Man who took a disease that wasn't all that deadly and completely destroyed an empire over it. That's actually kind of impressive when you think about it that way.
Part of me does just think that he's just some scientist out there thinking like, oh God, I've always just wanted to try this out and I missed it with AIDS.
He took a nasty case of pneumonia and turned it into the end of the Roman Empire.
He just wanted to see what it'd be like to let's hype up this pandemic here and let's just shut it all down, guys. It's a big emergency. I think maybe he just kind of wanted to see what that was like.
Yeah. He's the mask. It was, they said, hey, Dr. Fauci, we've got, tell you what, Dr. Fauci, it looks like we have a huge pandemic coming in. And he put the green mask on. He went, it's showtime.
Yes, there you go.
Oh. The ugly fuckling says, America's Joseph Mengele. Oh, yeah, but at least Mengele told you he intended to separate conjoined twins and operate on retards. Dr. Fauci was like, I'm doing this for you guys.
I mean,
wait, did I just excuse Mengele over Fauci?
I think so.
At least
I'm feeling a tad uncomfortable.
Okay, Mengele never pitched himself as the good guy, is what I'm trying to say.
He never claimed.
Mengele was always a lunatic psychopath.
You are,
and was totally fine with it. Fauci tried to pitch it to us that he was our friend. This is like Mengele separating conjoined twins and you guys know I'm doing this to help you, right?
You have been good in your history at excusing really bad people from doing really bad things just because, well, at least they were honest about it.
In my defense, most of them Nazis. No, I'm just kidding.
I give them mad respect for being honest, guys.
Derek Chauvinist says, at least Mengele dressed in Hugo Boss.
At least he looked good.
Guys, the way I phrased that Mengele thing was not correct. What I meant to say was, at least Fauci,
Careful.
Fauci didn't pitch himself as the evil that Mengele was. He acted like he was the angel of death who came thinking he came riding in on a white horse to save us, when it's like, no, dude, you're fucking destroying this thing. And then when people pointed out you were destroying this thing, he acted like a dick to those people and belittled them and shit on them, dividing them further from their families and friends and everything else. So this guy was like a social and medical parasite. It was horrible. I mean, COVID is the living embodiment and definition of the treatment being worse than the illness.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Lockdowns.
It was way worse.
Lockdowns were to COVID what AZT was to AIDS. And guess who was in charge of both of them?
Fauci.
Tony Fauci. Old Tony Baloney.
Oh. What, are we being endearing now?
The Pickle Man says, too late, Aaron. We already clipped it. Yeah, I figured that could have happened. Whoops.
Do you ever feel remorse?
Yeah, but always when it's too late.
Right? It doesn't matter now.
Always when it's too late. That's the unfortunate thing.
Yeah.
Scarface with $20 over on PayPal says, just found I got a raise at work. Here's a thank you for entertaining me as I work. I mean, if you think about it, we are very much responsible for your raise. So we deserve that.
Technically, we do motivate you through your day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you get that raise without steel toe.
Obviously not.
By the way, before the more autistic reaches of our audience get a hold of that, I'm kidding. Relax.
Do you think too, like, I've always thought this, like shutting down people, like locking them in their houses so that they can't go be around people and maybe get their immune system up and get some vitamin D outside. That probably made people sicker too, right?
Yeah.
When they got it.
Sure did.
I know that didn't help anything.
No.
Typically, like,
didn't
think
help.
about it.
Didn't help alcoholics and drug addicts either, isolating them by themselves.
Right, you'll stockpile your alcohol and then
Liquor
just sit at home
stores
and drink.
deliver now.
Like, I know for me, if I'm stuck at home more often in the winter and stuff, and then I go to a big event and I see a bunch of people, I'm probably going to be sick after that now because I haven't been out around anyone.
Yeah, I mean, understandable.
I mean, it's a good chance.
Understandable. $260 away from today's goal. Holy shit, guys. Thank you very much. We're off to a great start. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. If we get that under 200 by 8 o'clock, we're cruising on Easy Street. There's Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, Rumble rants. All of it counts. Hit the like button as well. Let's get that up to 150 in the next 5 minutes. Where are we at now? We haven't really pushed the like button and really shoved you in that direction. Let's give you a quick little shove 5 minutes before the end of the hour. Let's get that to 150. Usually we say 100, but it's been getting to 100 on its own lately. Mm-hmm. So let's get, there you go. Stevie J says we're at 128. Beautiful, guys. Great work. Let's get that to 150 in the next 4 minutes. Shouldn't take much. We're already at 130. Chico, good to see Chico back. He says 260 for Aaron Bischoff, WCW Cocaine Fund, man. Where's my? Hold on. This is this is in honor. This is in honor of Chico. Hold on. Hey yo, did y'all come here to see the Steel Toe Morning Show, or did y'all come here to see the NWO? One more for the bad guy. It's just for my buddy Cheek. What other listeners do I do that for?
Oh, this poor little TV. I see the spot.
KF and David Chandler and Fred all have their own drops.
Did Fred leave us, by the way?
I don't know where Fred's been.
I think Fred left.
Fred still talks to me on Twitter and whatnot, but I don't see Fred showing up in the chat anymore. Poor Fred. Sorry, Freddie. That, by the way, every time we do that, I get messages later in the day and like, dude, fuck you. I got a new job. I get work different hours now. I listen later.
I've gotten messages like that too. Like, I'm still listening. Why would you say that about me?
I know. And then I feel like a dick.
And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
The mood
I
says,
miss you?
The mood says, came for the blonde, stayed for the dusty impressions. Well, thank you very much, baby. You see, you go to the pay window, daddy. And they give you a boot in the butt and a go watch. I'm fucking up my dusty already this morning. Getting out of order. Hey, guys, great news. I've got a crossover story for you.
I am.
Rick Ross.
The bison guy.
No, the boss. Rick Ross.
Ricky Ross, the biggest boss.
Ricky Ross, the biggest boss with his bison farm. And Don Lemon.
No.
Not together. They're not.
Okay,
They're not appearing together.
Do they both have bison farms now?
No, they don't. They don't both have bison farm.
Okay.
But Rick Ross made a video this week, and Rick Ross wants to offer Don Lemon a gig.
Nope.
Yep.
I can't have those two together. I can't have him ruining what Rick Ross is to me.
By the by, I didn't know this, and I should have maybe assumed this was the case because Rick Ross, he had a career, he had a job before he was a rapper, so he's probably a little educated financially on retirement and savings and shit like that.
Have you seen him?
Rick Ross is diversified as fuck.
Yes. He has like multiple booze things. He puts on big ass car shows. He's a rap artist still.
No, not
he
even
has
like
bison.
Fuck that. That's just the showy shit.
And then think about all of his investments, like on the back end of things.
That's what I'm talking about. Like he's got restaurants and like
he's everywhere,
but not like fancy restaurants where you have to be there. And so like he gets chains. He buys franchises.
The chains.
Chains, of course. But he's actually a ridiculously smart guy.
I like the guy.
Yeah,
You can't steer me away from him.
I'm not big on Rick Ross's music. I'm just not. It's nothing personal.
I've always very much thought he had a very sexy voice, and that does it for me.
But he made a video for Don Lemon after he found out that Don Lemon lost his job at CNN. And let's see if Don Lemon wants to accept the gig from Mr. Ross, Mr. Bison Magnet Rick Ross.
I've never seen his eyes without sunglasses. I'm a little creeped out.
He's got a little bit of CeeLo eyes.
What happened? Put the glasses back on, quick.
And by the way, I hate the high beard up on the cheekbones. Fucking annoying.
How do you do that? I think you only hate it because you can't do it.
I hate it because it looks like those kids in India who have the Wolfman disease. They grow you've never seen the Wolfman disease?
No.
Oh my God, we got to show April pictures of the Wolfman disease after this.
Okay.
Oh yeah, like in third world countries, there's kids who never stop growing hair and it covers their whole face and they look like a Wolfman.
Well, that's kind of disgusting. But then again, if he were to shave the high beard, then you've got like a 5 o'clock shadow up to your cheekbones. So what are you supposed to do?
What I hate about this beard is it makes Rick Ross look like he's peeking over a beard fence.
It is clean though. Look at that circle under his bottom lip. That is the cleanest shave.
Kind of barber you can afford when you have a bison farm. All right, here's bison impresario Rick Ross offering Don Lemon a gig.
It's the biggest boss in the game, Ricky Rose. Just found out Don Lemon was terminated from CNN. Damn, Don. But guess what? The brothers got your back. We hiring in at Wingstop. And for some reason, I believe you know what you're doing with them lemon pepper wings. So, man, just send over your resume. Well, it was 17 years. But I'm going to make sure I get you in front of the right grill, brother.
I love it.
Rick Ross is offering Don Lemon a gig at Wingstop.
So he can do some lemon pepper wings.
Now, Wingstop, we have a location here. That's a chain, right? Isn't that the
we
Pizza Hut?
don't have Wingstop anymore.
But that's the Pizza Hut
It's
connected
not.
chain, right?
Nope. Wingstop is like the green, like like packaging and stuff. Like so, Pizza
Yeah.
Hut's like red. Like Wingstop has green packaging on everything.
I thought we had a Pizza Hut Wingstop.
No, we used to have a
combo.
Wingstop. I think where Lily's Wings, Burgers, and things is right now.
Okay.
And it went away.
All right,
But
so
people do like them.
Rick Ross owns a Wingstop. That's what I like about the guy. That's not a sexy investment.
Wings.
Yeah.
I mean,
Look.
I to each their own. I think wings are very sexy.
You should still understand. Like, you should still do what you love. I get that part.
Right.
But like, I like that this guy's diversified his shit. Because like, how many rappers do you see from like when I listened that are just busted right now?
Oh God, and he's totally not.
Juvenile, Mystical, all these. I mean, Mystical's kind of his own doing.
How's Ja Rule doing?
Ja Rule was down for a while. I think he's back up.
DMX is not doing well.
DMX, yeah, well, even before his untimely demise, DMX was not doing well. Yeah, like a lot of those guys just went bust, and now I feel like there was a trade-off. Like this new generation of rappers, although Rick Ross was kind of in between those two generations.
Yeah, he's not like a new rapper at all.
He's not like Ludacris's era, but he's like immediately after that. Those guys kind of learned from the 90s and early 2000s guys. They made shittier music, but they made better financial decisions.
Yeah, I think he's doing okay.
But I feel like all these cough syrup junkies are going to fuck that up again.
I don't know, as long as you're like him and you stay out of that. He's not that cough syrup junkie.
But he's not part of that era, though. That era now of like the Tekashi 6ix9s,
Well,
the Me Guy. Well, the Me Guy already fucked it up. I mean, they went bowling in the ghetto as millionaires. Great idea.
In the ghetto.
Like, black rappers have to start behaving like white CEOs. They got to be like Jeff Shell. They got to fuck news ladies and be on yachts with the Rolling Stones. No more going to the ghetto bowling alley when you got millions of dollars.
You know what else I think this guy did right? I don't think he's married or anything. I might be wrong, but
oh, thank you, April. That's wonderful that you think he did it right.
You are an ass sometimes. Like, you and I are in a much different position than he is. Like, him, when he's getting married and stuff, like, there could be chicks out there just after his, like, stuff.
His seed. Name me 3 ways I'm different than Rick Ross. Exactly. You can't do it.
You know what? That made my head hurt so bad.
We're the same guy.
I shorted out.
Rick Ross and I, born from the same hustle.
Your brothers from different mothers.
That's right. All right, so Don Lemon gets offered the job at Wingstop. You know, this is a little insulting, though, because, you know, not that Don Lemon's in a position to argue, but like he did say he was going to put Don Lemon in front of a fryer. He didn't even offer him a manager gig.
I'll make sure you're in front of that right grill.
Yeah, the gay one.
Okay.
I'll put you in front of the right grill, the one you can stick your dick on, Don.
When you're the one making the lemon pepper wings, do you have to be the gay guy?
Why did you say Peppa with an A?
Is why he says it.
All right, well.
He says it in his songs.
All right. Just
Still
checking.
lemon pepper on his motherfucking wings.
Is that in a song?
Oh God, yeah.
That's pimp. He's promoting his Wingstop business in his music.
I'm telling you.
That would be like 90s rappers going, yeah, and go through the easy soak car wash.
I believe that's in Thug Cry.
Of course, who
The
doesn't
song
remember?
called Thug Cry.
Who doesn't remember the great poetic tome, Thug Cry? I always found it a little weird. It always sat weird with me with Rick Ross that he was a prison guard and he's talking
Right?
about thugs and gangsters and
Well,
shit
he's
like
seen
that.
them all.
He's hit them all in the kidneys with a fucking nightstick. I wish you know what? Fuck that. Rick Ross blew his entire career. He could have done so much better if he would have adopted like a big boss man gimmick. He would have been like, yo, it's Ricky Ross, the real boss in the pen. Get on the line, I'll crack you in the head.
He talks that way.
And then, he could have done a cover of the Big Boss Man's theme. Yo, if you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia,
Doesn't
you
he
better
live?
read the sign, respect the law and order. You'll serve hard times. And you got girls in the background. Hard times.
I feel like he lives somewhere like that, or his bison farm is there.
His bison farm's got to be in Montana, right? Don't bison have to be kind of cold?
I don't know. There's bison farms around here. I know of two
It's
of them.
fucking cold here.
I guess it's cold here.
Exactly.
Stay solid, brother. Just came up with a wonderful idea. Well, really, Don, you helped me come up with this, but I need to hit the team over at Rapstar Energy Drink and let them know we should introduce the Don Lemon flavor. What y'all think? What y'all think?
I love that Rick Ross decided to use Don Lemon's firing as basically an infomercial for all his products. Attaboy,
Dude.
Ricky.
Don Lemon is like doing it all wrong. He could be going around being known as the Don, by the way, and he's just not.
Well, I mean, yes and no. The problem is people fucking hate his guts.
Yeah,
For
like
being
I said, he screwed it all up.
A propagandist piece of shit. So, and by the way, I think the last statute is right. Any flavor you name after Don Lemon has to be fruity.
It's in the name,
Yeah, has to be fruit. Well, and in the personality.
in the butt.
Yeah. Shaft says, "Oh, what a great name for one of his bison, Mike Bison."
Maybe it is. I wonder if there's a list somewhere of his bison's names. And do you
Andrew-
think he has barbers come take care of his bison?
Andrew Bison Clay. It's close. It's close. Keely Chow says, "Hey everybody, good morning. What's going on?" Hello, Keely Chow. Wonderful to see you.
Good morning.
How about M Bison
I'm
from
thinking
Street Fighter? You could do that one as well. Lots of options.
Bison Fury.
Bison Fury. There you go.
Yeah.
If this was the early 2000s NBA, he could name one of them Bison Chandler. Perfect. All right.
Bison Chicken.
$260 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for getting us off to an awesome start. I just did Trump fingers. I don't know why. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show, tell people to come watch it. It's very good. Please, if you will. The mood says, just like AF is not America first, but assorted fruits. Yeah, I think if you're run by Nicholas J. Fuentes, I think assorted fruits probably works a little bit better than America first.
Those two could do a show together.
Don Lemon and Nick Fuentes? Yeah. Oh, my God. I would love that. You know what it would do? It would make Nick Fuentes...
everyone really gay?
It would make Nick Fuentes comes to grips with who he really is and just make him live his truth.
So brave.
One Don Lemon ball swipe and sniff for Nick Fuentes, and he'd be like, I always knew I wanted a little bit of the chocolate, daddy.
I hope they smell like lemons.
It would be ironic, right? No, it would be coincidental.
If you went down to like discover for us like what they smelled like and it smelled like lemons, somehow that'd feel good to me.
That would make you feel
That
better.
would make me feel whole.
Yeah, see, I think, it's a good idea. Don Lemon and Nicholas J. Fuentes doing a show together. It would allow Nicholas J. Fuentes to admit that he's a homosexual and also that he's probably into a little bit of race mixing.
And they'll make a different type of video later.
A lemon party, if you will.
Oh.
The mood says, thank Cogs Chat for that America First show. Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much to Cogs Chat for that one. Okay, guys, let's move on to, oh, wow. I think fruits might be the theme of today's show. Justin Trudeau.
You should have named this episode The Fruit Basket.
The Fruit Basket. Oh,
The cornucopia of fruits.
The tutti fruity, oh, it's not Friday, it's Wednesday. Fruity Willy Wednesday. There we go. This is one more COVID thing, and then we'll move on to, the AI pizza commercial. Oh, that is creepy. AI is so not there yet, but you can see that it's on its way.
It's trying.
And so we're in this weird spot where AI is creepy as fuck and totally glitchy, but you're like, okay, but it's also like within a generation of destroying us all and turning us into robot sex slaves.
Right.
Yeah,
we're not having real babies anymore.
Yeah.
We're having robots.
You can only half laugh at their attempt because you're like, all right, that they suck at this right now, but they're definitely on the right track. So, put off a few years until we get fucked. Wayne Chambers with $5 says, yeah, Aaron, no difference between you and Rick. The fuzz on your face screams Rick's beard. See, that's what I thought, Wayne. Thank you very much for getting my side.
You need it all the way up to here and like down here too.
See, that's an aesthetic. That Rick and I are still
How did he
kindred
get
spirits.
it so soft looking? It just looks so soft.
He's black.
Black people just have soft facial hair.
Yeah. It's really no.
Whereas Aaron's is like pokey and puby.
Exactly. Pokey and Puby was actually the name of my ska band in high school. Oh, we didn't show you the Wolf Boy people.
No, I was kind of hoping we forgot about it.
Wolf Boy disease.
This
There.
sounds like a weird fetish.
Hypertrichiosis.
Ew.
It's hyper tricky to grow that hair, to grow that air. It's tricky. All right, let's
Okay, nope.
Look, the
I
Wolf
don't
Boy
want to
disease.
see that. What is this, Jumanji?
Kind of.
Stop. Nope.
Yeah, look at this. Their hair never stops growing.
Please stop. That's not real.
That is real.
I don't believe you.
Look at that guy. He's got pube face.
I actually don't believe that that's real.
Well, that one isn't. That one's a pain.
This looks like movie shit.
No, this happens.
Those are women.
People, yeah, well,
You,
it's equal opportunity. Look at that. Your shit doesn't stop growing all over your body.
you're not allowed to be in public then.
Oh, look at that little fucker in the little czar uniform. Growing his puby face.
Okay, tell me
All
how
over the
that
place.
happens. Is it genetic?
Yeah, you're just born with it.
So it's Maybelline.
Yeah. Look at this guy.
Ew. Okay, no.
Hey, question for you.
Stop it. I don't want to have to take my husband to the groomers.
Smash or pass?
I'm passing.
Think of snuggling up against that brustly little cheek.
Oh, you're the worst.
Come on, just think of a little.
What are you, like, into brustling up on furry cheeks?
Oh, look at this guy. It looks like he's got a tattoo of body hair.
Stop being that way. Wax it. Ew.
God did it.
We're done. This is over for us.
Their parents were sinful and they needed to be punished by the Almighty.
I don't think you're allowed to go out in public like that.
You are, actually.
You're allowed to only be in werewolf movies.
I like to make werewolf movies.
You've never seen that before, have you? The Down Syndrome Theater?
No.
Oh, my God.
Why?
Here.
Why do you have all of these bad sounding things?
Down Syndrome werewolf.
Speaking of Down syndrome, did you see what Mattel did with the...
The Down Syndrome Barbie?
Barbies?
That Barbie so does not look downsy.
It doesn't. I saw it twice this morning on 2 different sites, and I'm like,
Yeah.
that doesn't. I'm like squinting at it. I'm like, I'm trying to make it downsy with my brain, and it's not working.
You know what happened? They fucked up one of the Barbies, and they made a shitload of them, and they went, we can't just throw these away. Like, this costs 2 cents a doll to make, and we got to sell it for 40. What are we going to do? And they're like, just call it a Down Syndrome one. We'll be heroes, and we can use all these discards.
Like, I was trying to envision the Barbie, like, looking like that Victoria's Secret model that you love. That Sophia Jaro or whatever.
Not the fucking Down Syndrome model. I do not like her.
There is something so strange about her because, like, if you look below here, like, everything is pretty great. But then you watch, like, a video of her and things are just off a little bit. And it's like, I don't know if I can really...
April, is what
You know
you're
what I mean?
is what you're trying to say is April's basically saying, and I'm quoting here, that retard has great tits.
I never called her that.
No, I did. For comedic effect. It's totally fine if you're being
I don't
funny.
like how excited you look about it. You should go to her Instagram sometime.
I'd
She is
rather
pretty
not.
hot.
You're trying to avoid Down Syndrome slam poetry.
I think you should have to look at her Instagram after.
Old O&A fans remember this bit. This is, April's never seen this before. It's special poetry slam.
I am the werewolf.
Help! Werewolf in London.
Werewolf in Paris.
Werewolf has fun.
Werewolf is cute. Werewolf is gothic.
I turned myself into a werewolf.
Fight 2 demons. Werewolf is boys. Naked.
Favorite.
I like to make werewolf movies.
I fight vampires.
Werewolves like to howl.
They meet in the jungle of dark.
Every night I turn myself into a werewolf.
Stop it. Please.
There you go. That's the poetry slam.
I'm afraid.
The one with the black lipstick was super into it.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't get that at all.
They felt
actually
very artsy.
I think you should have to show everyone your Victoria's Secret girlfriend.
I don't know. I really don't like. I don't think it's right that they did that.
Really?
I think.
You don't
yeah,
think it was inclusive of them?
I think it's fucked up. I really.
She
do.
models for like everyone now. After they did that, I will say, like, if her career wasn't going anywhere, it sure is now.
Certainly is.
She's modeling for all over the place.
All right, guys, let's continue on. Thank you over on Rumble. We appreciate you guys being there. YT Overrated, complaining about me being stupid. Eagle of America says we are at the cusp of robot rights. No, I think my whole point with this next thing we're about to show you is that we're definitely not there yet, but I think they're going to get there before we do. Let's watch this. Oh, no, we didn't do the Trudeau thing first. Justin Trudeau wants to tell you, do you remember that big trucker rally in Canada last year?
I do. Yep.
Do you remember why those truckers drove to Ottawa and just blocked up all
For
the
just
streets?
one day?
And no,
Hey.
for a long time. Oh,
He's doing this song.
Big Joe Mufferaw, how soon we forget. So do you remember why all those truckers went to the Capitol?
Protesting the vaccine mandates.
That's an important thing you just said.
Right?
The vaccine what?
Mandates.
Mandate, meaning what?
Meaning you are mandated to get it. You have to get it.
If you want to be a trucker, you have to get the vaccine, correct? And that's what they were protesting.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting because Justin Trudeau was talking to a group of people yesterday, and he had this to say.
Misinformation and disinformation is carrying people to believe things that are untrue.
Like you're a heterosexual.
Vaccinations
just
is a
looks
perfect
gay.
example of it. Like any modern bit of medical advancements, there are potential side effects in vaccinations.
Oh, so we're just saying that now. We're just going out. Wait a minute. Now that's going to be good enough for some normies, but this edging normie, that's not enough for me. What to paraphrase Donald Trump? What are the side effects, Justin?
Yeah, what are the side effects?
Please enlighten me.
I want to know. I'm still considering getting the vaccine someday, of course, and I would like to know the side effects before I get the vaccine.
Justin, please tell me the side effects because my heart is just swelling. It's about to burst with anticipation of you telling me what the side effects of this vaccine are. I mean, my heart is it's inflaming and swelling. I'm so excited. It's pumping so much blood into my body that I feel like it could just rupture at any time. So I'm very excited for you to tell me what the side effects could potentially be.
So that's what you're doing while you're anticipating, right? So I have like this weird undue anxiety about like just dying suddenly. I'm afraid that I actually might die suddenly if he doesn't tell me what the side effects are.
You're that excited for him to tell you what the side effects are.
Right.
Wow, that's amazing.
Much like a fainting goat, just kind of fall over and,
Ever since Justin Trudeau said that there are potential side effects to this vaccine, people 15 years old to 30 years old have been dropping dead in amounts so large that they created a name called sudden adult death syndrome.
See, isn't that weird?
Because they're anticipating Justin Trudeau telling them what the side effects are.
You should just tell us.
And there are people who've probably gotten very sick from vaccinations. On the billions of people who've been vaccinated against COVID over the past few years.
Right. So fuck those people, right? Like, don't worry, guys. It's billions of people, and some people have gotten really sick, but fuck them, right?
Isn't this fine now that everybody got it?
Also,
it's fine to talk about it once we've all participated.
Right. Yeah, once all the people who are going to get it have gotten it, now we can spring this news on them.
And you know what's going to happen to all the hypochondriacs of the world now?
Oh, my God.
Anxiety is going through the roof. We are going to need SSRI drugs out there to manage our anxieties.
Oh, absolutely, because you should be medicated
Xanax.
to make yourself okay.
You need to be medicated now because you're having panic attacks that you might have some problems.
Justin Trudeau, brought to you by Pfizer. By the way, how uncomfortable does he sound just saying all this shit?
I don't know if he ever looks comfortable.
This is a guy, just retconning his own history and feeling very uncomfortable because he can feel the audience feeling that he's full of shit.
He kind of looks like if Matthew McConaughey were gay.
Wait a minute. Matthew McConaughey's not...
No.
But there are far more people who obviously have died due to COVID, died from not getting vaccinated.
Stop talking like that.
They did not die from not getting vaccinated. They died from being 90 and having a respiratory illness. You give me every old person who's died of COVID, and I'd say that the majority of them would not have survived pneumonia.
They wouldn't have survived the flu.
Right. So I'm tired of hearing this shit where like, they died from not being vaccinated. No, fuckface. They died from a disease that was going to get them. And by the way, we know that people in their 80s and 90s, fully vaccinated, have still gotten, some of them have still gotten this disease. Don't be nervous. Some of them have still gotten this disease, and it has still done them in. We know, I mean, that's been admitted. It's documented. It's proven. So this retconning sack of shit, oh boy.
And the idea that people can fly in the face of science, well, individuals are allowed to make their own choices. There may be all sorts of different reasons.
I mean, are they, though, in Canada?
Not. No. Nobody's allowed to make their own choices now. It's over.
And by the way, Justin, no, people cannot fly in the face of science because a lot of you won't let them fly to certain places unless they're vaccinated.
Dude, you can't take healthy athletes and allow them to play in a tennis match.
Yeah, Djokovic can't play in the fucking U.S. Open.
Why someone is hesitant to get vaccinated. But I make a distinction, and I always have.
Oh, yeah?
Between someone choosing for personal reasons to choose not to get vaccinated and someone deliberately using misinformation to mislead and scare other people with so-called facts that aren't facts at all.
Holy shit, projecting much?
I don't even like his first half of that statement. People don't get to just choose to get vaccinated or not for the personal reasons.
Some of them had to do it to keep their job.
But we don't get that personal choice is what he's saying that we have, and that's not true.
In Canada, they didn't. No, if you wanted to keep your trucker job, you didn't have that choice.
There was no personal choice.
Yeah.
That lead them to make a choice that endangers their lives and the lives of other citizens.
They're still clinging to that, huh?
So as Prime Minister, through the greatest public health crisis that we've faced in 100 years in this country.
Guns?
I don't think so.
My responsibility was to keep as many Canadians alive as possible. And all of the scientists and the medical experts and the researchers, not just in Canada, but around the world, understood that vaccination was going to be the way through this. And therefore, while not forcing anyone to get vaccinated,
they're delusional. They're either delusional or lying.
Time the fuck out. While not forcing anyone to get vaccinated. Justin, so all those truckers were there because they all took the same wrong turn?
Oh, yeah.
They all took the wrong exit off the highway and they all ended up in your fucking driveway telling you that you're a piece of shit for forcing them to get vaccinated? You didn't force those people to get vaccinated or lose their job.
Just a big traffic jam.
Well, no, Justin Trudeau is such a passive-aggressive Canadian twat. He would probably go, well, no, I didn't force them to get vaccinated. They were more than welcome to lose their jobs and become destitute.
No, people have said that.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were more than welcome to live on the street and be a bum.
chose to make sure that all the incentives and all the protections were there to encourage Canadians to get vaccinated. And that's exactly what they did. We got vaccinated to a higher level than just about any other of our peer countries. And that's why.
Wow, you guys, Canada fucking killing it again. Great job.
Congratulations.
Yeah, really awesome. I love that. I didn't mandate anyone to get the vaccine. I just really, really encouraged them to get it by threatening them with your job.
Pick one. Are they that stupid and delusional, or are they lying? Which one are they doing?
This, to me, that's a very cover your ass thing. That's a retcon.
But
thing.
that was such such an opposite statement to what actually occurred. To me, that had to be
Yeah, that's him covering his ass because so much of this stuff is like just been blown out of the water now. He's retconning, he's lying, he's rewriting his own history.
How often do they elect a prime minister?
Well, the way a prime minister is elected, it's a little different. They don't actually vote for or against the prime minister. What they do is they have a vote for parliament, and whichever party gets the majority in parliament, the head of their party is the prime minister. Yeah. It's a stupid fucking system that we improved. Yeah. So the cool thing that they do have about a parliamentary system is that like once a week or once a month, the prime minister has to go down to parliament and just let them shit on him for like an hour. It's called question time. I'm sure
that's fair too.
I would love to watch Joe Biden do question time.
I don't think he'd be allowed.
Oh, God, it would be awesome. Just watching the Republicans ask him about his son alone and like his dealings with China and shit like that. Why not? That might be fun.
You might short circuit.
Yeah. Guys, 255 away from today's goal. Keep her going. You guys are doing great. Let's see if we can sneak that under 200 in the next 35 minutes. Thank you very much for your support. We are a listener-supported show. We run on listener donations. PayPal, Streamlabs, it's all set up for you. Super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, the whole deal. If you'd like. Wow, thank you, Rumble, guys. Fantastic day.
Thank you.
Over on Rumble already early in the show. Thanks very much. Thumbs up, like button, all that shit. What are we at on the YouTube likes before we get into our next story, which is the AI pizza commercial? Again, no human beings were filmed in this. Nothing. It was just AI created a pizza commercial.
No human beings harmed in this one?
I can't say that.
Okay.
Wayne Chambers says we're at 186 thumbs up on YouTube. All right, let's go 250 by the end of the hour. How about that? 250 thumbs up by the end of the hour. Hit the thumbs up, hit the share, and hit the subscribe button as well. We're nearing 9,600 subs now after we just crossed over to 95.
Thanks, guys.
Nearing 9,600 subs on the road to 10,000. Thank you very, very much. All right. AI made an 80s pizza ad, and it's one of those deals where it's way too fucking close, but it's also really creepy at the same time. Like, they're so not there yet.
But you're close enough.
It's way better than you expected, but you're still like, oh, like, it's one of those things where you're like, okay, maybe we have a little time to turn this around, but not much. We're just about there.
You're making me uncomfortable.
The nice thing about putting AI kids instead of real kids in like TV shows and commercials, though, the only benefit to that is less child molestation.
I was going to say, when you diddle the AI butt.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't have mental problems down the road, right?
So I don't understand. Where do I put my finger to get this kid a job in my movie?
It's just the iBabe. You've seen movie 43, right?
Yeah.
The iBabe where it's
right,
got kids sticking their dicks in it, getting electrocuted.
How are you going to be able to do that? Zen Rhino says the great Irrational Times did a song about his beloved prime minister. Hey, Irrational Times, I still owe you $100 for that intro thing you made us, and you haven't given me your information to send that money to you, bud.
Okay.
I need to send that to you. This is called Cuba's Son. This is about Justin Trudeau. The great Irrational Times. He likes a good musical intro. Jesus, Irrational Times. How far are we going with this music here?
Are there lyrics?
Margaret was a party girl from back in the day. She used to really get around.
Jesus.
She was hanging with the Rolling Stones, but then she met the Cuban crowd. Everybody knows that Justin Trudeau's really Fidel Castro.
I get where they're going with this. Like, the eyes turned down at the right spot. Similar facial shape.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Her son, Pierre de Mont and his wife spent some time with the dictator of fun. You can see it in his eyes. You can see it all over his face.
I don't know.
I can see it a little.
Oh, that, okay.
I know. I can see it a little bit. Yeah.
That I can. Oh, well, okay.
You're turning him.
All right. He does look like a bitch, though. Like, he looks like his mom more than he does Fidel Castro.
Okay.
He's got very effeminate features. This Hua. All right, I'll do a little bit more of this song, and then we'll move on.
You can feel how he needs that control, just like Fidel ran his place. Some say that the cycles repeat. The acorn doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't. I like the theory. I wish it were true.
Okay.
But a couple of things. One, Trudeau's too much of a bitch. Like, Fidel killed people.
Yeah.
Trudeau wouldn't kill people. Trudeau's a pussy.
Can I mute the mics for a second?
Oh, hold on. One sec. We'll be right back, everybody.
Unexpectedly. you
Yeah.
know.
With a space helmet on.
Right.
Yeah. Shaft says, I'd rather listen to Harry Belafonte. By the way, we did get popped last night.
I told you.
We got popped for playing Mama Look a Boo Boo Day.
It's a popular tune.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, Michael B., credit where credit is due. Che also killed people. That is correct. Che Guevara also did a lot of killing back in Cuba. He did not like black people either, Che Guevara. If you read the Motorcycle Diaries and that shit, ooh, not a fan.
That sounds gay.
He thought black people smelled funny.
No, they don't.
And he thought they were stupid.
What?
That's what Che Guevara thought of black people.
I think that is being very small-minded.
It's a lot nicer than he was to gay people. He just thought they should kill them. And he did, by the way. I will say this about Che Guevara. Walked the walk he did. He definitely had people rounded up and shot for liking the pipe.
Okay.
As it were. Laughing Lion says Trudeau wrote the Moped Diaries. Yes, he did. He wanted to be like Dad, but you know. KF says, damn, Google just tanked fish tank. Sam Hyde will never get a break. What do you mean they tanked it? I know he's been having trouble with that fish tank concept that he's paid tens of maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars for. But how did they? I don't understand how they can tank it. I don't understand what's so fucking dangerous about Sam Hyde. Like, he's a guy who does, goofy interpretive comedy. His fans are lunatics. I get that. Like, some of them are just, they don't have any discipline, but even he's starting to hate some of his fans.
And he's not them.
Yeah. Google Cloud just yanked him. Suspended their cloud account for the second time. He created, if you guys don't know what Sam Hyde's doing, and KF and Gravy Show, correct me if I'm wrong, he created his own streaming service that people need to get memberships to watch. And he's doing like a reality show sketch type of thing. And Google's shutting it down. God, unbelievable.
I know.
Pine Belt Adventures says, I like Hyde, but I don't get the fish tank thing. Well, isn't that kind of Sam Hyde's thing? You don't get what he's doing until it's done. And then everybody pawns over it and interprets it and, does all that stuff.
Yeah, but we can't just allow people to do their own stuff and then have the people in the market decide if they like it or not.
Wow. They really have a hard-on for Sam Hyde. KF says it's paywalled. It's super silly. That's strange, man. That is strange. Yeah, I have an account for fishtank.live. It was really only active for 3 days before the problem started. He paid for all of this out of his own pocket. Son of a bitch, man. All right, let's check out this AI-generated pizza ad.
I'm ready.
And see if AI's ready for prime time or... I mean, this is going to kind of scare the shit out of you. It's creepy as all hell.
I believe you.
But it's way closer. Like, if you would have told me, Aaron, AI created a pizza ad, I'd go, oh, well, it's animated. Right? Like, I'd be like, it's animated, and it looks kind of claymation-y or stick figure-y. It's not there. This is way more advanced than I thought.
Are you ready for best pizza of life? Bring friends down to Pepperoni Hug Spot. Our chefs make pizza with heart and special touch. Cheese, pepperoni, vegetable, and more secret things. Need delivery? Pizzas come fast. Knock, knock, who's there? Pizza magic.
It's kind of like, it's not bad.
It is robotic, but it's kind of funny.
Again, humans had nothing to do with this ad. It's all AI.
What the?
Eat Pepperoni Hug Spot.
Okay, see now, like the mouths are a little fucked up.
The eyes are super wonky.
The pizza looks really weird. She's chewing on the paper and not the pizza.
One of her fingers is popping through the plate, but like...
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not around it.
But like, it's like all the ingredients are there. They just, they jumbled them up a little bit.
Clean it up.
This is pretty fucking good, guys.
It's creepy.
Pizza. Your tummy.
See how that's like the whole facial features and muscular structure. And I believe this is a taco and not a pizza.
Right, there's lettuce.
You say thank you. Your mouth say, Pepperoni hug spot. It's like family, but with more cheese.
It's not like...
Oh, my God.
I mean, our replacements are not far behind.
No, they just need to fix the glitches, if you will.
Yeah. The Matrix is not quite ready yet, but it's getting very close.
I miss the outside. I miss the outdoors sometimes.
See, that's what I mean. Like, everybody was shitting on this, and I'm like, guys, the end, I don't know what you guys were thinking, but the end's a lot closer than I thought it was.
I don't like it. This does make me want to, like, go outside. Like, I just looked longingly at the window.
Yeah. That's very close. Optic Nerve says that was scary as fuck. Now, scary as fuck because it looks so strange or because it was like that close?
Because it's that close. It's on its way.
Yeah, last statute says we're fucked.
Yeah. No more need for actors anymore, right? Look at that. It's over.
I was just going to say that one commercial. Do you know how many jobs that one commercial took away?
So many. So many, honestly.
The crew, the cast. The salespeople,
the clothing, like the people that choose the clothing, I forget what they're called. Like there's so many little people, like hair and makeup.
AI right now is in 8th grade, and their school years take about 2 weeks. So, that's pretty close. That's a middle school film project.
I'm feeling very skeezed out at the moment. Thank you very much.
Pepperoni mouth hugging. Yeah, I mean their phrasing was a little fucked up, but like. I'm sure they can relearn that in like a month or two.
Even the line, it's like family, but with more cheese, creeps me out because their family here is not even real people.
Right? There's no
family.
Victor says the mouths and shit were too twisted. I know, but isn't that like a small thing? And like the finger coming through the plate and her chewing on the plate rather than the pizza?
You can fix it.
Very fixable. Oof. Yeah, Black and White just says, good. Go AI. Some people are going to root for the AI and just go, you know what? We had our chance and this is what we did with it.
Okay, well then I see myself doing that thing where I move to the middle of the mountains and nobody's talking to me now.
They'll find you.
No, they won't.
They'll find you.
Leave me alone.
They already have.
What are you going to do? Rat on us?
They already have.
You're coming with me.
They already have pepperoni hug spot. I mean, no, I'm not going to rat.
What's next? Pepperoni tug spot?
I'm not going to. Oh, no, that's when they get really advanced. I'm not going to rat on you to the AI, but I know that someone with my first name probably will.
Aaron DeTires?
To save their own ass. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. There. I just wanted to let you know.
Wow, I am slow this morning. That absolutely escaped me.
It's okay. We all get there eventually.
You know what? I'm going to figure this out. It's my off day. I'm not supposed to be here.
I understand. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
I'm supposed to be raking right now.
Laughing Lions is right. Like, AI is going to pass us. It'll be like an idiocracy thing. Like, they'll start making better commercials, and ours will be extra big-ass pizza. Now with more molecules. Like, we'll do the Carl's Jr. shit.
Yeah.
And AI will make advanced commercials. And they'll be like, hey, would you like to come to Carl's Jr., where we're going to serve you a great burger and an awesome time with your family? And it's really professional. Ours is going to be like, fuck you, I'm eating.
Your kids now belong to Carl's Jr.
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to, there's going to be that period where we meet like ships in the night, and one goes up and one goes down. That's going to, unfortunately.
I don't like it. I wish she'd stop.
Either way it goes. Kotod over on Rumble says, Allen Iverson made this all by himself? Good for him. I wish it were Allen Iverson instead of artificial intelligence.
That was just AI that created that whole thing.
Yep.
The whole thing.
255 away from today's goal. If you guys would like to contribute to our program, if we hit that goal, we do 30 minutes of overtime every day. So thank you very much. 255 away. You guys went on a great run at the start of the show. Let's keep that rhythm up. Let's get her under 200 by 8 o'clock, if you will. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the three best ways to do it. We do 95% of those, 70% of Super Chats and memberships, 80% of Rumble Rants, Thank you all for your support in advance. Let's knock out that goal. KF says 270 up tickles. All right, everyone keep hitting the thumbs up. What did I say, 250 by 8 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
We're jacking the like expectation up by 50 today because you guys have been doing so well. Thank you. All right, so we did the AI pizza robot thing.
I did have one question.
Oh, yes.
So
by all
AI,
means.
like, the whole point is, like, we're not supposed to educate it ourselves, right? So how did they learn about, like, pizza and what it means to gather as a family and stuff of that nature?
If I may be Ed Cromwell in iRobot, that, my son, is the right question. Transmission terminated.
Because if you think of one thing a robot shouldn't know about is getting together with their family.
Well, guess what? Well, they just did it. They just made it. It's real, if I may quote Rich Little in The Late Shift. All right, guys. Chef, that's a great reference. 1087. Yes. Derek Chauvin's badge number. 1087.
It's retired.
That they've now retired. Yeah, the Minneapolis Police Department thought, you know what? We're going to really show the world that we mean it on this, closing the book on this chapter of the MPD. And we are going to burn and eliminate Derek Chauvin's badge number. And I'm like, did you fucking people not want? And then a bunch of progressives like cheered it. They're like, yeah, that's great. I'm like, in sports, that means that like he did a great job and they're retiring his number.
Right. And like I said before, it's now going to be in a frame in Buffalo Wild Wings around Minnesota.
Yes, they're just going to put it up actually at the XL Energy Center. They're going to put it in the rafters.
1087.
Yes, ladies' man goes, oh, hell no. And that's a black guy going, oh, hell no. Exactly.
Oh, that's real.
They're retiring Derek Chauvin's badge number, and they're going to hang it up in the rafters at the 4th Precinct.
Do you think they'll walk that one back and be like, look, we didn't understand?
No, because they won't get it. Like,
But there's been articles, like, talking about how stupid that was.
Well, they'll just say that we're trolls and this and that. Like, they're not going to back off it.
You guys are just racist.
God damn it, April. If you keep fucking around with these decisions, are you trying to get more riots? Because that's how you get more riots, is you keep going wishy-washy on this shit.
Well, I just want people to have access to free things in the stores.
In Minnesota, we abide by one rule now. Appease the mob or they'll burn your shit to the ground. That's a healthy way to run a society.
And pray to St. George Floyd.
Yes. Fauci's Pangolin says he did such a good job they retired his number. Right? How ironic that if you remove the 0 from Chauvin's badge number, it's 187. Just.
Oh my God.
Thinking out loud. Thinking out loud. Thinking out loud. That's all that is.
All I can think of is Snoop Dogg now. Whatever the fucking... What is that song called?
Because it's 1087 on a fentanyl junkie. All right, let's do the Crowder thing. This is the last time I ever defend someone I don't like.
Does he pump his arms up with like a ball inflator device?
No, olive oil.
That's disgusting.
He's like that Serbian guy who put the olive oil in his muscles. So he can.
I remember that guy. It's gross.
Yesterday, I said, guys, because people in the chat were going, Aaron, talk about Crowder's divorce. Aaron, talk about Crowder's divorce. I'm like, guys, no. Crowder isn't talking about it. It's a very personal thing. No wives, no kids, nothing like that. I'm not going there. Everyone else can tweet it because it trended on Twitter. Everyone else can tweet it. Everyone else can talk about it. I'm not doing it. That's not okay. That's his story to tell, and he wants to keep it private. We should keep it that way. I don't know if I'm some kind of fucking conduit for cosmic things happening in the universe, but about an hour after I said that to my audience, after I took this very personal moral stand to take a guy that I can't fucking stand, like Steven Crowder, who I think is full of shit, treated Dave Lando like garbage.
Lies.
Probably treated Sven Computer like garbage, not Gay Jared like garbage, Owen Benjamin like shit.
Dave Landau.
Dave Landau, as I said.
Oh.
Treated all of them like shit. And I think he's a phony, and I think he's a con man, and I think he's a huckster, all of that shit. But people seem to like him. He's got a big audience. I drew the line at the divorce thing because if he ain't talking about it, I don't think we should talk about it. That is a private thing, not to be told. And I applauded Stephen Colbert.
Whoa.
Sorry. I applauded Steven Crowder for not talking about the divorce. Don't address it. It's not part of the show. Let it go.
Not relevant.
Yesterday, the motherfucker goes on a 6-minute rant about his divorce on his show.
Oh.
Mersh raised a great point on Nightwave yesterday. If his wife has if there's some kind of NDA, this just took that NDA and threw it right out the window.
Yep.
Because if you have an NDA on someone, but then you start talking about the thing,
it's over.
Rip it up. You can say whatever the fuck you want.
And you know he made her sign one. He makes everyone sign NDAs.
Yeah, you gotta. I mean, the person has to sign it. There is that. But then she might sign it thinking, oh, well, then he's not going to talk about it either.
That's what I think.
Steven Crowder is one of those guys who is insane, just a little below the surface. And all you have to do, it's like the Joker, just one little push, and he'll snap. And I think we're there. I don't think he should have talked about it. I don't think he should have addressed it. I don't think it helps anyone. And he's going to keep saying his kids, his kids, his kids, his kids. And let me tell you, as people with kids, I can tell you right now, there's no benefit in you bringing them up in this way.
Doesn't matter.
There is no benefit in bringing this up. It doesn't help them. It hurts them, so on and so forth. There's a disgusting part of me, and unfortunately, you should listen. When it comes to Crowder, you should listen to that disgusting part of you that goes, oh, this is a really cheap fucking ploy to get out of something. And you go, no, I'm not going to listen to that ugly part of me because that's a really gross thing to think. But with Crowder, it always ends up being the thing that he's doing.
Oh, every time.
You know, you're like, oh, there's a really gross part of me that says he's doing this Stop Big Con thing because of something personal with some organization, maybe the Daily Wire, but, he wouldn't lie about this contract just openly to misrepresent it. And what happened? He openly lied about the contract to misrepresent it, and he turned down $50 million and asked for $123. So I should have listened to my gut.
Yeah.
Did I listen to my gut this time on the divorce thing?
Nope.
No. Because my gut was telling me, dude, just talk about the fucking divorce. It's trending news. Your show deals in trending news. That's the whole thing of your show, is making trending news funny for normies and whatnot, and then making the psychotic people feel a little better about their anxiety. That's your whole gimmick. So talk about the trending news. I'm like, not my story to tell, and Crowder ain't going to talk about it. Looking back now at yesterday me, today's going, you fucking idiot.
Okay.
Crowder's not going to talk about it. Crowder's getting his dick kicked in right now by Dave Landau, and he uses his fucking divorce to take the heat off the Landau shit. Again, the guy's garbage.
Yes, but I also think that our show is going about it the right way. I would not have wanted to be on the show with you yesterday discussing this before he did. Right. I don't think that's proper.
But I don't think he should have.
I don't think he should have either. And if this was my divorce, I wouldn't be talking about it.
And now, look at how ugly it is now. Like, he throws a little bit of shade at the soon-to-be ex-wife while saying he loves her. And then he's now...
Isn't that what they all do?
He's kind of threatening to sue Candace Owens. And now we're going back to Candace Owens. Now, remember in January when the Daily Wire stuff happened, Candace Owens roasted Crowder over that. And now he went back and played a clip of Candace Owens that makes a lot of sense now, but none of us really saw when it happened. Let's watch Crowder talk about his divorce. And by the way, this clip is going to explain a lot of his psychotic behavior the last 2 years. And maybe why he's been taking such long breaks lately.
Maybe.
Honestly, I'm going to say this about Crowder because he does have a big audience. They're very loyal to him. I think he's going to survive this. I think he'll survive the Landau thing. I think he'll still have success and he'll still make a lot of money. However, this might be a good time for a break.
Yeah. Take an actual one now.
Yeah.
Get your shit figured out.
I know he's only been back for a couple of months, but like I may think Crowder's a huckster and all this other stuff, but I don't think he's evil in like a Lex Luthor kind of way. I think he's remarkably selfish, arrogant, and narcissistic. But I don't think he's like kill people evil. Yeah. And I don't want to see a human being with a lot of fans and then kids and all this other shit. I don't want to see him break down and do something and become a shell of a human and totally fucking break from reality. I don't want to see that. Maybe it's time for this guy to take a couple of steps back for a while. But he's too much of a theater kid. He's too driven by the likes and the clicks and the views, as to an extent we all are. And I don't think this guy knows how to take a backward step. Here's Crowder talking about his divorce.
I have been living with a proverbial boot on my neck for going on years now. Since 2021, I've been living through what has increasingly been a horrendous divorce. Now, let me say on the outset, to be clear, there is no infidelity, any kind of physical abuse at all on either side. And no, this was not my choice. My then wife decided that she didn't want to be married anymore. And in the state of Texas, that is completely permitted.
That's pretty much every state in the country that's legally permitted. I mean, what are we going to put Steven Crowder in a top hat and a Monopoly mustache and going, she needs to go to Reno?
I do believe that should be allowed everywhere.
Right.
You shouldn't be forcing adults to be with each other if they don't want to be. Do you know how many problems that causes?
Yeah. Someone shouldn't be trapped in a relationship they hate.
No, that's not good.
Because you know what that leads to? She can't get divorced. Okay, so she's going to fuck around. He's going to catch her, and now somebody's going to die.
It does lead to domestic abuse.
It's going to lead to some bad shit.
Yeah.
So Crowder says she decided she didn't want to be married anymore. So doing this publicly, throwing the complete onus on her. She decided she didn't want to be married to me anymore. Throwing the pity party. Already 30 seconds into this is the reason why I didn't think he should have addressed it on the show. There's no way of addressing this specifically that makes you look like a good guy.
No, that's why I think you just don't.
You know how you maybe handle this if you want to? I think you don't talk about it at all. But it's a 30-second thing. You go, guys, I see the rumors on the internet. They are true. I am going through a divorce. I just hope you respect my privacy at this time. That's all I'm going to say about it. Quick statement. You know how we make fun of those lawyery statements that people release? There's a reason that people release those. They don't give anyone any insider information, nothing to read into, and you've addressed it and you can move on.
Well, guess what? That's because you don't need the information as an outsider. It doesn't affect you. It has nothing to do with you.
Quick question for you, April. Do you think he turned on the rant light?
For himself, I believe he's in a studio alone.
Do you think Gerald and everybody running the board in the back, do you think he turned on the rant light so they knew not to talk during Crowder's divorce thing?
Maybe.
Was the shut the fuck up Dave light on when he was talking about his divorce?
Maybe now that Dave's not there, he doesn't need it.
Maybe he doesn't need it anymore. Or as Dave Landau said, they used it less and less once I told them how insulting I found it to be. So anyway, Crowder wants you to know as he addresses this divorce situation, it's 110% his wife's fault, and now we're going to continue on.
It's been the most heartbreaking experience of my life, what I consider to be my deepest personal failure. And just so you know, my opinions on parenting and families have not changed. I've always believed that children need a mom and a dad, that divorce is horrible. And I still believe that children need a mom and a dad and that divorce is horrible.
They're still going to have a mom and a dad.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And they'll probably have a happier mom and a dad.
That's always been our take, right? Why would you want two unhappy parents in a household? That's not going to be a good example for the kids.
You'll probably have two new good people who are going to help as well. And now all four, they got four people.
That's the best
pulling
hope.
For them. That's the best hope that you have, Stephen.
Absolutely.
I mean, I doubt that your wife would have been a better mother to your children if she resents you and hates you and doesn't like you
and has to live around you.
Look, I'm not saying that either of those options are ideal, but one of them is like really, really ugly. And we've seen it historically in this country, what happens to people when they're forced to live that way. It's not good. And also, I'm going to say this unironically. I know this is going to sound like an attempt at humor. It's not.
Okay.
I do believe in my heart of hearts that Steven Crowder, how do I say this? I believe that Steven Crowder is maybe suppressing some things. And that maybe with this, Steven Crowder can stop suppressing those things and be a happier person. Because the guy we hear from Dave Landau and the guy we'd probably hear from Not Gay Jared and the guy we've heard about from Candace Owens and Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro, it's not a happy guy.
No, I think he's just afraid of the change because it is a big change, obviously. But that's the thing. People don't see like that there could be positives to come from it. Like this divorce only sucks for him because this is forcing him to change how he's living.
And he's a multimillionaire.
He didn't want it.
He's a multimillionaire. It makes sense that it's taking 2 years. There's a lot to divvy up there. Does she get part of Louder with Crowder? I'm going to tell you right now, in a court of law, probably. Because if you're there for the beginning of something, they're going to award part of it to you. wives, ex-wives in divorce proceedings and stuff get a lot of credit for the support system. And in fairness, guys do too.
Okay.
If a woman starts
as long
something,
as it goes both ways.
yeah, if a woman starts something and a guy is there and they had any hand in supporting it, even if it was, especially if it was quitting a job, then you're going to get a piece of that.
Well, it is nice to see that something goes both ways for both the male and the female.
Yeah.
But
That's
in
good.
today's legal system, my beliefs don't matter. In Texas, divorce is permitted when one party wants it, period. So for well over a year, in the best interest as well as physical safety of my children, we've decided to keep this issue private and to resolve it privately with the appropriate attorneys, what have you.
That's where you stop this conversation, right?
That's where you stop. This
That
is
was
my
it.
thing. It's like, and look, man, I'm a talk show host too. I get it. You want to say everything. You want to get it all out there. But sometimes that doesn't help, especially in a situation like this. Yeah, you know how many guys like me there are going to be now who are like, dude, I wasn't going to talk about this. I thought this was not okay.
I still feel uncomfortable.
But it's because he's addressing it. And he's going too far in addressing it. He feels he has to. Don't.
He feels that he owes people something, I think. Plus, it throws
Yeah.
the heat off of the Dave Landau stuff. And
And see, that's why I hate his guts, is because he's been going through this for a year and a half to 2 years. But only the day after Dave Landau has been setting him on fire publicly.
Yeah.
And the compound media stuff
And
is
now
getting
it's out.
hundreds of thousands of views on
Yeah.
YouTube. Only now is Steven Crowder bringing out the news that he's known about for 2 years.
Yeah,
It feels like a dodge, and it's fucking gross.
that is gross.
And and some people are saying, well, he's a public figure, so fuck it. People can talk about whatever. Sure, maybe. But I was always told in broadcasting, anybody I ever worked for said the same thing. Hey, man, you're allowed a private life too. And you get to choose what you keep private. Now, unfortunately, unfortunately for Steven, divorce is not a private thing. It's filed. It's public knowledge. You can look it up. You can see. So
I agree with that take, though, like what you just said you were told in broadcasting, that you're allowed a private life. But however, I will say, against what you just said, there are times where I wish that I could have some things in my life private. And you told me that once I sign up for this, that's not realistic.
it's not.
It's totally not. Like,
It's
so
not.
I don't get a private life.
You do get a private life. You get to choose what you share. 100%.
Most of it's out there, though.
Anything that's public is public. But you do get to have shit to yourself. There is stuff you can decide not to talk about.
Sure, but people will do it for you.
Fuck them. Who cares?
You know,
You
no,
get
I'm
to
not.
decide
I'm
what's
not
private.
trying to argue. I'm
Yeah.
just
Legal jargon.
unrealistic.
Now, in all this, one thing I want to be really clear about is certain. True north here is that my children are blameless, completely without fault.
Always.
And so we decided to resolve these issues privately.
Okay, but Steven, this is where the human shield shit comes in. Nobody was blaming your children for your divorce. This reminds me of when Leno was getting the Tonight Show back, and he goes, hey, I don't want you guys to blame Conan. Jay, as Letterman said, in the thousands of words that have been spoken about all this, nobody has blamed Conan.
No.
Hey, guys, I don't want you to think that Conan threw himself out of a great job. Crowder going, hey, my kids are blameless. Dude, nope. What are you combating? The millions of people who are currently blaming you? If it wasn't for those damn Crowder kids, none of this would have ever happened.
Isn't that something? Is there ever a situation where a divorce would get blamed on kids? I can't think of one, and I'm not just projecting because we have kids here.
Maybe if your kids were the Menendez brothers, maybe, but then they just kill you. So
yeah, that's not the same
that's not a
situation
divorce
at all.
As it's in their best interests, both emotionally and physically, to do so. Now, the other issue is, and this is something that I've kept private for likely far too long, many other people knew about this behind the scenes. Some, not all, but some of them in positions of power, influence, leverage, knew of this. They also knew that the safety of my children included keeping it private. So if you're familiar with the idea...
Why do we keep going on the safety of his children thing?
Safety of his children thing.
He's brought that up, I believe, 4 times now. The physical safety of my children. Nobody wants to touch your kids.
Look, man, I'll tell you this. If somebody were putting pictures of his kids out there and talk, like we've dealt with that from numerous jealous people.
Which is sick.
If they if they do that shit about your kids, absolutely, 100%, you should say that and you should stand up to that. Nobody, I will say this, the internet can be shitty sometimes. But when it comes to this Steven Crowder divorce thing, before he addressed it, all they did was show the paperwork, the publicly filed paperwork. That's all people showed in regard to the Crowder stuff.
I do wonder, though, why he keeps bringing up the physical safety of his children.
For the same reason he's always brought up fight like hell, fight big con, fight big tech. It's a smokescreen,
right,
so he can go off and do what he wants to do.
It does feel like we're causing alarm here for some reason.
This is feel bad for me. Don't listen to Dave Landau. This is what's sick to me is, like I said yesterday is the last time I ignore my impulse. I ignore my instincts on Steven Crowder because they betrayed me. I'm like, he hasn't talked about it. Leave it the fuck alone. Tell your audience, look, this is not something that needs to be public. And then he goes and, does a woe is me, feel bad for me rant on his show the day after Dave Landau was lighting him up. So forgive me, but I'm going to believe the worst of intentions out of Steven Crowder from now on.
I think that's fine, but I think it's only fine to talk about it once he has.
I believe he's talking about this in a very manipulative way to garner sympathy for himself and get the talk off of. It's ironic that he keeps saying my kids are not part of this, but he keeps referencing his kids in a way to throw the scent off the Landau I'm a piece of shit trail.
No.
I don't like it.
Idea of extortion, then you know the feeling well. Now, some of these threats were so thinly veiled that I'm frankly surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steve.
So now he's getting into his accusations of extortion. Candace Owens, you'll remember when the Daily Wire stuff was going on. Candace works for the Daily Wire. And she was the dirtiest, nastiest foot soldier in that whole thing. Jeremy Boring kept it very businesslike. Ben Shapiro kept it businesslike with a little bit of a yarmulke dagger twist in there. But Candace Owens fought fucking dirty.
Was the Candace Owens thing maybe the reason he was so shitty to the Daily Wire?
No. All this happened after.
Oh, okay.
All this happened
after. My timeline's clearly.
So Candace Owens went and kind of dragged Steven Crowder through the mud. And I'll be honest with you. When he talks about extortion, when he talks about people being legally liable, he's going to play this Candace Owens rant for us. And we all forgot about it. But let's listen back to it. Steven Crowder, look, give the devil his due. He may have a point on extortion here. Let's check it out.
Surprised you didn't all guess immediately.
Steven has a lot going on, I guess is the best way to say it. He has a lot going on, and that should be clear because people don't do stuff like this if there's not a lot going on in their life.
Wrong.
I would like to implore my audience and everybody that isn't paying attention to this situation not to condemn him, but to pray for him. Sometimes people need a prayer. Sometimes people need a scripture. Stephen purports to be a Christian. I am unsure at this moment if it is my place to say more than that. Maybe if I feel in further defense, some things should be said, or maybe if I feel that the public has a right to understand certain circumstances.
Look, I got to be fair. I don't like Crowder. She's a fucking bitch.
Yeah, that was nasty.
That is a shitty fucking thing to do. And he's right. That was so thinly veiled. I'm surprised none of us saw it back then. Maybe some people did.
Right. What is Crowder going through? Does he have cancer?
That is a shitty that is such a passive-aggressive, cunty, bad ex-girlfriend move to pull of I know some things about him, but I don't think I'm going to say them right now.
As they proceed to just barely down the road.
What up?
Wait for that. She's going to talk about it now.
Well, and this is the thing. This is what people on the right, guys, I keep telling you, don't pick sides. These people are all monsters. These people are all out for your brain. They're all zombies. They're all trying to eat you, and now they're eating each other. Candace Owens was not a good guy in any of this. Steven Crowder was not a good guy in any of this. They're both sociopaths. They're both nuts. They're both going after control. That's what that speech from Candace Owens was about. Controlling the power in the situation, controlling the power dynamic. Well, I know shit about Steven, and you guys should pray for him. You conceited bitch. You don't give a shit if people pray for him or not.
That's a very woman thing to do.
That's
by
a
the
very
way.
woman thing to do.
Boy, is that a woman thing to do.
So I got to say, Candace Owens does white woman very well.
Yes, she does.
That's why the Daily Wire hired her. But to do that whole, he needs your prayers right now. And then here's where the extortion thing comes in. And this is where Steven has a point. And usually when you have bad guys on each side, like Candace Owens and Crowder, they're both going to make a good point.
Yep.
Because even though they're a piece of shit, they are talking about another piece of shit.
People that think they have an inside to things, though, like Candace Owens did here,
She knew.
love. Oh, of course she knew. Like she knows things about Crowder's personal life that nobody else knows yet. And so let's just not quite say it all, but let's needle it.
But then the part where the extortion comes in is where she goes, I hope I don't have to say anything in the future in further defense of myself. That is extortion. That's her telling Crowder, you fuck with me, you say anything about me, I'll drop the big bomb on you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a threat.
Yep.
That is a threat, pure and simple, and actionable question mark. He may not get any money out of it, but he can tie her up.
Yep.
That's a worthwhile case to hear.
It's a little smack, you know, put her in her place.
Well, my children have a right to privacy. Now, some other issues have been, or I should say...
Does he have airplanes?
Yeah, he does. It's not. It's not here.
Inferences have been more pernicious behind the scenes with demands and threats to use this information that they believe would be so publicly embarrassing to me and my wife at a difficult time that it could be used, knowingly putting my children in harm's way. So
children,
self-styled Christians, conservatives, and allies, well, not in my book. Now, if you find yourself, I don't want to get into details, so this is going to likely be the only time I have to address this or want to address this. If you're asking yourself, hey, did X person or did Y person know? The answer is likely yes.
Okay, that's interesting because that means Glenn Beck knew. That means Ben Shapiro knew. Jeremy Boring knew. All of these people knew, and they didn't say anything.
Yep.
I mean, so they deserve a little bit of credit.
They won't get it.
You didn't need to tell all these fucking people. But
yeah, why did you tell people?
They might have found out. But, I mean, Candace Owens is the only one who ran her big fucking mouth about the whole thing. And now looking back on it, that was a dog shit heel maneuver.
Yes.
That she pulled.
Absolutely.
Which will be made alarmingly clear as this process of discovery continues. And it also, by the way, makes me that much more appreciative of those who did know about this and in understanding the best interests of my family, my children, kept their word and used discretion.
So maybe an apology to Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring is in order?
Well, maybe that was it.
Yeah.
I can't thank you enough. Sincerely, I appreciate it. Won't forget it.
Thanks, Glenn.
It's pretty simple. I loved a woman so much that I married her. A woman who, despite all of this, I still love as the mother of my children. And she wanted something else for her life. That's not my choice. She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course...
The law says that's how it works. He's saying it like that's the wrong thing. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Be able to chain her to a radiator and make her stay somewhere where she's not happy? I mean, you hear about how Crowder treats his employees. You hear about how Crowder treats other people that he's around.
It's usually not going to be far from how you treat people in your personal life.
I mean, is it that hard to believe that Crowder doesn't treat anyone really that well? Or maybe not even not treat them that well, but treats Crowder well first. And as long as your interests align with Crowder, you can keep going. We all have that impulse. But here's how a relationship works. When you have that impulse, you adjust it for that other person. And that's a two-way street. You don't just barrel forward and barrel through and just, knock over shit. And you don't treat your wife like you treat Dave Landau or Not Gay Jared. And I mean, judging by how things are going, he might have treated everyone that way. Maybe. Who knows?
She simply wanted out, and the law says that that's how it works. Now, of course, look, I get it. There are multiple sides to every story, but one thing that is undeniable in this case is that it's no one's fault but my own in that I picked wrong, and
that's the part that pissed me off.
That's a struggle for me.
Fuck you, dude.
That one's a struggle because there was at one point, too, where I'm assuming she did care for you,
yes.
Stephen, or she wouldn't have married you.
Right.
And
people don't just wake up one day and go, I don't really like him that much. I want to get divorced.
Relationships that crumble.
Yeah. There's usually a long struggle and they try so fucking hard and they really attempt to get through to the other person that, hey, this isn't working for me. I need this. I need that. And by the way, in my opinion, this is an old episode of Scrubs. Dr. Cox said this basically. Every relationship has that point.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's the relationships that don't last are where people get angry and they get mad and they get pissed and then it dies. And then there's the good relationships where at least one person stands up for it. And those of us who are still together, we all go through those fights and those points and people come to a compromise and they change. That's called a partnership. It can't be a dictatorship. It has to be a partnership. The ones that fall apart is where someone's miserable, they're upset, they've Stephen's probably been told how he makes this person feel.
Well, yeah.
And the changes don't get made and you suffer in silence for a long time until you finally go, this isn't the route I wanted to take, but I've got to do something for me.
We've all been there, whether it's a divorce or a breakup.
Yeah.
There's always been somebody in a relationship where they're like, oh my God, I care about this person, but this is not working at all.
Most breakups and divorces have this moment in them. Don't make me do this.
Right.
Like people who break up or divorce, they're like, I'm ready to do this. Give me a reason not to. And again, the ones that stick around, do something. The ones that don't, get prideful. And does it surprise anyone that Steven Crowder's prideful?
No.
That's certainly not the fault of my children.
Nobody's saying it is.
Stop saying that.
And I will say that what's in the best interest of my children is not internet drama, speculation, certainly not blatant or veiled shakedowns or dragging their father or
going on 6-minute rants referencing your children multiple times and saying you picked wrong. Slyly dragging your ex-wife. Any divorce lawyer will tell you, don't fucking go public and start talking shit.
It never makes you look better than the other person.
And everyone thinks that if you slyly or subtly talk shit, it doesn't count. I got news for you. It fucking counts because when there's lawyers and shit involved, every whisper is amplified by 1,000. So even if you say something like, I picked wrong, that yells, that shouts, that screams when you say shit like that.
What a bad thing, though. Like, I picked wrong. Yeah, all of us can say, wow, obviously I was with the wrong person when you're like, after the fact, you're after the breakup now. But it's like, that wasn't the case at the time. You thought you were doing the best with what you had.
You don't get to say, I still love this person. I mean, he's painting himself as the victim. Like, this woman is dragging me through this divorce and I don't want to and I love her so much. He's Robin Thicke. And who was the girlfriend that he kept following around?
Oh, God, I don't remember.
I can't remember her name.
She
was the model.
Emily Ratajkowski.
No, that's the one who accused him of fucking around in the video.
That's the Robin Thicke.
Paulina something. I can't remember. He was either married or dating this woman for a long time, and she left him, and he kept posting social media shit, begging her to come back and blah blah blah. So you can't be. You either have to go full Robin Thicke. Robin. Alan's his dad. Okay, Alan's Jason Seaver. You either have to go full Robin Thicke, or you have to burn the fucking house down, or shut the fuck up about it. You either have to go full on, I still love her, and she's dragging me through this, and it's really sad for me. Or you have to go, fuck this bitch, let me tell you something. Or you have to do option C and go, I'm going through a divorce. It's really tough right now. It's a struggle of mine. Respect my privacy during this time. Let's get on with the show.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You don't do this thing where you go, and she wants it and I don't, and that's the law, and then I picked wrong. Because that's basically you being very political, going, I'm sad and I don't want a divorce and she does. That fucking bitch! That's
a very manic behavior.
Right.
Wow.
Mother, and I can't be clear on that enough, or their mother through the mud. And to anyone who tries it, I'm no longer going to pacify, capitulate, or sidestep because I love them a whole lot more than I love you.
But, okay, and I'll defend Candace Owens here. This is what happens when it's two pieces of shit. You go back and forth defending both of them. She didn't do that.
No.
She did a shitty thing. She did a really passive-aggressive, cunty maneuver. She didn't blame your kids. She didn't drag your wife. Nobody's doing any of this shit.
Most people don't care enough about the wife and kids because they're not part of what they're watching for.
Let's be frank about it. Most people just hate you and are glad to see you're not doing well.
Right.
That's what it is.
That's it. Like, they're thrilled to see that you're miserable right now.
If anything, the people talking about your divorce are probably really happy for your wife.
Yeah.
In a way, they're not dragging her in any way, shape, or form. So this guy, I mean, why is everything with him a manipulation? Why is everything with him a fucking Game of Thrones Littlefinger move with this motherfucker? It can never be straightforward.
Well, we don't understand people like that because we're not them.
And I will continue to do whatever is necessary to protect my children. Discussing the divorce any further on social media or on this show or in any public space is not what's best for them.
I would argue that this isn't good for them.
No, you already opened the door.
Yeah.
This is like saying sorry one time and now they make you apologize for everything. Now you've opened that door. You already talked about it.
I'll be handling this through the proper legal avenues and channels available as a matter of record in which I have more than full confidence. So I'd ask that you understand the need for and respect our privacy in what is obviously a pretty tough time. And I hope
that
none of this has to go any further than that.
So there's the threat at the end, the lawsuit threat at the end. So Candace Owens threatening him. He's threatening Candace Owens. Everybody's threatening everybody. This whole fucking right-wing shit show is, burning to the ground.
Really did use the kids a lot in that, too.
Yeah. Camel Toe with $5 says Crowder is like a scorned, passive-aggressive woman. Yeah, it's like all these conservative people are the same. They're all just little backbiting bitches, I can't, man. That whole thing, it's weird to watch situations where there's just no good guy. It's so weird to watch a heel program.
It's hard to stand up for somebody.
Yeah, Zen Rhino with a great point. The only one attacking your wife is you, Steven. Yep. The only one putting your kids in danger is you. You won't shut the fuck up about it. Look, you can say, but hey, man, it was on social media. Well, yeah, it's a public document. Everything's on social media. You get to choose what's on your show. You get to choose what you talk about. You don't have to fucking address it.
And he had multiple micro attacks towards his soon-to-be ex-wife in that 6 minutes there. And multiple.
And there was no, what do you call it? There's no details in that divorce settlement or a settlement in that announcement. People could have shared that until Kingdom Come. They would have known no details.
Right.
They would have known anything that's going on. And they would have.
And they don't need to.
And they don't need to. You let them in. You did that. This is where having a Glenn Beck, this is where having a Blaze TV, this is where having a CRTV, I can't remember that guy's name, Mark Levin, comes in handy for Crowder. And this is why he may not make it on his own. Somebody needs to be there to
handle him.
Pat Steven on the shoulder and go, hey, man, why don't you just fucking take it easy?
Yeah.
Why don't you just relax a little bit, chill? And ironically, who would have been a great kind of guide for him during this and a guy who's gone through divorces and been through alcoholism and struggles?
Glenn Beck.
If he would have embraced Glenn Beck and he would have been humble and prostrated himself in front of Glenn Beck and went, dude, I'm going through a tough time. Do you have any advice for me? You have a valuable resource. And you know what Glenn Beck probably would have told him?
What's that?
Don't say a fucking word on your show.
Right.
Nobody's business.
I have a hard time even thinking to myself about public couples that would go through a divorce, people that do look at us, shows together. I don't even know what I would say.
Right.
If we were to, God forbid, get divorced.
Oh man. Yeah, because April got fat or something.
I got fat and he's like, I just can't even.
I just can't do it.
I can't do it.
Yeah, but Aaron, weren't you 220, 225 most of the time during your marriage? It's not about me.
But for the safety of my kids, I'm not going to talk about it.
Yes. KJ Fury says, I kind of knew he wasn't hitting it right. John Rio says, he blasted out 50 push-ups before turning on the camera so he would look swole.
That's what I always wonder. Does he buy shirts that are purposefully just that tight, just make everything look plump and fucking Raging.
KF with $5 says Steven just isn't used to not having control. This divorce will break him. I'll be honest. I've been around the internet long enough now to know that nobody breaks, nobody dies, nobody gets destroyed, nobody. Crowder will survive this. Crowder will still have an audience. Crowder will still make good money. He's got too many fans and too many people that really love him to be able to completely lose everything.
Sure.
Obviously, he's going through a divorce, so the life's going to change a little bit. But he'll still be around. He will, like Dave Landau said, he'll survive this. He's got a huge audience.
I do get what they said about the power struggle, like not having control and stuff. That does really shake some people.
Yeah. Matt Joe says maybe she got sick of him being 5 minutes late home and having a row of lights on the wall. Oh, no, he had a don't talk button at home.
He had a rant button at home.
Oh, no.
Yikes.
KJ Fury says, I feel bad for the gay community. They're always crying about it. Life sounds horrible. Oh, Stevens. Mr. Approachable says, to me, it sounds like someone has been talking shit about his kids and ex, and he just snapped about it. That's the thing. I haven't seen one clip of anybody doing that.
I was going to say that during the video, that now if somebody was talking shit about his soon-to-be ex-wife and kids, that is a problem.
In my opinion, he is deflecting the Dave Landau shit and trying to make it look noble. That's my opinion. NFC App says Glenn Beck doesn't own Blaze. He sold it years ago, but he does still work there. You're right. It's owned by Mercury One or whatever. You are correct about that, sir. KF says, don't shit on my take, Aaron. LOL. I want to see him break and embrace his gay side. Well, can he embrace his gay side without breaking? Perhaps. Yosemite Sambo says Hillary Crowder is only hot in one picture. Guys, see, now
I didn't even know her name.
This is where the internet. I mean? Oh no, he talked about her numerous times on his show.
I didn't watch enough. Plot twist, I didn't watch Crowder.
Oh really? That's too bad. He got tired of her. She got tired of him playing that drop every time he came. It's unfortunate. So yeah, the Crowder thing. I just feel like an idiot. Fucking idiot,
I don't think
man.
so. I'm
a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot.
Fine, you're an idiot.
Because I said yesterday, I go, guys, not something to talk about. Let's not discuss this. This doesn't need to be.
All things are amendable, like based on what happens going forward. People forget that on the internet too, that people don't get to change what they've said, based on new things that have came out.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, I do think that was the appropriate thing to say. He's not talking about it, therefore it is not the thing to talk about. Okay, After that show, he talked about it. Oh, so now it is up for discussion. Yeah. Things have changed.
The whole Crowder thing is just really, it's a fucking mess. You don't wish it on anybody, but at the same time, he's under a lot. This is what's happening with Crowder. He's under a lot of stress and he's handling it poorly. If I were a lawyer, I would have called Steven after that segment and I would have gone, dude, I wish you would have fucking told me we're planning on doing that. We could have put something together. You and I went on the show, handled this the right way, but you had to throw passive-aggressive shade at everybody and then play the victim.
The weird threats in there and stuff like that. And then I picked wrong. Look, everybody after a really, really shitty marriage or relationship has ended can say, look, I clearly picked an awful person to be with. I clearly fucked up there.
You can't
say it.
I love her.
Right, you can't say both.
Yeah.
I would never go say, oh, God, I just love my ex-boyfriends so much, but fuck them. They were fucking awful,
Okay. Now,
everything.
in fairness, that does sound like something a white woman would do.
That does sound like I might say that, but...
So Crowder is a white woman, is what you're saying.
Yes.
So we have Candace Owens and Steven Crowder. We have a fight between two white ladies.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Oh, dude, Bobby Lee kind of pulls that, though. No, Bobby Lee just kind of says, oh, I really still love her.
But in fairness, Bobby Lee is remarkably mentally ill.
Bobby Lee, she's the love of my life. We just can't be together.
Bobby Lee has the most mental illness you can possibly have while still being allowed to live alone.
There was an example of a public relationship, much like you and I have. That one split. What's your opinion? Now, should they be talking about each other? I don't know.
Crowder and his wife? Bobby Lee and Kalila. Well, they're both public figures.
Right. So what happens, God forbid, like I said, you and I split. Are you talking about the divorce?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to shit on you endlessly.
I honestly, I would assume that, and I would not be listening.
I don't think so. I didn't I was on the radio when all that was happening, and I didn't really you didn't hear me talk about it.
Well, in fairness, that's probably your least favorite topic, too.
It's not right, but that's my thing.
That's my thing.
Why does Crowder want to talk about this so bad?
Right.
Like, as someone who's been in his shoes before, you should, although I was on more of his wife's end of it than it doesn't matter. It's not something that's
the roles reversed on that
it's
one.
not something that's enjoyable to talk about.
That's always been my take when I go through a breakup and people have been like, "Ew, I haven't talked about this sometimes," and I'm like, well. Yeah. I just kind of hope that person's not fucking off the way I am right now. Like, I don't need, forget my name. I forget yours, and we move on.
Exactly.
That's how adults behave.
All right, so now the audience gets to take bets. Do I knock her up first, or does she leave first? Oh, I'm what was it? I'm leaving because you get fat.
What is this knocking her up business?
Oh.
What?
We haven't told them? Maybe I haven't told you. You took a hot one yesterday. Oh, I should have said something. God,
now that's
damn it.
Dirty. That would be very dirty.
Absolutely filthy. KF with a great point. Why not both, Aaron? Why not both? Knock her up.
Both what?
Knock her up. She gets fat. I leave her.
Well, now I can't have your babies. I'm scared.
Well, I want to see if I can be a bigger heel than Crowder is.
Wow, you and I just actually try to burn this thing down in the grandest of ways, like the ending of Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah, I just carve a swastika into my own forehead, like Charles Manson. There's my dream. Oh my God, I'm supposed to carve a swastika into my forehead.
So wait, you and Manson are indeed going to hell together.
Oh my God.
And I went to hell looking for you.
To try and save me.
To save you, and you were mad at me for it.
Shit, I didn't interpret it right.
That is kind of fucked.
Winston says, April holds all the cards, to be honest. I know, I'm trying to pretend she doesn't, because women don't need to know
I hold all the cards? I don't even know what that means.
Boys and girls, we are $245 away from today's goal. Let's hit it. What do you say? Let's go ahead and throw into the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo. No goal tonight. It's prize night. So that means only today, tomorrow, and Friday. So if we knock those three out, it is another successful Steel Toe week. Thanks, guys. 245 away from today's goal. Hit the like button, hit subscribe, hit share. Let's do it. PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. 263. So we did hit 250 by 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
Let's hit 300 by 9 o'clock. Keep hitting that like button. Sounds good to me. You guys are doing great. Let's hit the goal like Hillary's lawyer hit Crowder with them divorce papers, says KF. Son of a bitch. Somebody did say something in the chat. They said Crowder's wife served him with papers and said, I'm divorcing you. Change my mind.
Change my mind. That would be super shitty.
Not good. Let's do this Las Vegas to California bullet train thing.
Ooh, I've heard of this.
Hey, guys, would you like to see what a homeless magnet looks like? What do LA and Las Vegas, what do LA and Las Vegas have in common?
I guess lots of homeless.
Shitloads of homeless people.
Oh.
Do you want to be anywhere near that bullet train?
No, just the smell alone.
Right.
No, thank you.
A bipartisan congressional group from Nevada and California asked the Biden administration to fast-track federal funds for a private company to build a high-speed rail line between Las Vegas and the Los Angeles area. All 6 of Nevada's elected federal lawmakers and 4 House members from California sent the letter to U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg. Oh, which means it's going to be handled great.
This whole thing will derail in record time.
They said they're on board with a proposal from Brightline West to spend more than $10 billion to lay tracks along the Interstate 15 corridor. Traffic jams on the interstate often stretch for 15 miles near the Nevada-California line as motorists head home after weekend or holiday travel to Las Vegas.
I have heard of this.
Yeah.
We see people bitching all the time in our chat rooms. It's like, no, guys, don't try to go back home to LA from Vegas on a Saturday.
No.
You will not make it.
The Mojave Desert is largely open space, and the electronic-powered trains could potentially cut the 4-hour trip in half, carrying passengers at speeds of nearly 200 miles per hour. Okay, I want you to think about that for a second. A 2 to 2.5 hour trip on a bullet train full of smelly fucking homeless people.
Nope, I can't do it.
And drunk degenerates.
Talking to themselves, being aggressive.
I feel like bullet trains and public transit in general are the new fetch. stop trying to make it happen. It's not going to happen.
It was created by Gretchen Wieners.
Yeah, Gretchen Wieners has been designing all of this public transit. It's like, we all have cars. We love them. We love the independence. We love the fact that we don't have to be next to pissy pants homeless people all the time. And we're not going to trade in, superhighway, coast to coast, easy to get anywhere. You guys thought that James Brown came back to life. They're not going to trade that in for, hey, guys, you want to save yourself 2 hours on your drive to Las Vegas? Oh, I'm interested. What is it? Come sit next to this piss-stained homeless guy for 2 hours and listen to him rant about God knows what.
Because you can't tell me they're going to keep them off of it.
As a matter of fact, there's going to be groups trying to get homeless people in L.A. to get on the bullet train to send them off to Las Vegas.
This is bad. This is bad news.
It's going to be
for a city
news.
that I love. Get out.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Are you going to see more Las Vegas homeless take the train to L.A. or more homeless L.A. take the train to Las Vegas?
I guess you want to go to the beach.
I see, to me.
It's a big-time bathtub.
Yeah, like to me.
Do you think they use it?
No. To me, this is, the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I know what you're thinking. Politicians are dumb. Politicians go, hey, if we build this bullet train, a bunch of people with money will go and gamble. Yeah, but a bunch of people without money will beat the fuck out of people at the train stations, rob them, R-word them, kill them, pissy pants homeless people, drug addicts, bums, desperate gambling addicts. Like, the good comes with the bad. It's not worth it.
Well, now you just made me lose my train of thought. Oh, I've got news for you too. Like those people that live in LA that have money that they want to come spend in Las Vegas, those people are already going. Right. They've got their own little planes or they've got their cars and people drive them and they're fine.
Yosemite Sambo says, too bad they want a bullet train and not a dono hype train. Am I right? Let's throw some money at Steel Toe. 245 away from today's goal. Thanks, boys and girls. April and Hillary Crowder are doppelgangers. Change my mind.
That's like the fourth person to say that. I don't know what she looks like.
Should we look her up and see if April looks like Hillary Crowder?
Only if that's okay because
she's been in sketches of his.
Okay, because I'm seriously not cool with bringing people into shit.
Denise Brown says, I even saw the lights on the Goodyear blimp and it read, Alex Stein's a pimp. Oh, well,
that's pretty cool.
Good for Alex.
I have a question. Since we're big on the climate change and stuff right now, what powers these bullet trains?
It said they're electric power. They're
okay,
electric.
And what powers the?
Well, we know that.
Yeah.
Dreams and puppy kisses.
Dreams and puppy kisses.
Are what power those?
Oh, Gordy could power our car someday.
Exactly. Yes. See, I don't think April looks like Hillary Crowder. I don't. Yeah. See, it doesn't look like April to me.
I don't see it.
Their faces are too different. What's that gay guy doing with that mid-blonde chick? I don't get it. All right. Oh, that's Steven Crowder and his wife. I'm sorry.
That mid-blonde chick. God, you're mean. That's a nice-looking woman.
She's not a bad-looking girl. You know what? I got a little out of line.
She might land on her feet. I don't know about him.
Steven might land face down, ass up. I don't know.
Oh,
wouldn't it? Okay, but think about it. Wouldn't it be okay as long as that's who he is?
Yes.
Like,
I have no problem with gay people.
Wouldn't that be better for Steven if he got to at least explore whether or not that's what the problem is and that's what's been holding him back all these years and making him unhappy and treat people like shit? Is he stuck in the wrong
we don't know. Maybe he started asking her to do certain things with him and she wasn't comfortable with it.
This is the part I didn't want to get into. Winston says, I love you guys. Sorry if I've ever been stupid and rude before.
Thank you, Winston.
Thank you, Winston, but I think you're fine.
You know what? Water under the bridge.
Yeah. Que sera is what I say. $245 away from today's goal. I hate to poke you a little bit, but we do got to get that thing. I'd say somewhere under the 200s by the top of the hour, and then we want to be under 150 by the time we rattle the cans and play the music in about an hour and a half or so. So if you'd like to, please do. I think we've been doing too many political figure stories today, so I'm going to skip this Tucker Carlson producer. MSNBC was like, they're doing their victory laps on the Tucker thing.
Really?
And they're like bringing on old producers of him and like anybody who wants to talk shit about Tucker.
So this is what happens to everybody. Like suddenly like Ellen quits her job too and everyone comes out of the woodworks. Oh, she was a fucking cunt.
Right.
That bitch.
But it's like, this is MSNBC. This is a news network.
It's everyone.
And you're like, oh, here's news. Here's a guy who doesn't have a gig anymore, and one of his producers to totally talk shit about him.
That's actually what I'm planning on doing when I quit Steel Toe someday.
Go on MSNBC?
I'm going to go on MSNBC and talk shit about you.
Or MLC?
They would never have me, I bet.
So tell me that Aaron's gay. He likes guys. Like, he's totally gay. And he's not, you, to be honest, now that you're not on that show, you don't think he's funny.
I actually don't divorce you, but I just quit this show and go to a different
Just go, yeah. We're still married, but she quits the show and goes on MLC. I'm like,
what a weird day that'd be.
We go to bed and I'm like, honey, why'd you go on MLC and just fucking shit on me? I don't get it. Aaron's a piazza.
What a fucking weird bedtime talk that would be.
Would be an.
Honey, why did you do that to me?
Yeah, would be an odd. Just admit he's a hack. Like, just do that. Aaron, he doesn't sell tickets. Aaron does gay clubs. That would be funny. Like we're happily married, but you left the show
right.
and you just
left the show to do bigger things. You know, and
you go on MLC and just fucking bury Steel Toe. Oh, I'd have a hard time not. I'd have a hard time not appreciating it as a comedic performance.
Yeah, I understand that.
It would hurt a lot.
And as somebody who like prays to see my husband's like hopes and dreams, which are now mine too, that I'm with you. Do well. I mean, it's a little confusing.
Optic Nerve says that's a pretty good Kevin Brennan impersonation. It's mid. It's mid.
It's mid.
Foul Mouth Yoda says, my friend's a producer at MSNBC, and seriously, he would not shut the fuck up about the firing. But isn't that kind of sad in a way that, like, your celebration isn't that what you're doing is doing well at MSNBC, but it's because this guy at Fox lost his job. I've got news for MSNBC. You're still going to be in second place no matter who they replace him with. That Fox audience is not going to lose Tucker and go to MSNBC.
I do sit here, though, and wonder, like, what else do they have?
Hannity. I mean, Hannity's popular. Laura Ingraham is popular. I mean, old boomers, but they have a lot of...
saying. Old boomers are dying. We've had very recent conversations lately with people that say the same thing. We need to get rid of that and move on to the new stuff.
Yeah, I think Gutfeld... I'm saying Gutfeld, Waters. I mean, they've been using Kilmeade.
What nice names we have.
Gutfeld, Waters, or Kilmeade. Yeah, one of them.
Please
one of
don't
them's
kill
going to get
mead.
the job.
I like the mead.
Yeah. All right, guys, we got to let's knock out that goal. Let's get into some of these stories. Hey, I know we didn't want to do politics, but guess what? Joe Biden has announced yesterday that he's running for president.
No. Stop.
Hey, you know what? Don't say no. Stop. Hey, you know what? Son of a bitch, I muted the pot. God damn it.
You're the worst at this.
You know what, April?
What?
Now there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives.
Exactly.
Yeah, some of them get to be president.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be fine. So let's watch the announcement that Joe Biden is running for president. Obviously,
Am I
they
going
didn't
to be just shocked.
Obviously, they had to do a pre-produced video package and not a live address. It's kind of like letting John Fetterman make an announcement.
Don't people announcing that they're running for president do it live?
Wait a minute.
It's AI. Joe Biden.
More president with hugs. Biden Fetterman 2024.
Shut the fuck up.
Let's-
I've been trying to not say the F word today, and you're really pushing me.
Let's really go for it. Biden Fetterman 24.
You're disgusting.
I've been accused. Oh, of course. January 6th, abortion. You guys got anything new in the last year or two, or no? Just
I don't click play yet. I just really like that when somebody's announcing to run for like the head's position in my country, that they start with like doom and gloom.
Yeah.
And just ominous music.
I mean, that's
Doesn't
how
that make you feel secure and safe?
Yeah, that's how Barack Obama won twice, right? It wasn't like, what was his slogan, I believe, was despair and darkness, right? Oh, wait, no, it was hope and change.
Like, this to me doesn't feel promising. This is just scared.
Freedom.
Darkness, death, January 6th, riots, chaos, dead babies. Freedom.
Let's go back. I got to watch that again.
No, this hurts me to watch it.
Freedom.
This is the worst thing ever.
And
if he wins, we're done.
that was the one word they could get out of him, and that's like from a clip 4 years ago.
Yeah, if he wins, we can't afford it. I know people have said this. The older people get, the more they say this. But honest to God, I don't think we can keep going in this direction for 4 years and ever be good again.
No. This is going to be hard to get out of if we ever make it.
Personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans. There's nothing more.
Wait a minute. Is this a recorded spot and he's still fucked up?
Yeah.
Go back.
Oh, look at that.
Personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans.
Who are our Americans?
I can't decide if that's whoever was editing this video, like jumbled it, like sped it up.
Or how about
if it
they
was
edited
him.
so much that night, they were like, fuck it, leave it in. That's the best we can do.
It sounds like him.
I've done that before in like radio ads, like when they bring in, when the client is bound and determined to do their own radio spot, but they can't fucking read, and you have to trim it up and put it together, and there's a slight little in there, and you're like, fuck it, I've been working on a 30-second ad for a half hour. I'm not doing any more of this. That's going in.
Why'd you leave the N-word in it?
I don't know. That was very weird, and I'm sorry to Raleigh. I really do apologize. I didn't mean it. It's just that
That's why he stopped advertising.
No, the problem was he insisted that I keep it in. And I'm like, I'm going to have to put a disclaimer at the end of this. And that's going to cut off 10 seconds more of the ad. And he was like, I don't give a shit, man. It's got to go in.
It's actually just the N-word with a disclaimer now.
Yeah, those were the days. That's it. The whole spot.
Personal freedom is fundamental to who we are as Americans. There's nothing more important, nothing more sacred. That's been the work of my first term.
Freedom? Hold on a minute. The work of your first term has been freedom. If you would have said dystopia, fear, and inflation, I would have said, hey, you know what? Got to give the guy credit. Good job.
Yeah, and then he continues by saying, we got to turn this ship around, folks.
My first term has been about freedom. You know, getting rid of all your gas-powered lawnmowers, weed trimmers, and cars by 2032. That freedom. $3.60 a gallon gas, that kind of freedom. $8 egg cartons, that kind of freedom.
Continuing to lock y'all down and make you take experimental medicine.
That kind of freedom. You know, freedom. My first term.
Oh.
To fight for our democracy.
By teaming up with the Taliban to fight ISIS.
It does really just get worse. Stop talking.
You, sir, are a walking disaster. By the way, 22 seconds into their 3-minute announcement.
Freedom to poop your pants no matter if you know where you are or not.
Freedom to fall up the stairs of my airplane all the goddamn time.
Freedom to stand on all the blue X's they put on the ground for you. I don't know.
Shouldn't be a red or blue issue. To protect our rights, to make sure that everyone in this country is treated equally and that everyone is given a fair shot at making it.
Unless you're white.
Look, everybody, I talk to black people.
Oh, no.
But you know, around the country, MAGA extremists are lining up to take on those bedrock freedoms.
You know what I like to do? Did he just talk about there should be one country, not a red country and a blue country, and then proceed to shit on at least a third of the country?
Over a third of the country. Damn near half.
I mean, if you look at who voted for Trump, if you just go by Trump voters, about 50%. You're doing the same thing Hillary Clinton did. We need to bring this country together. We need to make sure everyone's on the same page. By the way, fuck half of you. It's like, dude.
Thanks.
I think you're contradicting yourself just a little bit there, Gramps.
Social Security that you paid for your entire life while cutting taxes for the very wealthy, dictating what healthcare decisions women can make, banning books.
Bro, first of all, they're not banning books. They're just saying ones with cocks and porn in it shouldn't be in school libraries. That's not banning a book. You can still get the book wherever you want.
I don't like my blood to boil often, but that shit does bother me when anyone out there has an argument, but then when people bring in the details of said argument, like facts.
Yeah.
No, you're just banning books.
I love it.
You don't want to include us.
I always love when an incumbent runs again and tells you how shitty things are. It's like, yeah, bro, wouldn't it have been great if you were in charge the last 4 Oh, like when Trump complained about Fauci, it's like, yeah, too bad we didn't have a guy in power who could have fired it. Oh, sorry. Like Biden going, and Social Security's a disaster. Haven't seen you trying to fix it.
and telling people who they can love, all while making it more difficult for you to be able to vote.
Nobody wants to tell anybody who they can love. They'd just rather they shut the fuck up about it at dinner. That's all. Yep. Butt fuck whoever you want to butt fuck. Not my pig, not my farm. Just don't, it's the tuba meme. Just don't, while I'm standing up against a wall minding my own business, go and blow a tuba in my face. Hope. Decency. Old
when
white
I ran
ladies.
for president 4 years ago, I said we're in a battle for the soul of America.
Okay, in fairness, someone had to remind you said that. You didn't remember.
Yeah, so is Satan.
Yeah.
Satan is battling for the soul of America, too.
Satan is also battling for the soul of America. That doesn't automatically make you good.
You're already dead, sinner.
That's the truth.
And we still are. The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom, more rights or fewer. I know what I want the answer to be, and I think you do too. This is
DeSantis 2024. Hey, wait a minute. That's a swerve. You know what? I know how the acceptance speech is going to go if he wins another 4 years.
Stop that. Yeah,
Ain't
fine.
nothing left but fire and brimstone.
I was just going to say, he wants everything to be okay and stuff. Why not just legalize everything?
Well,
make it all legal and
fuck
watch it
it,
all
bro.
burn to the ground. I don't
This is
care.
not a time to be complacent. That's why I'm running for re-election.
God, it looks so bad. He's going to be 81. He'll be 85 when he leaves office if he wins a second term.
I want this to be a joke. I want this to be somebody punking me.
Yes.
But there's people out there that for some reason would still vote for this guy. I don't care what side you're on. Things are not good right now.
Okay, what if he tells you you're punked and he goes, here's the real guy running for president and it's Gavin Newsom? Does that necessarily make it any better?
No, it absolutely doesn't. But look how old this guy is. He doesn't know where he is when he wakes up sometimes.
Come on, he's old. You can't let him be president. He's too old. Oh, Happy Gilmore's grandma's
Because
house.
I know America.
Oh, do you?
I know we're good and decent people. I know we're still a country that believes in honesty and respect.
No, we are not.
So do you mind leaving us the fuck alone then? That would be great.
Honesty and respect went out the door a long time ago. They don't want to be here.
I think he meant obesity and dissent. I think is what he meant to say.
Treating each other with dignity. That we're a nation where we give hate no safe harbor. We believe that everyone is equal, that everyone should be given a fair shot to succeed in this country.
Thank you for choosing us.
They are, though.
He can't even have enough breath left in his lung to finish the word country.
But they are given a fair shot. As you show, like a black lawyer or a black educated woman, like everybody does have a fair shot.
Yes.
Yeah, some people are born in shittier neighborhoods to shittier parents and shittier situations. There is no stroke of the pen, no legislation that you can pass that will ever fix that. That's not your fucking job. Everybody has a fair shot as far as the law is concerned. As far as the government's concerned, everyone has a fair shot.
There's
Now,
white people born in shitty neighborhoods.
in terms of nurture, and you can't help that. That's not something the government can do.
Nope.
I mean, there's something you could do. You go make speeches in poverty-stricken communities and like, hey, guys, dual incomes, 2 parents, it would help. But you won't make that speech.
Right, you could encourage the right things.
Yeah.
That you won't.
Every generation of Americans has faced a moment when they have to defend democracy. Stand up for our personal freedom. Stand up for the right to vote and our civil rights. And this is our moment.
This 81 years old, this is okay. This is your moment. Oof.
Well, I want everyone to remember, how long has Joe Biden been in politics again?
60 years?
60 years?
50,
And
well,
this,
50,
this
about
is his
50
moment.
years.
Hasn't done anything yet.
50 years. He's a what do you call it? A late bloomer. This
I
is
guess
his
so.
moment. No, this first term hasn't been his moment. That's not the moment he was talking about. It's this one coming up here. That's the moment. This is the moment.
I feel really just kind of down.
Yeah.
This is why I don't watch this shit. I don't pay attention to politics. It just makes you feel bad.
It's a great ad for the Chinese Communist Party, though. They really enjoy this ad.
A lot of people watching that probably want to go get a beer or something, make themselves feel better, go outside in some sunshine.
Mike the Tool Man with $10 says, here you go, vasectomy boy. I don't want to be vasectomy boy.
Oh, he said that to you in the chat earlier when you were talking about knocking me up or something. He's like, ha.
20 years of sleeping well for me. Thank you, Mike the Tool Man. Joel with $7. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's going to knock our goal down by $15 right there. Thank you guys very much. 2:30 away. Let's keep her going. What do you think? Do you think we can get it under 200 by the top of the hour? Here you go, boys and girls. 2:30 away. Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. All of it helps. All of it works. Let's knock that down another $30-$40 before the end of this hour. And let's put ourselves on a good path to knocking out that goal, adding 30 minutes to the end of the show. Thank you, guys. And hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and share the show with everybody else. Okay, let's go on. I've purposely taken this, prepped this hour to be story that'll make your blood boil, story we can make a lot of jokes.
Okay.
Story that'll make your blood boil, story we can make a lot of jokes.
Well, thanks for shaking it up, Aaron.
No problem, guys. Let's knock out that goal and let's get those like totals up. What did I say, 300 by the top of the hour? Mm-hmm. Keep hitting the thumbs up, guys. Thank you. And Rumble, thank you very much. You've been wonderful. It'll buff out says Biden's girlfriend said he's a pedophile. Biden says, hey, that's a pretty big word for a 9-year-old. It's an old joke. It's an old joke.
Oh, boy.
Thank you, Rumble. Always nice to have you.
Yes.
All right. Let's go into this Loyola, Maryland story. It's prom time. It's weird that it's that time of year already, but it's time for schools to start having their senior proms.
Okay.
One school in Maryland decided that they would do a little change to their senior prom, and they would do something a little different this year.
How do you change prom?
Think of the word senior. They're still going to have a senior prom.
Oh, no. Oh.
I know what you're thinking.
Different senior.
No. I know what you're thinking. Like old men and old women doing a prom thing. Don't worry. It's not old men and old women doing a prom thing. That's not what this senior prom is.
Are they cosplaying old people?
No. It's not that either. So you think it's these wrinkly old men and these wrinkly old women. It's not. Here,
today, some senior citizens in our area got to take a trip down memory lane. That's right. 8th graders from a local school decided to put on a prom for them after learning more about the effects of Alzheimer's disease.
Why would you give, you little dickhead 8th graders, they ain't going to remember it. Thanks a lot.
Right. Now, what are you trying to, remind them of how they didn't get laid that night, but they were desperately trying to?
Right. Taking advantage of these poor seniors who can't remember a goddamn thing. Or you're running into just horny women. But first of all, people with Alzheimer's do fucked up sex shit sometimes. Like they'll take their clothes off and go running in the streets. What if one of these old ladies does a dance with the 8th grader and start grabbing his cock and you're just like, no, Edna, you're not, no, that is not what you're supposed to do. You have to be by with whips and fire hoses for these old people. So if they start grabbing on the kids, you can be like, psh.
Hold on now. Whips, wetness, that sounds a lot of sexual stuff too.
Don't worry, we'll make it hurt.
Well, that too. That could be.
They'll know the difference.
This is delightful. I haven't been any place where the people were actually having a party in quite a long time.
Actually, yes, you were 2 weeks ago. You just don't remember.
It was actually last night. There was a birthday party for her.
You were actually at your own birthday party, ma'am. You just don't. This is a dick move.
I don't.
So this is for people with Alzheimer's. And what's the Chiron say down here? A walk down memory lane.
What memory?
Fuck you. That's like these people all have arthritis and they go, hey, they're going to a joint meeting. Hey, don't say joint. Mine are swollen. Dick.
Oh, no.
Barbara Heavers and around 80 other senior citizens in our area took a trip down memory lane on Sunday.
What if one of the Alzheimer's people starts trying to hey, Sonny, do you know what a woman feels like? What if it gets out of hand? This is a bad idea.
More do you know what a sack of wrinkles on a Shar-Pei feels like? What are you talking about?
Have you ever dug in a burlap sack for a coin?
This is off-putting.
Have you ever tried to get the last potato chip out of a big bag?
Aye.
Around 60 8th graders from Loyola Blakefield School, along with their parents, volunteered and put on this prom for the seniors.
Why
it was
8th
everything
graders?
anyone could
Yeah, right?
This shouldn't be an 8th grade thing. 8th graders don't go to prom.
Yeah. Fuck these 8th
That
graders.
doesn't even make sense.
They don't know what prom is. None of them are spiking the punch. None of them are getting shit. Like, if you would have brought high school seniors out to do this, they would have snuck some booze for these old ladies.
Sneaking fingers.
Oh, yeah. Joints and coke.
Don't you remember when your date just tried to, like, put their fingers up your skirt on the bus?
Mine?
You know, on the way to
Yeah.
the Wabasha Street caves.
I remember when my date for prom tried to finger me on the bus. I don't mean to brag. We drove the...
and you were wearing a white tux. It wasn't going to go well.
For my 2005 prom, I don't mean to brag, but we drove a 2002 Pontiac Bonneville SSI to prom.
I had...
Not trying to brag here, but it was a Pontiac Bonneville SSI, ladies and gentlemen. Or SSEI. Thank you very much.
SSRI, actually.
Yes, an
she
SSRI.
needed it after.
Yeah. She's under mind control.
My date had his own 69 Chevy Woodbed cherry red pickup truck.
Of course you hillbillies went to prom
How fucking sexy
in that.
is that? I was thrilled.
Ugh.
I was so fucking thrilled.
And he tried to finger you on the bus?
No, it was a joke.
Oh.
He did not try to finger me. He definitely put his hand on my leg and was
But didn't go for
hoping,
fingering.
but he did not try to finger me. He was a gentleman for the most part.
I don't mean to brag, but handled my fucking business.
Oh, that's good.
prom.
I'm glad to hear you got laid.
She wasn't a treat, but she wasn't a dog, you know? Take what you get back in those days.
Expect from a prom. The seniors got to get their picture taken, the students served them food, and of course, as with most proms, they got to dance under the disco ball.
Great. So their arthritis flared up the next day. They felt like shit.
They can't even do this in the dark. They can't even do it at nighttime because it's past their bedtime.
One of the 8th graders feels like shit now because he spun his date and she broke her hip when she fell. It's just a disaster.
Her name is Barbara Heavers.
Barbara Heavers. Ugh.
Just say Heavers and feel sexy.
That sounds like old tits. They're heavers.
She starts
you gotta
heaving.
Heave them over your
if
shoulder.
she has too much physical activity.
And then it's all Alzheimer's people, so they're all night you're going to be dancing like, we should go get our picture taken. We did that when we came in. This is the 3rd time you've asked now to get your picture taken.
I need to go take my inhaler before I do one more dance with you.
It's novel.
Yeah.
And it's great music and people
Yeah,
are
what
happy.
if these old ladies like get confused for their old senior prom and they wake up in the morning and get one of these 8th graders in trouble because they forget what year it is and they go to one of the orderlies and go, excuse me, I need a plan B after my prom date last night. Like, what the fuck happened here?
And 8th graders laying pipe.
No. You're not supposed to even be able to get pregnant.
Stop it.
Students decided to put on the prom after attending a class by
I
the...
don't like this little creep. He's trying to pick up on grandma. We get it. You've started benching and you can do 80 pounds. You fucking calm
You know what
down,
else?
you creep.
You know what else I've noticed? It's all 8th grade boys and it's all old women. Why are there no 8th grade girls and no old men?
Yeah. Why can't the old guys with Alzheimer's? See, I'm telling you,
They did that for liabilities,
that's
right?
because the Alzheimer's patients they know can get a little grabby, a little weird, and they thought, oh, if one of the old ladies grabs a kid ass, that's less that's less problematic than if some old man's like, yeah, like confuses the 8th grader. Like maybe the guy had a really short wife and she's dead now, but he mistakes her for the wife and he just goes, squeezes her ass.
Oh, the old breath in the room, too. I'm just not okay with any of this.
This is not a good, I don't like this
Look,
at all.
I loved my grandmas so much, and when they got old, and I wore pretty dresses for some things, like that's plenty enough for them. Like when their people come to visit them, that's fine.
There were some wholesome moments in this, though. For example, one woman who had Alzheimer's and Parkinson's won the twist competition.
I feel like I'm going to hell.
I thought that was good. That was really nice to see that she was able to get a W in that way.
Alzheimer's Association.
We came in. And
there was also an imitate a broken dryer contest, and she won that one as well. She just went.
Oh, no. See, there's no old men.
We're able to
No.
do an education program for parents and their children, students here.
There's one 78-year-old man at the door going, "Hi, everybody, why won't you let me in?" They're like, Mr. Pendergrast, we can't let you in. You get touchy. It's weird. Oh, I wouldn't touch anybody. I just love women.
To help them understand how to communicate with people with dementia, how dementia impacts people's ability to interact with others, and the fact that social isolation is quite often a trigger for cognitive impairment.
Oh, well, good thing you didn't socially isolate all these old people with dementia. Oh, what? So you're saying that it's bad for old people to have them socially isolated. So 2 or 3 years ago, you may have caused a lot of cognitive impairment in senior citizens. I think they'd rather die.
Or I will challenge your point. Maybe the Alzheimer's and dementia is God saying these people are not meant for others now.
Here's a dude.
And they kept the blacks together.
Oh, no, they even segregated the prom for the old people so they could have it like the old days. But even the black guy's like, I don't want any of these white women near me. She'll probably scream the R word and I'll get chased down.
Look how mad he looks. I feel bad. Like, being old just looks
sad.
Hard.
Yeah.
Now she thinks the students will have a different level of understanding of what senior citizens want and can give.
They're going to have a different level of understanding about the fact that senior citizens really are incredible people with a wonderful history.
Matter of opinion. Look, you're taking kids with their entire lives ahead of them, and you're depressing the living shit out of them.
They go home and, hey, Mom, I don't want to live until I'm old.
Right. All this is going to do is make those 8th graders go, Mom, am I going to get dementia? Mom, am I going to get Alzheimer's disease? Mrs. Wilson kept calling me her son, and it was creeping me the fuck out. She kept asking me if I was going to go to the polo grounds for the Yankee game. Mom, I don't even know what the polo grounds are.
Dude, did I ever tell you what some old guy did to my brother and I and my mom
this doesn't
at a gas station when we were tiny?
This doesn't sound promising.
We used to have an old...
Did it involve a key attached to a hubcap and a dark bathroom?
No, thank God.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, when you're old, though, you just forget shit. So, like, we used to have an old Dodge Intrepid, and my brother and I were, like, probably 5 and 6 in the back seat. My mom's filling up the car, and this old man just walks up to the car and starts poking at the window, and then my mom looks over and like, holy shit, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, you got a cute little monkey and squirrel back there. Like, just... Don't be old. You know what I mean? He just kept calling us the monkey and the squirrel, and my mom's getting pissed. Like, get the fuck away from my kids.
Got a cute little monkey and squirrel back there, and your mom looked back. Did I pick up a black kid by accident? What the
Hey.
Oh.
No, we just have blackface on. It is Litchfield.
We were doing a play for school, and
it was...
We didn't have any black kids to cast in the
What
play.
play were we doing again?
You were doing The Wiz.
Doing The Wiz. But moral of the story is don't be old.
Don't get old. It's fucking
call
terrible.
Kids monkeys and squirrels and walk up to strangers' cars and poke at kids and windows and
dance with 8th graders.
Get in trouble with their parents at the gas pumps.
And I think for the seniors, for many of them, the opportunity for social engagement is limited.
They'd much
really?
They'd much rather you hire them a gigolo so they can get dick down. But you guys won't do that, will you? Because that's inappropriate.
That's a liability for hip breakage.
That's true.
And this is such a unique opportunity for them to come and do something very different.
The event was open to all seniors. For Heavers, it's
so now we're lezzing out. I get it.
Wonderful time to meet new people and share stories. And she even has some advice for these students.
Yeah, 2 old senior citizens are dancing, and the kids are like, you guys gonna make out?
That kid was just looking at them that way.
And just for all of us.
First of all, pay attention.
Okay.
And decide the things that you really appreciate and then try to cultivate.
And second of all, gravy, cookie, doggy dish.
Like, I'm not completely heartless. There's part of me that looks at these old people having a good time, and I'm like, oh, God, I miss my grandmas. Like, just to see them smile one more time, you know? I get
With
it.
people who do the same, feel the same about it. If you get a chance to do something you've always thought of doing, do it.
And that night, she was impregnated by a minority. Well, anyway, that was a nice, wholesome story, was it not?
Totally.
It was a nice, wholesome event.
Are we mean people? I don't think so.
You know what I do? I just stop asking. And that tends to work for me. That quiets the voices. Yeah. Sean Raz with $10 says, now watch Trumps. Oh, shit, that's right. You sent me the Trump thing. We'll do that in overtime if we knock out overtime. How about that? We're 225 away. Thank you, buddy. Let's go to PayPal here and see if we've got anything new to talk about. Nope, not a goddamn thing. All right, guys, let's make sure that we can knock that goal out. 225. away from hitting it. Let's do it. We've got about 50 minutes, 50 minutes until we rattle the can and try to make that money and keep this show going. We've hit all of our goals so far this week. We've only got 2 more left after today. Tomorrow's probably going to be smaller because tonight's a prize show.
That's right.
So let's knock out today. We'll have a smaller one tomorrow, and then we'll finish up strong on a Friday. What do you say? There you go, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. What do you say? Let's all chip in a little bit, just like yesterday. Let's all chip in, and let's knock out that goal today and do an extra half hour and keep our show on the air. We appreciate that. All right, we got another attention whore at the gym.
I wish you'd stop calling me out like that.
This is kind of becoming what, quote unquote, female gym culture has become.
Yeah.
Is instead of me working on shit and looking good, minding my own business, noticing my gains or whatever, let me try and stick my ass and tits out as far as I can. And then when someone points out that I'm sticking my ass or tits out, let me yell creep and stranger danger and put a video up on TikTok so I can get a lot of sympathy.
Oh, it goes so much farther than that even. There's so many women out there, especially like celebrities now, that can't just work out in private. They have to post their workouts or their post-workout, pulling up their little spandex shorts. Oh, look at this big ass I've got and my big titties. And
then someone goes...
And then somebody comments like, God, you're so fucking hot. All the things I would do to you. And they're like, ew.
How dare you?
How dare you? I'm married.
I'm here to work out. I'm not here to have my body noticed. Oh. Okay, that's
seriously
interesting.
Though, half
because your
like,
ass cheek is out.
I'm married. Why would you say that?
So this Emily Lefroy wrote the article about Kylan Suttner, 21, and the title of the article is "I was body shamed for letting my boobs hang out at the gym. It was weird." Now, in fairness, if a guy's cock is hanging out through short shorts and someone sees his dickhead, it's okay to comment on it and go, you'd make me feel a lot comfortable if you put your cock away while you're working out.
Yes. Tiny bit.
Wear some shorts that fit. All right? Let's not wear squirrel smuggling
shorts. Wear some goddamn compression shorts. Keep that shit contained.
Let's keep that thing in its hog pen, if you will. Well, this woman, you guys can decide if it's legit and she has a point or if she's a complete attention whore. Now, what I've seen of stuff like this is that 90+% of the time, it's somebody trying to make a thing where there isn't one. Progress takes place outside the comfort zone, but it doesn't mean people should be made to feel uncomfortable while doing so. Kylan Suttner, 21, was doing chest presses at the gym when she was approached by a woman. So this wasn't even a dude. A woman who questioned her athletic attire, allegedly telling the young woman her light blue crop top wasn't respectful and no one wants to look at your boobs hanging out.
Which then Kylan would go like, oh, you see, you just hate hot women. You're just jealous and stuff like that.
I will say this one. I will point this out. If she didn't have her tits out, but she just had like a sports bra or something like that on and she was working out, and this woman comes over and like, yeah, I have your fucking tits out at the gym. There is an element of mind your own fucking business to that.
Yeah, but I think that's a really naive way of thinking. I do. I don't agree with your take on that because I am a female that works out at gyms, and there are 2 women at our gym that come in there, and the new thing is to wear the tight sports bras with your tits popping out and the really tight biker shorts with nothing over them. And
but do you go up to them and be like,
I do not, but I do silently think like, you're kind of just asking for attention. I do watch guys talk to them.
Oh, okay.
And I don't care, but it's like it's obvious why you did that, so you can't be upset the day like maybe that hot guy isn't the one who came up and talked to you today. It was the ugly one, and then get upset at him.
But then crying out and screaming about it and going, look what happened to me. There is a dishonesty about that.
Mm-hmm.
About screaming it from the rooftops.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
I don't care what people wear to the gym as long as it's like you're not naked.
How about this? If we all follow this rule, we'll be a lot better off. Everybody shut the fuck up, do your workout, and go home.
That's kind of how I like to be, but
there you go.
For me too, like I don't wear shit where I have all of my body exposed because I don't want that attention. I do want to be left alone while I work out, so I probably dress a little more like a prude at the gym.
I don't know why she singled me out because there were other people in the gym wearing way more revealing clothes. I mean, what if your tit literally did pop out while you were lifting weights? That is going to make some people uncomfortable. And they might ask you, hey, your tit keeps popping out. I'm seeing nipple
You might
while
have
you're
bigger
working
tits.
out. It distracts me. Could you do something, please?
If you've got bigger assets, let's say, like, you should be doing more to contain them. It's not our fault that you do.
Maybe her boyfriend was staring at me or something, and it got her triggered. I don't know, she guessed.
That's basically the take I had.
Healthy ego on you. Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. She's jealous because I'm the hot one.
I'm hot, so she's jealous. That's got to be what it is. The new mother who gave birth to her son, Suede. So she's a single mom. Gave birth to her son, Suede, in December 2022, said the woman's abrupt confrontation left her feeling froze. Oh, come on.
That's what I'm saying girls wear now. That's like cool to wear in public even now, apparently.
If you're doing this, your tits could totally come out of that.
Yeah. I
can see why she said something.
Mm-hmm. It's a problem. Like this is where I draw the line between, okay, mind your own business and do your workout and go home, and okay, now there's a problem. You've created a distraction. That's an actual issue.
This vapid bitch is even doing a pose in this natural picture.
I just told you too, like, this is okay to wear out in public. Look at where she is. She's drinking in that. She's wearing that in public for a day out.
The 21-year-old fitness trainer was shamed for her crop top. That's not a crop top. That's a
bra.
That's a tit shirt.
It's a bra.
That's showing your entire tit but the nipple. There's nothing in the middle there.
Yeah.
It didn't make me feel sad, really. The fitness trainer, who has over 98,000 followers on Instagram, she figured this story would get her up over the 100 grand.
Sure.
I was just beating myself up for not standing up for myself more. You poor victim, you. The only problem is the internet's full of simps, and they'll all go, you're strong and brave and beautiful.
And
they'll enforce this behavior.
And then they'll look at us too and be like, stop rooting it for us.
Yeah.
You know.
Sutner has been working out 5 days a week for 2 years and is currently engaged in a fitness challenge that will see her at the gym for 75 days consecutively. That's not good for your muscles.
Yeah, no recovery time is not good, in fact.
I've always liked fitness a lot, and I saw other girls starting little Instagram pages for fitness content. And I was just one day like, you know what? I'm going to do it. Not really thinking of it. Oh, bullshit, you weren't really thinking about it. That's why you dressed with your tits out and the tightest fucking clothing and your fucking pussy hanging out. Bullshit. I wish that these broads would just be honest and go, look, I look smoking hot. Guys would follow my shit. I can probably get brand endorsements. So I'm going to skank it up a little bit in my gym photos and really make a run at this Instagram thing. There's nothing wrong with that if you're honest about it.
Yeah,
but I hate that.
Usually the dishonesty that rubs people.
Yeah, it's the woman thing where they go, oh, well, I wasn't even trying this old thing. Meanwhile, your picture is posed like this with your fucking titties out.
And your ass popping.
Stop it. I've always liked fitness a lot, she explained. Then it blew up. I started taking money from it, and I was like, oh, this can actually be my job. Yeah, look at these photos. She's a phony bag of shit.
Nobody poses like that, by the way.
Nobody just walks around like that. Oh, she is simple.
It's fine to be hot and stuff like that. Like, there's certain times where certain events or like Vegas or anything where I'll like dress very nice and stuff because I want you to think I'm hot on vacation and things like that. But like, you don't have to dress like a total skank just because you're pretty.
Oh.
Like, people will still think you're pretty, I promise.
Cheap kitchen Jello mold with a good point. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, it works. That's the thing. I just want a little honesty. That's all I want.
Yeah, but there is no honesty today.
Because
people don't care about honesty.
I'm going to pose like this. I'm going to put the tits out. But when one person in 2 years at the gym goes, look, we get it. Could you put your fucking titties away while you're working out?
That's how I feel about people that wear those tight, like in that first picture with the nude outfit she had on, those tight biker shorts that go up your ass crack and stuff. When I see girls go to the gym like that, I'm like, look, great for you. You've got a really great ass. I get it. We all get it. Your ass is great. But did you have to like wear basically no clothes at the gym?
I don't mind wearing that clothing. I don't like the disingenuous attitude when they call people out for staring at it. When they film themselves working out and they go, look at this guy over here. What a fucking creep he is. Your shorts are up your ass crack. What's he supposed to do? I guarantee men are looking, women are looking, people are staring because you're making a spectacle of yourself.
There used to be things posted at gyms, and I think there still are. At both gyms I've worked out at recently, there are postings that say you must wear a shirt and stuff and don't wear clothes that like make other people feel uncomfortable. Like those things are posted and they're completely being ignored.
And like, again, if a woman was honest and went, I'm hot as fuck and I'm doing this for Instagram. I refuse to say the gram. And I'm doing this for Instagram and I'm hot at the fucking gym. Look at me. I don't mind that. That is fine. As long as you don't get mad when people start staring at you and doing other shit. It's the wearing the shit with the butt crack, like you said. It's the titties popping out. And then it's the, what? It's the Brittany Venti thing. What? Why are people so this and that? And it's like, don't play dumb.
I know you don't work out upstairs with me, like you don't weightlift up there, but depending on which day of the week, there's 5 specific girls that go to our gym that dress that way with the tight biker shorts and stuff, and they've always got dudes talking to them. And they don't seem to mind it.
No.
Which is kind of nice.
Right, if you're, like I said.
Because then I'm thinking to myself, too, oh, good, you can all congregate over there, and I'm going to work over here, and I'm going to have to be next to somebody because I hate working out next to people. But
let's just go ahead and admit what we're doing, and then we can all go and work out. I don't like it when they burn guys down on like a public post because the guy stared at the ass crack that you showed off and defined well.
Yeah, I do hope those girls don't go home and talk to their roommates and their friends and be, oh, these guys are just creeping on me in the gym. Meanwhile, you're schmoozing with them.
Could you help me put weight? Could you help me put weight on this rack? Can you believe this guy stayed for 3 extra seconds and stared at me? What a dick.
Guys, my shoulder just hurts so bad. Could you help me like push on it just a little bit?
We've got, Need Trump. Shut the F up, Karen, and Need Trump with $25 over on PayPal. Says, happy anniversary last night from me and Need Trump. Lots of love, guys. Thank you very much. Shut the F up, Karen. $25. That means an even 200 away from knocking out today's goal. There you go, guys. Let's all chip in a little bit. We can knock this thing out. What do you say? $200 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. We have those now. By the way, 292 likes. Everybody hit thumbs up right now. Let's click that, kick that up over 300. That's a good day. And again, thank you, Rumble. Awesome day over there. Before we go on to check on, I believe, Connecticut in this next story.
Interesting. We don't go there much.
We're going to go check on the East Coast. Then we got another BAM update today.
Whoa, I just saw a mostly naked dude on that page.
Step up to these shirtless shots of Channing Tatum to kick off his, ready, bitches? Ready to feel old? 43rd birthday.
43? Oh, my God.
We're a long way from Coach Carter, motherfucker.
Jeez.
Anyway, before we get to all that, let's knock out that goal. There's all the links in the chat. Let's talk about our friends at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's is hosting our 9th anniversary party Saturday, August 12th. Zen Rhino has that, that link to Eventbrite for our 9th anniversary party at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Saturday, August 12th. Get your tickets, or if you're a VIP, you can just claim 2 free ones. Just contact April, contact myself. April's going to be a better job of handling it. And we also have the cornhole tournament at 3. If you just want to come by and party in the afternoon, go ahead and do that too. And then when the comedy show starts, it'll be sold out. If you don't have tickets, hang out outside, come back in after the show. Simple enough. They got the deck, they got the patio, they got the Stoney's Garage. It's awesome. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's Bar this weekend and have one of their world-class Bloody Marys and enjoy the live entertainment at Stoney's. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing, if you go in the ditch here in central Minnesota, your car breaks down, you need a tow, nobody's faster than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203 for All Care. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Midlandarmory.com, where you can use the promo code SteelToe and get a big discount on your next firearm, tactical gear, knives, optics, you name it. They can deliver anywhere to an FFL dealer for your firearms or for the, accessories and whatnot right to your door. Midlandarmory.com, but use the promo code SteelToe and save yourself a bunch of money. This silk backdrop, the stickers, everything we've got made by Affordable Signs, AffordableSignService.com. Go to Affordable Signs for real estate signs, business signs, vehicle wrapping, sign installation, all of it. That is Affordable Signs. AffordableSignService.com. Dave Nunn with $4.99 says, had to stop watching Mayor because of that instigator venti. Can't stand the Innocent Act. I don't think you can hold Chrissy Mayer guilty for that, can you? I mean, they're friends. I thought what she did to Alex Stein was bullshit, Brittany Venti, but I don't know. I wouldn't want people like I'm cool with Mersh. A lot of people don't like Mersh, but that doesn't mean you'd stop watching Steel Toe. Or if Mersh says something nice about us, like he does from time to time, if people are like, "Oh, I hate Steel Toe," I don't want them to stop watching Mersh. So yeah, I mean, I get it, man. I agree with you. That Venti thing, she totally set Alex up for that. I watched her clip talking to Jesse P.S. She knew the score, and she did it anyway. I agree with you, but I don't, I'll be honest. I like Chrissy, and I don't think you have to stop watching Chrissy for that. Although, look, your fucking opinion, man. I'm not gonna tell you what you can and can't do. I'll just maybe tell you what I might do. 195 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Dave Nunn, for getting us a little closer. All right, guys, we got about 35 minutes before we rattle the cans, and we're getting close. Everybody chip in a little bit on PayPal. Everybody throw a super chat in there. We'll be able to knock this thing down in no time. Let's go ahead and do that. We're over 300 likes as well. Keep the like thing going.
Thank you.
Keep the subscriptions coming. I think we crossed over 9,550 yesterday. We'll be over 9,600 in no time. Thanks, guys. The whole thing's really going well here on Steel Toe. All right. We have a train station shut down. No travelers in Connecticut yesterday due to, let's just say a cleanliness problem.
Oh, so not a derailment.
No.
Interesting.
Now moving on to another one of our top headlines this morning. One of the biggest transportation hubs in the state has been partially shut down due to an infestation of bed bugs.
No.
Do you think maybe New Haven, Connecticut has a homelessness problem?
I'm willing to bet. Yes.
And this is the thing, like when we say like, hey, you need to roust the homeless and like get these homeless encampments knocked out. And you need to, roll up these tents and steamroll the fucking thing and get these people, locked away somewhere.
Yeah.
People think I'm just this nasty guy who just hates homeless people. And yeah, primarily that's it. But
right, front and center.
Yeah, front and center. That's the long and short of it. But there are secondary concerns like, public health.
Right, that used to be an issue. Okay, if COVID is a public health issue, why is not the homeless?
Yeah, feces on the ground, used hypodermic needles on the shore, China's under martial law, rock and roller cola wars. I can't take it anymore. And I didn't even start the fire. So bed bugs on
You're a bad person.
I know. Bed bugs in the public transit system, I guarantee you can draw a direct line with bums sleeping in the train station.
Yes.
To the bed bugs.
What is it, the rats ringing around bed bugs?
Oh, by the way, guys, you probably should roust the homeless because, as April just pointed out with rats, would you like bubonic plague? Because this is how you get bubonic plague.
I've said that before. How don't they have that in San Francisco?
They have.
Now?
They have.
Oh.
San Francisco has had cases of the bubonic plague. But here's the issue. The bubonic plague back in the 13 and 1400s, not your modern bubonic plague. We figured that shit out.
Right, but I would guess the bubonic plague is running rampant somewhere. Hepatitis,
maybe
HIV.
Maybe some TB.
Maybe some TB.
Yeah, some old school diseases.
And now we got bed bugs. What the fuck?
Consumption.
Union Station is expected to fully reopen after crews have been working around the clock to exterminate those pesky insects.
That's not very nice to say about people who ride the train.
Isn't that what we just said, though?
I look down on the homeless, too, but do we really need to refer to them as that?
Yes, Aaron.
Actually, the exterminator was very adamant about getting rid of the bed bugs. We have some audio from him.
What'd they say?
Nothing but undeveloped, unevolved, barely conscious pond scum.
Right? And they asked him, they go, hey, are you gonna help us get rid of these bed bugs? And you know what the exterminator said? This was good.
What did he say?
The worst way.
When he was done, you know what he said?
What?
He checked in with them to make sure he did a good job.
Yeah, what did he say?
Is that letter?
Before he started, they said to him, they're like, I think we have an infestation of bed bugs. You know what the exterminator said?
What?
You know, I've noticed an infestation here.
That's good that he saw it, right?
I am glad that he could see it.
That's what you look for in an exterminator. He doesn't think much of the bed bugs, though.
Why? What did he say?
Totally convinced of their own superiority as they scurry about their short, pointless lives.
All right. Favorite Vincent D'Onofrio? Edgar or The Cell?
The Cell.
I say Edgar.
I really don't like
Edgar. I
Edgar.
love Edgar.
Edgar always creeped me out.
Come on, April.
When I was a kid, even a young adult growing up watching that movie, I'm like,
you know what
I don't like watching him.
You know what I always say to April before I give her a kiss goodnight? I always say this to her. I say,
"Give me sugar."
She loves it. She loves it.
And I do give him sugar.
And then I give her a kiss and I go, "There, is that there?" She likes that.
Channel 3 Eyewitness News reporter Marcy Jones is live now at Union Station.
Oh, she was so mad when guys started looking at her at the gym.
Yeah, now she zips her jacket up.
Now she got all zipped up.
Fucking prude.
Burqa wearing bitch.
And it brings us the latest details. All right, are those bugs still a problem this morning, Mars?
That's what you really want to find out on the morning news as people are ready to make their commute to the train station or go to work is, hey, mass transit today, biggest mass transit hub in the state. Got any bed bugs? This is your captain, not captain. This is your conductor. I already fucked up my train joke.
Twice.
This is your conductor speaking. I just want to say, everyone, we're going to be at your destination in 90 minutes. So everyone behave yourselves, sit tight, and don't let the bed bugs bite. Thank you.
Good morning and great question. Well, as you know, Union Station is normally open to everyone. That is unless you are a tiny, creepy crawler. And in that case, you are not.
Again, not a nice thing to say about the homeless.
I got worms.
And by the way,
I bet you they have parasites too. Did you think about that?
I hate it when the news says the thing, but they won't say it. Like they're being cute. They're like, you know, the train station's open to everybody. Just say bums. And that's what's causing this. Bums. I don't think the guy who's taken his job to the 17th floor of a New York City building to work for the, Bristol Myers or fucking Goldman Sachs is infesting the train with bed bugs.
I just had a revelation right now. Do you remember back in the day that those crew neck sweatshirts that said bum across them used to be like fucking popular?
Yeah.
And then in recent years, those have just disappeared because it wasn't kosher anymore to say bum.
Oh, maybe that it was because of the word bum? I don't know.
You know it was.
I always had a shirt that said N-word on it. And yeah, they haven't let you wear those in a long time.
Not welcome here. You can see there's still some people outside because the seating areas are still not fully reopened. However, they do expect to be fully reopened today. Right now, there's still a few.
Right. We can't let you sit on the bench because that's where the homeless people sit to drop off their bed bugs. Even the bed bugs go to work and not the homeless people. Even the homeless people are dropping their bed bugs off at the train station so they can make their commute to work. Meanwhile, the homeless person is just going to go get more TB and bed bugs.
Oh, I'm just like picturing like a homeless man, kind of like the guy from Chuck and Larry that was at the wedding.
Yeah.
That one. I'm picturing a guy that looks like that with his like legs up and stuff. He's just itching his crotch and he's just got like fleas and shit jumping off of him.
They're like the roaches in Men in Black. They're like, hey, ¿qué pasa?
Yeah, they're just jumping.
We got to go to work pouring coffee for the government, man.
They're just jumping ship to go to work.
Zapica se tuaca.
Few pieces of caution tape up, a few of those benches still marked off, but they have been working around the clock for the last 2 days to make sure that they're ready for today. New Haven Parking Authority.
One of the bums is sleeping and the exterminator kicks him in the ribs. He's like, wake up, fuckhead. I'm doing this because of you.
No, just spray that guy too.
Yeah, just go, sir, can you cover your eyes, nose, and mouth for about 6 hours?
The department that oversees the station says they took immediate action when it was discovered bed bugs had made their way into the busy transportation hub.
God.
Seating was closed to the public.
Have you ever seen the welts those things leave on you?
Yeah.
It's gross.
I'm trying not to puke right now.
Like Sunday and Monday as exterminators and crews sprayed and cleaned all surfaces. Treating bed bugs is complex and can take some time. Here are a few tips if you encounter them.
Here's a few tips to avoid bed bugs. Shower once a year.
Do you know what really troubles me about bed bugs?
Well, I'm excited to hear.
Think of the crevices those things have been in. Think of where they have been.
Homeless nutsacks and ass cracks. There. Nightmare continued.
God.
Remove any clutter, throw away the infested items, develop and employ a professional treatment plan to kill the bugs, and continue to check at least once a week for any that may remain.
Burn the entire fucking building down and jump out the 8th-story window. That's how you get rid of bed bugs. Congratulations.
Burn this thing.
Burn this thing. Bow your knee. Heat.
While travelers are grateful for the action taken by the cleaning crews, many are puzzled how the bedbugs set up camp in this environment.
Oh, you're puzzled?
You fucking stop it.
I don't know. Walk 3 blocks down that way to the tent encampment and ask them how it maybe got there, but you might leave itchy.
This blonde lady is being too cute for me now. She knows.
That's horrible. That's pathetic. I mean, you can't get any nasty and lower than that.
By the way,
what was that?
When it comes to the news, you should only talk to black people for witness accounts because they won't hold back. They'll be honest. White people will go, it's just a difficult situation. And the black people, oh, that's fucking nasty, dog. We got to get some of these dirty motherfuckers out of this subway.
How do y'all get any lower than that?
Yeah. I mean, y'all pigs.
Here until 9:45, and I see this is all closed off.
Y'all lower than cricket nuts, y'all. It's fucking crazy.
Dude, the fear that you have if you were just in the station the last day.
Every time you feel an itch, you're
and
like, fuck.
Check it out, and then you find out that station is closed down for bed bugs.
Yeah.
You're worried,
I asked the gentleman what's going on, and he said bed bugs. And I'm like, what? Bed bugs? Where are the beds? Never heard of bed bugs on tile and wood floors ever before.
Well, clearly you've never been homeless.
You're getting close.
God, they're fucking square dancing around the homeless people.
They square dance because they're sick of rapping circles around these cats, steady trying to call them out. It's like they're listening to motherfucking dogs meow.
You hurt my soul at times.
I guess there's a first time for everything. Another tip while traveling is don't put your bags on the ground. That way it just kind of avoids any unwanted stowaways from catching a ride in your luggage.
I have an idea. Don't invite dirty, wretched bedbug having motherfuckers into your train station. How's that?
Look, I feel the same way when I get off at McCarran Airport and there's puke all over the sidewalks outside. I don't want my luggage trailing through.
Right.
You can't just carry a big-ass luggage sometimes. What are you doing?
Dave Nunn with $4.99 says, my fault, wasn't clear. Just when Venti is on with Chrissy, which is a lot. Oh, that's fine. I mean, if you don't like people, you don't like people. Sure. I understand it. I get it. 190 away from today's goal. Let's hit the old refresh button, see if we got any catching up to do with you boys and girls. Nope. Guys, let's get moving. 190 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, 25 minutes until we play the music, rattle the cans, and see if we can knock this out. Again, no goal tonight. So we've only got today, tomorrow, and Friday. We can do this very close to having a successful week. If you're new to the show, we are a listener-supported show. We live on your generosity. So there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Click them, follow them, or Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, and Rumble Rants. Many ways to contribute to this program. If you like what we're doing, consider it, if you will. 25 minutes until we play the music, rattle the cans, and do our e-beggar best to knock that goal out and do a half hour of overtime. Well, we got a new wrinkle in the Bam Margera saga. See, now they're getting worse, but that's been normal for a long time. But now they're getting closer together, the bad news. So it does feel like we're running up to the end of the third act, whatever that's going to be.
It feels like accelerating, like when somebody's running from something and they keep going faster and faster until they trip and fall.
Yeah.
It does feel like you're getting there.
Like I said, third act of the movie, getting close to the end. We're going to see what the ending is. As far as I understand, he is still on the run.
Yeah, I haven't heard of him being found.
He beat up his brother, threatened to kill his family, took off into the woods, and the police haven't been able to find him. Every day that they can't find this dude makes me think that the third act might be over somewhere.
I've wondered, maybe Cocaine Bear found him.
Yeah,
they're hanging out.
A lot of people theorize that it was Cocaine Bear that got Bam Margera. What a sweet, sweet irony that would be. Well, Bam Margera's friends are trying to get him help, or the ones he has left that he hasn't run off yet, as his alarming behavior continues. But an attempted intervention on his behalf didn't take, according to TMZ. Sources close to Bam tell us a couple of Bam's longtime friends organized the intervention earlier this month while he was in San Diego on the heels of his LA area arrest for public intoxication. Sources say that Bam's buddies told him they loved him and were worried about him and wanted to get help and get him back to rehab. And according to Bam, it was all Jeff Tremaine and Quincy Spike Jones and Johnny Knoxville's fault. No, I don't. Seems to be who he blames for just about everything at this point.
We need someone, right?
I'm sorry, like his friends and his family want him fixed more than he does, and that's never going to work.
At what point do you stop trying to help somebody?
Many people have already reached that point with him.
I just don't know how you're still hanging on.
The more people you punch in the ear and threaten to kill and tell to fuck off when you try to help the guy, the less people try to help you eventually, and that's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about with the end of this third act thing. Whatever the solution's going to be, whether it's rock bottom and he starts pulling the nose of the plane up, or we find him in some compost. I think we're getting to the end. We're in the end game now.
You're saying the final solution is coming.
For Bam.
For Bam.
For Bam. We're told Bam seemed receptive at first, but ultimately a couple factors blew the whole thing up. I'm guessing it was probably the whole no more doing drugs thing.
Oh, God. Don't start with that one.
Oh, go to rehab, dude. Yeah, that's totally, I've been there before. I can do that again. I don't know. He's turning into Bill Clinton now.
He won't go.
Yeah. I can go to rehab again, dude. All right, so what do I do when the rehab's over, dude? And they're like, you got to stop doing drugs. Fuck that. I'm out. I'll see you guys later. You're trying to kill me. That is the weird thing he does. Every time someone wants him to get off drugs, they're trying to kill him. And they're against him. And he wants to fight them.
If that kid is old enough to read yet or talk, you should see what happens if his poor little kid goes, if he's seen this stuff.
You can throw the soon-to-be ex-wife out there. But yeah, you don't want to throw the kid in there.
No.
Because now watch. Let's say
I'm not saying put the kid out there. I'm saying have the kid talk to him.
Have him. No, don't have the kid talk to Bam.
You don't think the kid's seen any of this shit and doesn't want daddy to feel better?
Yeah, but you want him to see as less as possible. And plus, let's say the kid, okay, now think of how much you fuck up the kid if he says something and the guy just fucks off and goes and dies anyway. Now the kid really feels like a piece of shit.
My stance on it is if the kid has seen any of this yet, have the kid say, Daddy, I want you to feel better. I love you. That might shake some people.
The kid's like 4 or 5.
I don't know how old this kid is.
Yeah, he's that little. I mean,
that's not a new picture.
That's a year ago. That kid ain't old enough to be part of that whole process. I don't think you'd want that. For starters, the sources say Bam's current girlfriend was not receptive to the idea. Oh, would that be the one who got in the kicking fight with him a few months ago?
How do you have a girlfriend? I don't know.
And didn't want him to leave for treatment because she would have nowhere to live if he went to rehab. So just another albatross around his neck. But again, that's his bad judgment.
Can you imagine relying on him being a dependent of Bam Margera?
What's more, we're told Bam's estranged wife, Nikki, was called during the intervention and made it clear she was willing to let him back into her and their son's life, contingent on Bam getting sober. Our sources say this upset the girlfriend and she kicked everyone out. Bam, you got to get rid of this bitch. You've got to get rid of this bitch, dude.
It's okay. Not that girlfriend's fault his life's falling apart, though.
But that girlfriend's fault that she kicked everyone out when he was offered a chance back into his son's life. Fuck her to death.
I agree with that, but she's not where this started.
Oh, no.
This is not her fault.
100% his fault for bringing this stupid bitch into this whole thing. But she's an awful hunk of shit, too.
Clearly, they're all awful hunks of shit here.
The failed intervention went down shortly after the video of Bam screaming at his wife as she ate with Phoenix in a Burbank restaurant, an outburst that came minutes before he was busted for public intoxication. Yeah, I mean, God bless these people for trying again, Like, God bless them for trying one more time. But, I mean, I think the spoiler alert was on the wall before they even, went and had the intervention.
I don't know. How many interventions have we tried?
A lot.
No, it's getting exhausting, I would think.
I think, what's the phrase? Let go and let God at this point?
Yeah.
See if he figures it out on his own. He's either holed up with that girlfriend of his now, hiding out from the cops, or...
But where?
Or he's out in the woods? What is he... What is he, Les Stroud? Is he Survivor Man?
She doesn't have anywhere to bring him. She just said that if he went away to rehab, she has nowhere to live.
Well, that's that dependency, that codependent shit, too. Like, she's stopping him from getting better by going, no, Bam, I need you. What would I do if you went away? And that makes him feel good that he's needed, that someone's dependent on him. So, you got to let whatever happen will happen at this point. Bobby Barrett with $5. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bobby. We are 185 guys away from knocking this thing out today. If you've got a little something you want to throw at the show, please do throw a little something at the show. We would appreciate that. We got about 15 minutes until we play the music and try to run up one of the last goals of the week. We've only got 2 left after this one. One of them is going to be a smaller one than normal, if the prize show is any indicator historically. 185 away from that goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, all of it. A great way to knock down that goal and get us back to, or get us straight for the day, if you will. By the by, we usually say about 150 or so by the time we play the music is striking distance. So if you feel like being generous, we would appreciate it. He's lucky someone hasn't busted a cap on him. Well, I mean, the cops, if he squares off with the cops, that could happen. Mm-hmm. Winston says, I met Bam when he was a straight-up athlete. Sad times. Yeah, he was a world-class skater, for God's sake. Yosemite Sambo says, someone does need and depend on him, his fucking kid. Yeah, he doesn't see it that way.
Not anymore.
He doesn't see it that way. I just, there's very little you can do with a guy like that. Like I said, if the guy doesn't want to get better, you can't make him. Like, oh, yeah, I'm amenable to going to rehab, but she wouldn't have a place to live. Yeah, Bam, who gives a fuck if she has a place to live or not? Nobody cares. Who is this? You met this chick a few months ago. You two were kicking each other in the face, and the cops had to come bust you up. This isn't...
That's ugly.
I don't think this is a good... again, not that I think he's going to fix anything in rehab, but, Jesus Christ. At least it's, at least it's a step in the right direction. This... next story makes me never want to golf ever, ever, ever again.
Wow,
No,
I feel like it's got to be horrible.
No more golfing for me.
Do you like golf?
Ever, ever. I like golf, but I'm not willing to sacrifice this. A 16-year-old Utah boy met with the freakiest of accidents after one of his testicles retracted inside of him while he was trying to pick up a golf ball. He lost a testicle picking up a golf ball.
Retracted inside.
Mm-hmm.
That hurts really bad, by the way. I knew somebody like that.
I was going to say, how the fuck would you know?
I had a boyfriend that had that problem once, long time ago.
He lost a ball?
No, he was in sports, but not to get graphic, I clearly don't care about this person anymore, but at the time, the thing literally retracted up there when he was doing a sport.
What, you got to dig it out?
You have to go to a doctor and have them do stuff in there, and you're in a whole mess of pain for a long time.
You have a doctor go and dig in your ball bag so you can pop your ball back out.
Right.
Jesus. A case study detailing the teen's scrotal mishap. That was the name of my band in high school.
Scrotal mishap?
Scrotal mishap.
That's kind of cute, actually.
Should get the band back together. Was published recently in the journal Urology Case Reports.
Oh, fun.
Okay, now if you're 16... This is a horrifying thing, but also when they go to you and be like, you want to be in a journal for this? You're like, fuck yeah.
I guess.
Sounds awesome.
I lost my nut. Put me in a magazine. According
to the Winceworthy account, the young man had felt an acute pain in his groin while leaning over to retrieve a golf ball from the green. How do you...
So that could have happened picking up anything then.
So you just reach over to pick something up.
Reaching.
And your ball sack just folds a certain way.
What is the tube? It's connecting.
The tube.
The tube, it basically yanks your ball
up. You're
talking
about the vas deferens?
No.
Are you talking about the seminal vesicles?
The thing your ball is connected to. The dangly part that's connected to your
You
ball.
have your testicles, your scrotum, your penis.
Somebody in the chat will have this. It's a very simple, common thing, and maybe the vesicle? I don't know. It's the thing that your ball is connected to that dangles it there.
I've named all of the things.
I don't know.
The seminal vesicles, the vas deferens. Oh, Laughing Lions maybe nailed it. The dangly spoo tube. Is that what you're thinking of? The taint?
That's it. We're going with the dangly spoo tube.
The dangly spoo tube, I think is what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
Schweitz calling this scrotal recall. Owl Be Joshing says it's called the yo-yo string.
Yeah.
Oh, there you
no,
go.
it does, though. That's what happens. It yanks your nut back up into your body, and it fucking hurts, is what I've been told.
Unquenchable Fire, the testicle tether. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
The toe rope. Testicle toe rope.
Rusty Grammar says vas diff. Oh, no, not another diff.
Yeah, the fallopian tube.
Oh, the fallopian tubes, of course. Every guy has those. We're familiar with
Why
the
the
fallopian
fuck?
tubes. You can't, I don't, the dangly ball thing,
Male.
the thing that connects your testicles. Is that what you're saying? The spermatic cord?
I'm looking right
Your
now.
testicles are
Shut
connected
up.
to the inside of your body by a cord called the spermatic cord.
Okay, I've got an entire
She's got a fucking reproductive diagram she's looking at
It is
now.
the vas deferens, that tube thing.
I said the vas deferens.
Well, I didn't know that that's what it was for sure, but
Well, then
that's what I'm talking about.
Don't bring it up if you don't know it.
So basically, your vas deferens thingamajig
Thingamajig.
pulls your ball back up.
Lip ripper, scrot roping?
Scrote rope.
Is that what you're talking about? A little scrot roping?
Boy, if that ain't country. We're scrote roping out on the golf course.
William Finn with $3 on PayPal says, have a blessed day. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. So this kid lost his testicle.
To his own body.
Because his scrot rope wasn't working properly, apparently. When the teen inspected his nether regions, as teens are wont to do,
Right.
he was horrified to discover that his left testicle was not in its usual spot.
Right, it's missing.
You're looking down, you're like, where the fuck did it go?
Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, we're good.
Hey, this isn't the ball I was supposed to be looking for on the golf course.
Ugh.
Hey, did you guys see a testicle that said Titleist on it? Just anything over there?
Mine's tailor-made, actually.
Just wondering. Alarmed over the shocking disappearance, the aghast golfer put his ball in a milk carton and passed it around the city.
What the fuck?
No, I'm kidding. The aghast golfer reported to a Salt Lake City hospital where he reported feeling ongoing mild abdominal pain with persistent nausea. Doctors administered painkillers to the patient and attempted to discover what happened to his family jewel. A subsequent CT scan revealed that the ball was fortunately intact,
right,
but had traveled way off course.
Yeah.
So he hooked it off the tee box.
Sure did.
Got away from me. You know what?
Sure did.
He opened up the club face and the left ball went too far left. What do? You had to find it in the woods.
Did not land on the green.
Well, give yourself a penalty stroke. The wayward testicle had ended up in the canal running from his scrotum.
Oh, no.
Nearly into his abdomen in a condition known as testicular ascent.
That's what it's called. I've heard that term before. I knew it. The ascent.
April knows her medicine.
No, this isn't good. It's not like I'm...
No, I didn't say it was good that you knew. And it's certainly not good that your ball sucks into your body.
When you're that guy, too, you're worried that your testicle's going to ascend. Basically at every turn.
You don't want that.
So...
You don't want that.
Oh.
You know, golf is often the main driver of losing your balls.
And I find them all in the bushes later.
So what fucking happened to this kid? This
Just
affliction.
gotta, tug it back down.
Yeah, you just got to go in there and go. That's the sound it makes, by the way. If you love the kind of show we do, 185 away from today's goal.
Yeah.
And there's all the links in the chat to knock out that goal so we can add another half hour to the end of this program rather than end in about 15 minutes here. After reviewing the patient's medical history, doctors discovered that he suffered from a retractile left testis since he was 11. Testis. Testes is ES. Testis is IS.
That is ES.
You want to read that again?
Oh, I'm looking at this one.
You quit reading ahead. Let me read. I got this. Trust me. See what you did now? Now, let's make lemonade. All right? Not out of the...
Testes. I don't know.
So, hey, when we're talking about medicine, it's a big goddamn deal. That's the difference between taking one ball and two. Testis and testes. He suffered from a retractile left testis since he was 11 years old.
Oh.
So he didn't know?
So this isn't new?
Is that like being double jointed where you can turn your arm all the way around? Like you can just pop your ball in and pop it back out?
Oh, where'd my balls go?
Yeah. Oh, got your balls. The affliction occurs when a boy's testicle descends normally during puberty but doesn't remain in place. So you've got, like some kids have a lazy eye or a googly eye. You've got a googly ball.
Kind of runaway ball.
Yeah, it just kind of goes and does its own
Just
thing.
a little, you got wall-eyed balls.
Ball margera. kind of runs off on its own from time to time. And you don't know where it went, but you know you'll find it somewhere.
It also runs off on its children.
Yes. The affliction occurs when a boy's testicle descends normally during puberty, but doesn't remain in place, often traveling back and forth between the scrotum and the groin. Yeah, it just kind of fucks off and does its own thing, basically.
Yeah, but that hurts.
Yeah.
You gotta fix that.
No shit. It's kind of like having a dislocated finger. It just pops out from time to time. You just gotta pop it back in.
I'm sure that's how they fix it.
In the case of the Utah teen, he had a condition known as patent processus vaginalis. Wait a minute. I thought you said it was his balls. I'm so confused.
We got ball vag now?
Yeah, he'd been suffering from since he was in the womb. Oh, no, that's just what they call when you cry about it. That's the vaginitis. Vaginalis. Yeah.
Vaginitis?
They go, he's got a undescended left testis. It's so sad. Oh, he's also got vaginalis. Sorry, guys.
How does ISIS feel about this? Aaron?
In the normal fetal cycle, I don't care about. How did they get his fucking ball back? When the golfer bent down to pick up his ball, the other ball could have theoretically boomeranged back into place. However, the medics were skeptical that this is how he scored his accidental hole-in-one.
This is a stupid story.
Thankfully, surgeons were able to guide it back into the scrotum using tiny surgical instruments, a process that was hindered by the testes size. Wait a minute.
So does that mean he's really tiny or really big?
Or that he's got giant fucking balls. Because if you're a high school kid, you're like, yeah, I was playing golf. My fucking ball went up into my body, and they couldn't even pull it out with their tools because my balls are too heavy. I just got giant
He's
fucking
just stuck
nuts.
there now. It's like once you get stuck in a trap, like there's no getting out.
Laughing Lion says, just blow into his ass. It'll pop back out. I don't know. I'm going to have to look. I don't think the colon is connected to all of that, but...
the colon's not connected to the scrot bone.
All right, kid, here's what I need you to do. Go in there, take a real heavy shit, push as hard as you can. We'll pop that sumbitch right back out.
You might have hemorrhoids that are also popping now, but you'll have your balls back.
All right, guys, 185 away. Let's start chipping away at that. We got 5 minutes before we rattle the cans and do our e-beggar best to knock out that goal and call it successful. Otherwise, we got to roll it in to the rest of the week. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, MSO says might not happen. I really hope that's not the case.
No.
You guys have really supported this show. We really appreciate it, and thank you very much. And it's day 1 of year 2.
That's true. Season 2, episode 1.
Yeah. Had a great fucking day on Rumble, so that's awesome. So let's finish it out strong. Everybody chip in just a little bit, 5 or 10 a pop. Will get us there. Thank you guys very much. It's been all small contributions today, so that would be awesome if that carried us all the way in to the end of the program. 4 minutes, we're going to fire up the music and rattle the cans for you. Disney's been firing a shitload of people. Most recently, Nate Silver, the founder of 538, has been fired from his own company.
Oh, my God.
They cut him. They got rid of him. So usually when a big company buys a smaller company, the guy who created it will get some kind of like figurehead job.
Yeah.
And they'll pay him a salary. That's kind of part of the buyout process.
Sure.
Nate Silver founded this website called 538, which if you're into politics or really, I think a lot of different stuff, they make all the odds on things. Who's going to win for president, what the likelihood of this happening or that happening is. And Nate Silver, I don't know how people feel about him. I've always kind of thought the guy was fine. I've always thought that he was one of those guys who just kind of called it as he saw it. I know some people think he's biased.
I don't know much about him.
Yeah, so I don't really know, but I do know he's a victim of Disney having to make a lot of cuts. I think they're making like 4,000 job cuts this week.
There's a lot of victims involved with Disney in general.
Well, they keep making shitty movies that nobody wants to see. Meanwhile, they make a Mario movie where it's like, oh, look, it's just a fun Super Mario movie.
You liked it, right?
Yeah, there's not like a trans Koopa. There's not like a gay Luigi or any. Although I have my suspicions in that movie.
We all do.
About Luigi and always have. Toad's a bad motherfucker in that movie. Toad will fuck you up.
I am a little sad I didn't get to see it with you guys.
It's pretty good. So I think as far as Nate Silver being gone, I don't know. I think he's all right. JC says he is biased. He's a good data collector, though. Okay, see that? He's like an autistic idiot savant with numbers. Yeah, Union Jack says Nate Silver is a numbers savant. when it comes to politics. He's the kind of guy who just data.
Well,
when most of us would look at numbers on a chart until we go, ugh, he just gets hard and starts whacking off and keeps going.
Loses a testy.
Yeah, his balls suck back up into his body. It gets really, really fucked up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel bad for the guy.
If he's let go, he probably got some money or something, didn't he? A severance?
For sure.
Well, then it's fine.
But I'm just saying there's probably a lot more evil people at Disney that they probably kept.
Oh.
And Nate Silver.
Oh, so you're going on that curve.
Yeah. Hank Zaman says Mario had a trans character before anyone. Birdo from Mario Brothers 2. Wow, that's a deep cut. That is a deep cut.
Alrighty.
Here's some good news before we have to rattle the cans and try to get that the last of that 185 out of that goal today. If you feel like chipping in, there's the links, please. Any way you can do it would be helpful. Here's some good news. City of Chicago forced to rehire and pay lost wages to workers who were fired for refusing the COVID vaccine mandate.
Good. This is a good step.
More and more of these are being struck down all over the country, where people who had to choose between experimental medicine or their job chose their job chose to fuck off and get fired from their job.
Mm-hmm.
This is the third or fourth city that I've seen that has forced them to not only hire back the people that they fired. So now you've got to make these weird adjustments because you've replaced these people. So now you got to fire other innocent people.
Yes, you do.
Give these people their jobs and pay them for the time they missed. I love that.
I do too. This was the one thing during COVID that I actually got raked over the coal for. I had the audacity to tweet out a news article feeling bad for these poor nurses who couldn't go to work because they didn't get vaccinated, but they were allowing people with the vaccine to come in sick with COVID to work. And people got upset with me for feeling bad for those people.
Exactly.
Can you imagine? And now they're walking it all back, and these people had to go through all that stress.
Good for them, though, man. Good for them. They get their money. They get their job back. That's good. Can cock off a little bit at work.
Yep.
Thank you very much to Jason for the $5 over on PayPal. All right, guys.
Thank you.
It's time to puke and rally. 180 away from today's goal. Let's fire up the music. I want to do overtime today. I feel like today's been a really great show. If you're feeling generous, Streamlabs, PayPal, that's how the goal goes down the fastest. Convenience of super chats and memberships and gifted memberships. Totally get that. That's fine. Rumble Rants. Rumble has been great numbers for us today. We appreciate that, guys. Let's go ahead. Fire up the music. Where's my whistle? There we go. All right. 5 minutes to go. Let's get this thing done. 180 away. You guys can do it $10 at a time. If you feel like becoming a Steel Toe VIP, $250 in 1 week gets you all 3 of our t-shirts, our Steel Toe hoodie, 2 of these 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, 2 tickets to every live event we do, a free item of merch when we come out with a new one, and when we have the prize show, we pick one VIP and give you $100 every month, which is pretty great. 180 away from knocking this thing out. Let's get it going. MSO says we're not hitting the goal today. We are a ways away, but we've gone on rushes like this before. Thank you to the Mood with $10. So
thank you.
It's on 170 away with the Mood throwing in $10. We got this, guys. If you're feeling generous, throw it in. 4 minutes away from doing this thing. Let's make sure we can get there. And of course, if we do get there, we add 30 minutes onto the show. If we don't, the show wraps up at its scheduled ending time of 10 o'clock. And we do have plenty of stuff for you in the overtime. We're going to watch the Trump response to the Biden announcement.
Yep.
The Mood says, I still have not got my VIP merch, but I am in Europe. Oh, yeah, we mail. It's
on its way.
It's going to take a while.
Bad news for you. You're going to have a tariff when you go to pick it up.
Yeah, they tell us.
I have a picture of it, actually, of the exact amount I'm supposed to send you. Oops.
They tell us at the post office, they're like, yeah, the people in Europe have to pay tariffs when they get this shit.
It is on its way to you. So.
$5 from Lip Ripper says, broke as fuck this week, but here's a couple shekels. Y'all are the shit. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Kyle W with $5. We are down to 160. All right, we're getting close. There's all the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo links. Super chats are coming in. Gifted memberships count as well. Let's see if we can go on that rush with about 2 or 3 minutes left to go. Let's see if we can knock it out, guys. We really appreciate the help keeping this show on the air. We really appreciate all the generosity. MSO says, I never said that. I said it doesn't look good today. Oh, well, I'm really hoping we can get in there. If we get inside of 50, we do the half hour on credit, as they say, as long as we knock it out by the end of it. All right, here we go. Fauci's Pangolin says, let's go. There it is. $5 at a time. That'll do it. 155 away. Let's keep her going, boys and girls. Laughing Lions gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy.
We don't want to be done yet.
Appreciate that. Yeah, we're just getting warmed up. Dr. Climate Abortion is the one who got the membership.
Nice.
Very cool. All right, guys, let's fire it in there. Fire in the hole and knock out the rest of this 160 that we're short. We got 2 minutes before we wrap her up. Thank you to JC for the $9.99. We take 7 of that. 150 away.
Thank you.
From knocking out the goal. Chris says, is there an online store? SteelToeEntertainment.com/merch. If you'd like to do that. All right, guys. $150 away from knocking it out today. Inside of striking distance with 2 minutes left. And we are a long ways away with not much time to go. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. Gray Duckling with $19.99. That's going to put us 135 away. We can do this.
I feel it.
We're getting close. MSO says, Chandler not here today. He's looking out for Bam. All right. Let's make sure Steel Toe starts year 2 off with a bang. 135 away. Need Trump with $20 says this is for last night's anniversary. Congratulations. 120.
Thank you, sir.
Away from hitting our goal today. $120 away. You guys got this. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats. 1 minute left. Getting very, very close. Let's hit refresh and see if we've got a little encouragement over there on PayPal. David Chandler with another $100. $20 away. David Chandler is feeling like a parent who's responsible for this program. Uncle Jack becoming a Steel Toe bro. That's going to put us at $15 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, David Chandler.
Jesus.
Thermodyne Diesel with $50. Cut it. We hit it. Cut it. It's over.
Rally from you people.
What a rally. And we are now $20 into tomorrow morning's goal. Great work, everybody.
Whoa.
Camo Girl with $9.99. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. That's going to be now no goal tonight. So we are $15 into Thursday morning's goal. What a tight fit that was.
Right?
And we got it right at the buzzer. Great job. David Chandler, where is it? There we go.
You'd all be dead now if it wasn't my David.
Perfect.
Hot and heavy. David Chandler makes me, bashful every time he sticks himself in.
You know what? I got to give the guy just a shitload of credit. Every show he loves, he does that for.
I know he does. It's very impressive.
He's like
generous.
He's like YouTube Santa Claus.
He's like the most selfless dude.
He is.
I just hope for good things for him.
And probably independently wealthy.
My face gets hot when I see that he did that again.
You know that if David Chandler ever has a GoFundMe for a terrible disease that bankrupts him, we have to donate almost everything we have to him.
We go bankrupt to save David Chandler.
We have to sell our house and start renting and take the equity in our home, and we have to give it to David Chandler.
All right.
I think that's the way the deal should be.
Okay.
All right, let's watch this. We promised them Trump's reaction to Biden in the overtime segment. Let's see what we've got here. Sean Raz, by the way, sent this to me. Ooh, buddy Travis unsent me a message. I bet you it was his dick.
That is always really creepy to me to get to messages and see they unsent something. It's like, what was it?
Ever since we watched that AI pizza commercial.
Yes.
Now I'm watching all of this other stuff. And I'm like, for a second, it makes me go, is that AI? I get paranoid now.
That's true. Because you don't know.
Yeah, now
I'm
just
not in charge
wondering.
of that shit.
But then they eat the actual pizza instead of the plate. And then I go, oh, no, it's not AI.
What if we're AI someday?
Oh, shit, what if we're AI right now?
What if Aaron and I are actually upstairs in bed, hooked up to tubes and shit?
Oh, my God.
This is just AIs.
With ports in the back of our head that they plug into?
Oh, yeah.
Shit.
We took the red pill, is it?
Holy shit, you guys. What if we're an RV? Sorry, I did too much coke. Phage Lives with $9.99 says, strap on Sally. Is that you? What, me?
Oh, my goodness.
Don't give them my slave name. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $2. says, still think David is a drug dealer. He's the most beautiful, generous drug dealer in the world if that's the case, and I will go to prison for him. David Chandler says, geez, don't wish a life-threatening disease on me, Aaron.
Yeah,
you know what? That's a good point.
I just got done saying I hope for only good things for David Chandler. And I don't think he's a drug dealer. I think he's an upstanding citizen.
I was only trying to get... I think he owns a manufacturing distributorship of some kind. I think it's something like people would find boring, but it's very, very lucrative. No, not Coke, April.
No, like the beverage.
Oh, yeah, he owns a Coke distributorship.
Why does everything have to be drugs to you?
He's actually Jesse Jackson's kid.
Right.
Believe it or not. All right. I don't know where it went off the rails somewhere.
He
That's
actually
all I'm saying.
breeds and sells like exotic animals. I don't know.
Okay, let's go in. So Donald Trump had a response to Joe Biden's announcement that he's running for president again, which, by the way, I believe that when Trump says he's running for president, I think that when Trump says he's running for president, Democrats go, yes, we can beat that guy again.
Yes.
And when Biden announces he's running for president, Republicans go, yes, we're going to get it back. What both of them don't understand is they are equally capable of fucking this up and handing it to the other person.
They've proven that, yeah.
Yeah. Like, not firing Fauci. Trump was like, oh, people would turn on me if I fired Fauci during the pandemic. No, the only people who would turn on you are people who hated your fucking guts already. Actually, the people who like you might have turned out in bigger numbers for that election going, fuck yeah, he's digging in. He's fighting for us. I like this guy. But that's all, that's done with. He's here. I'm here. He's not. Make a move. So here's Donald Trump's response to Joe Biden's announcement that we played earlier today.
Oh, that tan.
It's not good, is it?
Can we
stop pretending it's good?
I don't ever think I've said his tan is good.
You can like Donald Trump and admit, look, the tan's not the greatest.
Look, if we're going by comparison, I'd take this guy any day over Biden, but they're both very old and trying too hard.
Could you do me a favor, Don? Next time you go in there for the tan, could you let him hold up a lighter shade of swatches? And maybe you don't pick that one.
Either that or maybe don't wear such obvious goggles over your eyes. Just maybe shut your eyes.
Right.
Like, because you got white rings.
Yeah, he's got the goggle rings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Donnie.
And his ears look really white, too.
It's weird, though. Like
that looks like a spray tan.
If you showed him by himself, he'd look old. But you think Biden when you see him and you go, oh, look, a spring chicken.
Oh, God. I've said that during the last campaign. I'm like, by comparison, this guy looks great.
This guy, if he wins, he will be Biden's age when he's done.
Mm-hmm.
So you're looking at a guy and you're like, oh, look at this spring chicken, Trump fresh and fit, ready to go. And you're like, oh, wait, he's trailing our current guy by about 4 years.
I will say personality-wise and just speaking ability in general.
Oh, yeah.
Total spring chicken.
He's still got
Joe
it together,
Biden.
yeah.
He knows where he is. He can talk.
Well, if you're a dick, you stay sharper and live longer, I think.
That's actually a real thing.
Yeah.
Selfish people, like that's been a study. Selfish people live longer. Assholes live longer because they're selfish usually.
Not the ones that take dicks in them, though. They get blown out ASAP. Those are not...
No, babe, that's just your anus. You can live with a booty anus. A busted anus.
You just have to tie a rope around your stomach. Yeah. I get it. All right. Donald Trump and his response to the Joe Biden reelection, running for reelection announcement.
Don't you
could
put
take
that on
the
us.
5 worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done to our nation in just a few short years. Not.
He just comes right out of the gate. Fuck this guy. But no, seriously, you guys, fuck him in a way that makes you think even harder about how fucked up he is. Look, take 19 pieces of dog shit, set him up in your bedroom, okay? Right on the little bench next to your bed, right? The footrest there. All right, take the pieces of shit, smell all of them separately, make sure they're from a different animal, and then stick your head out the window and smell America. And then you'll go right back to smelling the shit, folks. Thank you, Don. I didn't have it put to me.
That was so graphic.
It is true. Like, he's basically telling all of us who are living this right now, like, things are so shitty that you could take the shittiest things that have ever happened, and they're not as shitty as now. It's like, thanks, buddy.
I mean,
Appreciate it.
Not far off, though.
Have you ever caught your wife fucking the gardener and the pool boy and your lawyer at the same time and had to watch her get bukkakied before you could shout out, hey, you whore, get the fuck out of here? That times AIDS.
And Nick Cannon was in there for some reason.
And that's America.
Not even close. Thanks to Joe Biden's socialist spending calamity, American families are being decimated by the worst inflation in half a century. Banks are failing, our currency is crashing, and the dollar will soon no longer be the world standard, which will be our greatest defeat in over 200 years.
But other than that, Miss Lincoln, how was the play?
I will say this. Check it out. At least he's sticking to reality.
Okay, but both of them are opening up their announcements with, shit's fucked up, isn't it, folks?
Yeah. But I will say at least one of them is based in reality and the other one is like living in la inclusivity land.
That's why I hired this little midget to play the organ while I speak. Doon, 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 doon. Thank you, Herbie.
Real wages have been falling 24 months in a row.
Yay.
In other words, under Biden...
Not if you got David Chandler as one of your fans. Sorry. We're not going to get as much money from David Chandler anymore because Crowder's going to have that divorce to pay for. He's going to feel really bad, and Chandler's going to be like, I got to give some money to Crowder.
He's got a guilty conscience.
Yeah. David Chandler, new Mug Club member.
Workers have gotten a pay cut each and every month for 2 straight years. We have surrendered our energy independence, just like we surrendered in Afghanistan, which we had just a short time ago, and the price of gasoline just hit a 5-month high. And it's going much higher.
Donald!
Ow!
I know, it hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry. Guys, I had to take a break for a second. It's just all these kicks in my dick are really starting to hurt my balls.
Mine's mostly my rib cage. And
Oh,
it's just
man.
It's brutal.
And my perforated anus is leaking like a sieve.
Dude, we just had a friend talking to us about her friend who, no, this is at the baby shower, is that one of the friends there, she got a raise at her job, okay? And the raise was so minimal that by inflation standards of like what she was making previous, she's actually losing money with the raise she just got.
There's another fucked up thing that happens to people. And this is usually when people in their 20s figure out how taxes work and they become a little more conservative on taxes, is that young people will get their first raise.
Right.
And it'll bump them into a new tax bracket and they'll realize that they're actually taking home less on their next
money.
check than they did before.
Oh, you could have just left me out of there.
It is a racket. And then you start explaining Social Security and Medicare to them and they're like, oh, so I'm just being held down and butt fucked for nothing. Like, yeah, pretty much. No Vaseline should be playing in the background when all of us go to get our Social Security checks. Because millennials are going to have nothing to collect. Fuck that. Gen X isn't going to have anything. What do they keep saying? 2032?
Yeah, but I just heard in the gym on the TV, like this week, somebody playing like how Ron DeSantis is like wants to get rid of Social Security on all that shit and then all that shit.
Nope, it's still pausing. So this stream is not back on now. Uh-oh. It's still live on YouTube. Aaron really messed up this time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to get out of it. Well, no, I know, but I'm streaming right now. But I don't know if I'm streaming to the right one. Are we on right now? Okay, they're saying it's back. You're back. We're back. Do we want to finish up this Trump thing? I mean, you guys paid for it. I think the
Watch it cut out one more time.
Hold on, let's get April back up here.
Oh, here, let me get that lamp for you.
Let's do the, oh yeah, thank you for that. We're kind of scrambling here. We went upstairs, we reset everything, it worked. Fucking Spectrum just took a shit, man. And if there's like 100 or so of you left, fuck it, we'll do it for the 100 or so of you. I don't care. You guys paid for it. So we're, let's get back into this Trump thing.
We apologize.
Watch Spectrum shut down again.
Like it's like a targeted attack on our house for playing Trump.
It's like, you know what?
Hey.
Fuck you guys. Let me get the chat back up here. There we go. Usually I have dark mode on in the chat, but I'm so It's fucking wonky right now that I don't even know. All right, let's get it all maximized. Let's do this Trump thing, and then at least you guys have it in the. So is this all on the same stream then? I hope so.
I don't think so, but
I hope it's not two separate streams. I hope it's all part of the same one. All right, here we go. Donald Trump.
In other words, under Biden, workers have gotten a pay cut each and every month for 2 straight years.
Thanks, Don.
We have surrendered our energy independence, just like we surrendered in Afghanistan, which we had just a short time ago, and the price of gasoline just hit a 5-month high, and it's going much higher than that.
I mean, he's not wrong. Saudi Arabia cut 1 million barrels a day, and the Russia thing is still going on, and our dollar's not getting any stronger.
We have so much to look forward to.
The interest is up and the stock market's down, and you're only getting married when we go down.
Under my leadership, we had the most secure border in U.S. history by far.
That's right.
Never had a border like this. Under Biden, the southern border has been abolished, and millions of illegal aliens have been released into our communities. What's happening now is beyond belief. They're coming in from mental institutions and prisons. They're all being emptied.
I love this. He always swings for the fences. Like when he's about, when you think he's about to do policy, he's like, they're rapists, they're murderers, they're this, they're that. And you're like, fuck, Donnie's going for it.
Yes, he is.
They're being dumped into the United States of America. Many of these people are very dangerous. They're being dumped. We're like a dumping ground. Our cities.
It's always the asides that I love so much. The economy's in the shitter. It's bad, folks. It's really bad. It's one of the worst, as a matter of fact.
We're like a dumping ground.
We're like a dumping ground. Have you ever seen a dump?
Look at that face. He's got snake face.
And they take all of the garbage and they dump it out of the truck. And then it goes out onto the ground and you smell it and you go, oh my God. When you drive by, what's that smell? It's our country.
It's
have been overrun with homelessness, drug addicts, and violent criminals who are being released from jail in mass with no retribution whatsoever, while law enforcement is
Don. We can't vote for you if we're all hanging from our fucking closet.
Right? Don't talk us off the ledge.
No, you want to talk us off the ledge.
He's
talking us onto
I'm
it.
like visualizing off.
You want to walk us to the edge of the plank, not off it, Don. Jesus.
Weaponized against law-abiding conservatives or Republicans or people they just don't like. Our children are being indoctrinated and mutilated by left-wing freaks and zealots. The senior ranks of our military have gone completely woke, and our military is suffering greatly. Biden has told...
You know what? To be honest with you folks, fuck it. I'm not running. Ron, take it away, buddy.
I'm buying an island.
Totally humiliated.
I can get Epstein's for cheap. There's real estate already there. None of the kids, though. I don't want the kids. Leave the kids alone.
Just sanitize it.
Our nation on...
I'm going to rub a shitload of Purell all over Epstein Island. Make it clean. Nice. Cleaner.
Whitewash it.
The world stage, starting with the Afghanistan disaster, perhaps the most embarrassing event in the history of our country. It meant so much to our enemies when they watched that horrible retreat.
Oh, no. Don't worry, Don. We're now fighting next to those guys against ISIS in Afghanistan. So it's totally fine. We just joined the Taliban.
What a travesty.
Russia is teaming up with China. Iran is days away from a nuclear bomb, not even thinkable. Ukraine has been devastated by an invasion that would never, ever have happened if I was president. And Joe Biden has led us to the very brink of World War III. They say Trump was right about everything. Well, I'm not predicting World War III, but I will say this. We're very close. And
Thanks a lot.
Wow. I've never felt better.
I'm not saying we're heading towards World War III. I'm just saying if you're in a grocery cart and you have to be paid for at the checkout before you can leave, let's just say, where's your next logical step? That's all. Right. You guys figure it out from there.
They're only talking about nuclear weapons. On top of it all, Biden is the most corrupt president in American history, and that's not even close. Nobody can believe what's going on, with, again, no retribution whatsoever.
And that's just his crackhead kid. Crack is bad, kids. Crack is whack. Don't do crack.
Listen to Mike Lindell.
That's right. Crack is a bad thing. Make pillows instead of crack pipes. Crack pipes are an ugly business.
with such a calamitous and failed presidency, it is almost inconceivable that Biden would even think of running for re-election.
It's amazing that we can abort a pregnancy, but not a presidency. This needs to be an abortion. Abortion is bad unless it's a president.
You know what happened in the last election? They cheated and they rigged the election. But I promise you this, when I stand on that debate stage and compare our records, it will be radical Democrats' worst nightmare, because there's never been a record as bad as they have. And our country has never been through so much. There has never been a greater contrast between two successive administrations in all of American history. Ours being
Really, the closest since this one is Bush and Obama, and that's only because one was white and one was black. They all killed brown people.
The same.
Okay. They did the same things. A lot of debt, a lot of dead Muslims, different skin colors, folks.
Jeez.
Greatness and theirs being failure. With your support in the election, we will defeat Joe Biden in 2024. We will rescue our economy. We will crush inflation. We will stop the invasion on our southern border.
And then you guys will stop calling me in to fix shit when it falls the fuck apart. You could have just picked me the last time, but I didn't fire that fuck Fauci.
We will restore our nation's dignity, and we will prevent World War III from happening.
Honestly, bro, just putting a coat around us at the police station after we, get the R kit done, that would be nice for us right now.
A couple weighted blankets.
Yes.
Something warm.
To make us feel safe.
Yeah. Secure.
Together, we will all make America great again. Thank you.
Well, there you go. So that was his official response, the Trump campaign's response to Joe Biden's campaign announcement.
I think people are going to need that type of hype though. Like, he's not ignoring all the problems and stuff. People are going to start looking at that, and they need that.
Semper Reloaded says, well, I mean, Carter and Reagan, I'm just saying, yeah, they don't count, smartass. Okay. Semper Reloaded. I liked him when he was loaded the first time. They should have never reloaded him. It was a mistake. One of the worst sequels. Sequels are bad. He's like, I don't know, Back to the Future 3. Who asked for the Wild West? Nobody. Somebody said, behind in the chat, but I'm looking forward to a fast-paced, non-interrupted overtime.
Well, you got it, sir.
We took, about 5 minutes off?
Yeah.
It felt like
And
15, but we
there
took
was
about 5 minutes off.
Nothing we could do.
Yeah.
The whole internet crashed.
The internet
Nothing
just took a
worked.
giant shit on us. We have Spectrum. Spectrum is Spectrum. What can you do? Well, and this show is not connected via Wi-Fi. I mean, it's a hard connection. So
right.
The whole thing just decided to take a shit. And you know what? I forgot. Last night it took a shit right after the evening show. And
Did
we
it
had to
really?
unplug and plug it
right.
back in.
Yep. TV wasn't working.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. That's right.
Spectrum is a pile of dog shit. Well, guys, I tell you what, thank you so much for the support today, for the rally, for getting us to overtime. We do appreciate it. We're going to skedaddle. We got lots of stuff to do. We're recording a Compound episode today.
Oh, I forgot that.
Yeah,
I have so much shit to do.
Yeah, we're going to be, so we got gym.
Oh, boy.
Compound episode, show prep, prize show.
I've got more than that, dude.
Fuck. All right, guys. Thank you very much. April, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't worry, guys. We'll go over a little for the prize show here to make up that last 5 minutes. How's that? Semper Reloaded says, never should have been loaded again. It was a great line. Well, look, Don and I, simpatico, I guess. All right, guys, take it easy. We'll talk.